Hey everyone, welcome back to the channel. So this is the second part of that e-commerce that we have started. So I already covered the first part and all the demo and everything. So let me quickly give you the overview that what are the things that we are going to cover. So in the first part, we actually have completed all the admin view, and also related to Arcjet, we have actually covered the concepts regarding how you are going to implement the email validation, sign up form protection, login form protection, bot detection, and sealed validation. Now in this part 2, we are also going to implement all the same things, mostly rate limiting for each and every pages, and the main thing that we are going to implement, that is the payment form protection, because in this part we are going to learn how we are going to implement a secure payment flow using Arcjet and PayPal. So let's quickly see the client view demo. So as you can see that this will be your home page, and here whatever banners and everything you are seeing, that we will be able to manage from our admin panel from the settings view. Okay, and these we have already covered in the first part. And here also we are going to, this will be the view, and here we are going to display some of the latest created products. Now let's go to the products page. So in the product listing page, we are going to display all the product list as a grid view. We will be having multiple filters functionality, right? And then we are also going to implement a pagination here. Now for each and every page we will be implementing the rate limiting. And now if you go to the any of the details page, so let's go to the details page, let's select any product and let's add to cart. Now this product will be added to cart. Let's go to the cart page, and from here you will be able to go to the checkout flow. Now let's go to the checkout flow, and here the main thing will start, right? So here you can see that you will not be able to directly place the order. So first you are going to do first level of check or validation, and that we are going to use various rules using Arcjet. Okay, and here let's say if I try to give any wrong email, so for example let's give this email and try to proceed to buy and see what will happen. So you can see that this email doesn't have MX records, and not about the email but each and everything, like this form will also help you to prevent from bot attack, bot protection it will help, and also with sealed live for each and every properties that we are going to use. We are going to use live properties and also various kind of email protection also. So once you'll give a proper email here, and let's click on proceed to buy, right? So it will check the validation, and you can see that now you will be seeing the debit or credit card payment option. So now let's select here, and let's go to our, let's search for dummy credit card, let's search for some phone number, and let's search for some dummy US zip code. Now let's select some credit card, let's select here, and let's give a credit card number. We'll give a expire, let's do 123, let's give a name, and here I'm going to give some random value. Let's select some state, and let's copy some dummy zip code. So let's copy this one here. Let's select some phone number, and now I'll give an email. Okay, I need to copy from till this part, so I'll paste it here, and let's this, and now I'm going to do pay. Now once you'll click on pay, now it will process the payment, and if it is successful, so in that case it will go to the account page. Now in the account page you'll be seeing all the status, and now if you go to the admin view, and you will be able to update the latest order status from in this page. So now let's say let's do this, which one we can do, let's do this 252,501. Okay, so I think here we are having pending, so let's make this one to processing. So now it's updated to processing, and now let's go here, and you can see that we are having this 2,500, and if I refresh this page, and you can see that currently it is in the processing view, and change this one to delivered. And now if you go here and refresh this one more time, and you can see that this is now delivered. So these all the things we are going to implement. And before starting the code, let's discuss about today's video sponsor, and that is Arcjet. So what is Arcjet? See, Arcjet provides you various security features like bot detection, rate limiting, email validation, form protection, sealed validation, and payment form protection or sensitive information protection. Now if you actually watched my first video, I've already covered each and everything in complete details. For example, all these things are already covered in the first part, like how you are going to protect your sign up form, login form, how you can validate your email how you are going to implement various kind of rate limiting, bot detection, and lot of other things, right? So what you can do, right, I will also add a link in the description, so just click on that link. Sign up is completely free, so you'll be able to sign up, and once you'll sign up, I'm also going to show you that how, actually I already showed in the first part that how you're going to create an account and how you will be getting a key, and using that key you will be able to use Arcjet features in your project. Now if you go to their pricing, right, and if you see, they have mainly three a tier here. So one is free, pro, and interface. Now if you're doing for personal projects, so you can definitely start with the free plan, which is completely free, right? So here you can see you will be able to use up to 5 rules. You can work with 3 developers, and then you are going to use basic rate limiting, bot protection, IP geolocation, and lot of other things. But if you're little serious, then what you can do, right, or let's say you are working on some client project, you can also suggest your clients to use the pro plan, right? So pro plan is actually best. So here you will be, actually it's $25 per month, and you can also use 50 rules, unlimited developers, and you'll be able to use all the features that Arcjet provides. For example, email validation, sign up, form protection, sensitive data protection, and lot of other things. Now coming to the documentation, here if you see, they provides various kind of technology support. For example, Next.js, Node, Nest, Bun, and lot of other things. Because in this project we are going to use Next.js, so you can simply go to their, I'll highly suggest go to their SDK reference, which consists each and everything in complete details. For example, if you go to their SDK reference of Next.js, right, so all the concepts are already covered in details and how you're going to test it. Although in my first part I have already covered all the things in the complete details, so I'll highly suggest please watch the first part and then you can come to the second part. So in the second part, mostly we will focus on the sensitive information protection and how you are going to protect your payment form, because in this second part we are going to implement the PayPal payment indication. But before that, there will be a first level of check that we are going to use using this Arcjet payment form protection, and you're going to see that how you can make your payment more secure, right? So there will be two-step verification. First we are going to use different kind of Arcjet rules, and once that is cleared or successful, then only we are allowing user to pay through PayPal. So these all the things we are going to do in the second part, and I'm pretty sure you'll like a lot of things, and I'll highly suggest click on the link in the description that I provide, sign up for free, and then start using Arcjet in your projects. Alright, so now we'll start working on the home page, right? So in the admin view already completed like how we are going to like set our feature images that we are going to render in this component or in the user view, and also we have selected that what are the feature products we need to select, and those feature products we are going to fetch and render here. So let's do one thing first. Let's close everything else, and I'm going to start working on the component. Okay, first I'll just convert this one to a client component, and then let's remove this and let's create the basic structure. So I'll take a div, and here I'm going to take a class name. So let's make this on mean height screen, and I'm going to do bg as white. Now inside this we are going to take a section, and here I'm going to render all the feature banners. Okay, so there are two things, one is the banners and then we are having the feature products. So I'll do relative. Let's take a height of 600 px. Also I'm going to do a overflow as hidden. Now inside this we are going to render all the banners, but how we are going to get all the banners, right? So first what we are going to do, let's take a so if I go to our store and let's go to our use settings store, and here you can see that we'll be getting the banners, and also you're going to fetch the banners here, and also you're going to fetch our feature products, and also this will be our feature products, and this is the fetch feature product. So these four things we actually need here. So I'm going to do this, and then we are going to get use settings store. So we will first get the banners, and then we'll be getting our feature products. We are going to also do fetch feature products, and also we're going to do fetch banners. So these four things we need. So now what we're going to do simply, so we'll take a use effect, and then we are going to just call it on page load. So I'm just going to just keep these both as a dependency. So I'll do fetch banners and I'll do fetch feature products, and just simply call both. So I'll do fetch feature products, and then we'll be having the fetch banners. Let's keep this on first. Now let's save this, and now I'm going to just log these both, and we are going to see that what we are getting. Now let's log here and let's paste it, save this. Now let's go to our console. I'm going to bring this one down, and let's go to console, and you can see that we are getting the data here, which is working absolutely fine. So these will be our feature products, and these will be our banners, right? So this is our image URL. That's it. So now what we can do, simply let me just close this, and now inside this I'm going to just simply log the banners, and I'll do .map, and let's give this one as banner item, and let's give only let's give banner item. I'll do index, and here what we're going to do, simply, so inside this I'm going to take a div, and here now because we are going to create some kind of slider here, okay, so I'm going to just do banner item dot id, and here what I'm going to do, let's take a state here. So I'm going to do const, I'll do current slide, set current slide, and this will be use state of, so here I'm going to give this one as 0, and I'm going to take a class name. Now in the class name what we're going to do, simply, so here I'm going to first keep this one as absolute. Alright, I'm going to do inset 0, we'll do transition opacity. Alright, I'll do duration of, let's make this on 1000, okay, 1 second, and here I'm going to just do, so first I'm going to check that if the current slide, so which is currently 0, if this is equal to the current index, so I'm going to make opacity as 100, that means I'm going to display, or else I'm going to make opacity as 0. So I'll do simply current index, if this is equal to index, so I'm going to do opacity as, let's make the opacity as 100, okay, or else I'm going to do opacity as 0. Right, and inside these what you're going to do, simply, so I'll take one more div, I'll take a class name, I'm going to do absolute, I'll do inset 0, and inside this I'm going to take an image, and here I'm going to take a source. So source will be my banner item dot image URL, right? Alt, I'm going to do something like, let's do a banner, and let's pass index +1, normal concepts, nothing to explain here, right? So I'll do class name, I'll do width as full, height as full, and I'll do object as cover, okay, and here I'm going to take one more div, and I'll do class name, I'll do absolute, I'll do inset of 0 bg black, and I'll do bg opacity of 30, okay. So now let's save this, and let's see what we're getting, and you can see that we're getting the images, and this is fine. So these all the images we have. Now it's up to you, you are going to change all the images based on your convenience. Now currently it is looking not that good, so you can download, or like whatever images you are having, you can use those. For now it is fine for the development purpose, right? So this is done. So after this what we're going to do, I'll take a div, I'm going to do a class name, so I'll do a relative, and I'm going to do a height of full, I'll do a container, I'll do a mx of auto, and I'm going to do px of 4, I'll do flex item center. Inside this I'm going to take one more div, I'll do a class name, and here I'll do text as white, and inside up here I'm going to do space y of 6, and let's take a span, and I'm going to give some random text here, okay. Let's give I am what I'll give John, just I don't know, this looking very bad, I know, but I'm giving some text, just it's up to you, are going to change this one anyway, right? You'll not use what I'm using. And I'm going to give text as small, and I'll do uppercase, and also let's give a tracking wider, okay. That's it. And after this span, let's take one more h1, and I'm going to give based selling, and let's give a class name, so I'll give like text 5xl, for large I'm going to do text 7xl, I'll do font as bold, and also I'm going to do a let's make a leading tight. That's it. So after this best selling, let's take a BR, and here I'm going to give e-commerce website. Okay, and what else? First let's see how save this and let's see how this is looking. Okay, you can see that it's coming here, and this is the text, which is okay. And now after this, what you're going to do simply, so let's take a paragraph here. Now you can also give some kind of description, right? So I'll give a class name of text as large, and I'm going to do a creative, flexible, clean, and also what we can do, like something like, okay, easy to use, and let's give a BR, and I'll do high performance e-commerce theme, something like that. So let's save this, let's see how this is looking. So it's coming here, awesome. And then what we're going to do simply, and also I'm going to give a button here, so I'll just render a button, and I'm going to do shop now, and this will go to the products page, listing page, simply. So I'll do here class name bg as, let's give this one as white, and I'll do text as black. I'll do hover bg gray 100. I'll do px of 8, py of 6, and I'm going to do text as large. What I've done wrong, okay, this we need to give, save this. Okay, I need to log it. Awesome. Now what else? Also one more thing, I think let's give this one opacity of, let's don't give any opacity, let's remove this. If I save this, let's see how this is looking. Okay, this we need to give, okay, but it's looking very okay. That is the reason I kept it. Let's make this one 20. Okay, I think this is fine. So now after this, what we are going to do simply, let's do one thing. Let's just come here, and then what I'm going to do, let's take one more div, and here let's take a class name. I'm going to do a absolute, and let's do a bottom of 0. Sorry, now let's make bottom of 6. I'll do left 1 by 2, and here I'm going to simply do let's take a transform. I'll do minus translate x of 1 by 2, and also I'm going to do a flex, and I'll do space x of 2, and here I'm going to simply do banners dot map. I'll take index, and here I'm going to just take a button, and just simply, okay, we can also self close this one. First I'll take a key which will be index, right? On click, I'm just simply going to do set current slide which will be index, and here I'm going to take a class name. So here I'm going to do width of 2, height of 2, rounded full, transition all, and here I'm going to do if the current slide is equal to index. So here I'm going to do bg as y8, width as 6, or else I'm going to do vg of y divided by 50, and here I'm going to do hover bg of white divided by 75. So you can see that we are getting this. If I change this one, this will change, and this is working fine. Now if you want to auto change this one, so what we are going to do, we need to add some simple logic. So let's go to the top, and here I'm going to just take a use effect, and just keep the banners dot length as a dependency, and just create a set interval. So we'll just do set banner timer, and I'll do set interval. Simply what you need to do, right, just do set current slide, take the previous slide, and here you'll just simply do previous. So I'm going to do a plus and module by banners dot length. That's it. And here we need to also give a time, and it's up to you, right? For example, I'll give 3 seconds. It will change let's give 2 seconds. Now never forget to return it, so I'll do clear interval and just pass the banner timer. Now let's save this, and now this will change after 2 seconds, right? It's changing. Now it's very fast, definitely. So if you want, you can also make this on 5 seconds. 5 seconds will be better. So let's make this on 5 seconds. So refresh this. So it will wait for 5 seconds and then it will change. Okay, now it's changing. It's looking much better. Alright, so this is fine. So now after this we are going to create one more section. So let's go here, let's close this. So I'm going to do, let's give this one as a grid section, and here I'm going to take one more section. So we'll take a class name, do py of let's make this on 16. Inside this I'm going to take a div. I'll do a class name container mx of auto and px of 4. Now here I'm going to take a h2 and let's give some random text, like for example the winter edit, or you can give the best collection. I'll give this one, let's give a class name, and let's do text as center, text as 2xl, font semi bold, and MB of 2. Okay, you can make this on 3xl. Now after this what we can do, you can keep it like this, or you can also add a paragraph, like let's add a paragraph like designed to keep your satisfaction and warmth. Then I'm also going to take a class name. Let's also make this on text center, and let's do a text gray. Let's make 500. This will look good, and margin bottom of 8 I'll give. Now after this, so here let's take one more div. I'll take a class name, and I'm going to do grid columns of 1. For MD I'm going to do grid columns of 2. For large I'm going to do grid columns of 4, and I'll do gap of 4. Now inside this I already created some grid items, okay, some dummy data. So I'm going to copy this and I'll just use it here. Now let's use this. So I'll do grid items dot map, and here I'll do item comma index. Now here I'm going to do div. Let's give a key of index, and also I'm going to do a class name. So I'll do relative group, and also I'm going to do overflow as hidden. Now inside this I'm going to take a div, and let's take a class name. So I'm going to do aspect of 3x4, and I'm going to take an image. So source will be this grid item. Let's make this on grid item. So this will be grid item dot image. Alt will be grid item dot title, and let's give a class name. So I'll do width of full, height of full. I'll do object as cover. We'll do transition transform. Let's give a duration of 300, and also I'll do group hover, and I'll do a scale of 110. So let's save this. Okay, so let me just refresh this. Let's see what. Okay, first let's complete and then we're going to come here. Okay, I think it's coming, but we are getting only 2 images, which is, let me just check. Now it's coming. Okay, it's pretty slow. Maybe my internet is slow. Okay, let's refresh this. Okay, now it's fine. Alright, so I think this is fine. So this is looking nice. Now also what we can do, so after this, right, I'm going to take, let's take a div. Let's take a class name. So I'm going to do absolute inset of 0, bg as black. I'll do bg opacity of 25, flex, item center, justify, center opacity of 0, and also we are going to do a groove hover. Let's make opacity of 100. We'll do transition opacity, and I'll do a duration of 300. Now inside this, I'm going to take one more div, and I'll take a class name. So here let's take a text center, text, let's make white and p of 4, and here I'm going to take a h3, and I'm going to render the item, sorry, we have grid item dot title, and here I'm going to take a class name. Let's make text excel font semi bold, and I'll do margin bottom of 2. After this, we are going to also render a p, and I'll render grid item dot subtitle, and let's give a class name. So I'll do text of small, and here I'm going to take a button, and I'll do shop now, and here I will take a class name margin top of 4. I'll do bg of white, I'll do text as black, and also I'm going to do hover of bg gray 100. And you can see that we are getting this, which is looking pretty cool. Alright, so now this is fine. So after this, I think this part is done. Now we are going to render our feature products. Okay, and let's do one thing. So we are going to use the similar exact structure. The only difference will be, instead of these, we are going to render the product, feature products. So for this, what I think, right, so let's do one thing. Let's create a common function or common component which will receive, or let's do one thing, let's copy this, or else we need to write. I'll just copy the exact thing, and here I'm going to just give feature products section, and just paste it here. So the only difference will be, instead of grid items, I'm going to render the feature products. Now here we need to make couple of changes. The first change we need to do, and that is, this will be our, first I'm going to make this one as product item. So this will be product item, right? And here we're going to do dot images, sorry, images of 0. First image I'm going to render, and here I'm going to do product item dot name. So name I'm going to render, and also here what else you are going to do, you can also render the name and everything, but for now I'm going to render the image. Title, instead of title I'm going to render the name here. So I'll do product item dot, let's make this on name. I'll remove this, and here I'm going to make this on as quick view. Okay, also, okay, let's do one thing. Let's render the product item. Let's see what else we are having. Dot price, right? So let's render the price, and here I'm going to make this one as quick view. That's it. So now let's save this and let's see what you're getting, and you can see that we're getting this. Now it's up to you. You can also change all of this. For example, let's make this on text white and let's make BG as black. Okay, and we'll keep it like this. Also you can keep this one as BG as black only. Save this, and now you can see that you are getting something like this. Now it's up to you whatever you want to keep, but this is looking pretty cool, right? So if you now go to, let's say, your admin view and then add a new product and then refresh it, right? So it will come here. I think the white one is looking better, so let's keep it like this, right? So this is looking clean. So now if you refresh this, so we are getting all of this, and whenever you'll be updating this part will be already updated. And here instead of this, I'm going to, let's make this one as new arrivals, right, instead of this one. So I'm going to do this one as new arrivals, and here I'm going to make this one as, for example, let's do shop our new arrivals from famous brands, or let's do established brands. All right, so that's it. So I think this is done, and I think for now this will be fine. Now let's move to the product listing page, right? And also another thing I'll highly suggest, because if you notice, right, in the banner you're having an image on top of it. So try to keep, let's say for example, if you're creating any client projects or you're using this particular website and you're improving on top of it, don't keep any banner whichever has this text on that, right? Because it's looking pretty bad. So if you go to this one, right, you see it has a text here, right? It has a text, and on top of it it's looking bad. So just don't use any of the images which don't have any text, so something like this, and this will look much better. So with this, the homepage view is completed. So now let's move on to the next pages. So we are going to create listing page, details page, cart page, checkout page, and the account page. So these are all the things we need to create. Alright, so now we will start working on the listing page, but before that we also need to create our header component, which will be our common header component. So let's do one thing, right? So we will go to our components folder, and then inside components I'm going to create a user folder, or you can also create a client folder, and inside this I'm going to create a header.tsx. Okay, so let's keep this one use client, and let's create this component. So I'm going to give this one as header, and here I'm going to simply return a header, and this will be our common header. Save this, and now what we need to do, right? See, we need to actually create a common layout page, and that common layout we are going to use for all the user related pages, right? Just like if you go to the super admin, you can see that we have a layout. So for this one, this is our home page and this is the common layout, right? So what we can do, right, simply here, so let's remove this part from here, cut it. I'm going to take a div, paste it, and here I'm going to just take a class name, and I'll do mean height as screen, and let's do a bg of white, and here I'm going to just render our header component, and inside this I'll take a main, and I'll just render these children. So let's save this. So now you can see that you are getting the common header here, right? And you'll be getting this one for all the pages. Awesome. So now we can go to our header component and then start working on the creating the structure. So I'm going to remove this, and here I'm going to take a class name. So I'll do this one as a sticky. I'll do top of 0, z index of 50, I'll do vg as, I think this is not required, and I'll do a shadow of sm. Inside this I'm going to take a div, I'll do a class name, so I'll make this one as container, I'll do mx of auto and px of 4, and inside this I'll take another div, I'll take a class name, I'll do flex item center, justify between height of 20, and here you can render a logo. For now I'm just going to render a link component, and let's give a name, right? So let's give like e-commerce, and here I'm going to give href, which will go to our home page. Now here let's give a class name. So I'm going to do text 3x, let's make 2xl, and then also I'm going to do a font bold. Save this. So you're getting this. Awesome. So after this link, I'm going to render another div. I'll take a class name. I'll make this one as hidden. For large, I'm going to do flex items center. I'll do space x of 8, flex of 1, and justify center. Here I'm going to take a nav. I'll take a class name. I'll do flex items center, and I'll do space x of 8. Now let's take some nav items. So I'll just create a nav items. So I'll do nav items. So I'll just take a like title. So these will be let's give this one as home, and then I'm going to I'll give this, which will go to the home page. Copy this, paste it here, and these will be our products, right? And this will be our home, and this will go to /listing page. Now you can also give this one as listing, which is also fine. And here I'm going to just do nav items.map. So I'll do item, and here I'm going to just take a link, and here first we are going to give a key. So for key, let's use this one as index. I think index will be absolutely fine to use here, because these will be always same, right? Now again, if you want to add more menu items, it's up to you. Just modify based on your convenience. Class name, I'm going to give text sm. I'll do font semi-bold, and also for hover, let's give a text gray of 700. And here I'm going to also take href, which will go to item.to. That's it. Save this. And also, okay, we need to render the item.title. Okay, awesome. And so after this, so let's close this here. Okay, after this we are going to render some icons, right? So I'll take a div, like a class name. So for this one also, I'm just going to render. I'll make this one as hidden. For large, I'm going to do flex. I'll do item as center, and I'll do space x of 4. And inside these, I'm going to take a div. I'll take a class name. I'll do relative and cursor pointer. And now I also want to take an on click here. So I'll do, sorry, not on click. I want to take the router, and this will be use router. And here I just want to give a on click. Now definitely we don't have all the pages for now, so this will give you error, but let's keep it like this. So this will go to the cart page, because this will be our cart item. Okay, and here I'm going to render a shopping cart. Also, let's give one more span, and I'm going to give a class name. I'll do absolute. I'll do minus top of 1, right of 1. Let's give height of 4, width of 4, bg as black, text white, text xs. We'll do rounded full, flex items center, and also I'm going to do justify center. And inside these we need to render all the cart items length, but for now we don't have all these things, so I'm going to keep this one as 0. That's it. So for now this will be fine. And now after this, what we are going to render, so we'll be rendering a drop down menu item. So I'm going to just render a drop down menu, and inside these I'm going to take a drop down menu trigger, and here pass as child, and inside this we are going to take a button and just render a user icon. So I'm going to render a user icon, and here I'm going to take a class name, height of 5, width of 5, and here what we're going to do, right, we also need to pass a size which will be icon, and also we're going to pass a variant which will be host. Okay, so now let's save this. Let's see what we're getting. We're getting here, that means you have done some mistake. So this we need to do this one here, I believe. Okay, we need to do it here. Okay, so this is fine. Now after this, what we're going to do simply, so after this button, so this will be our trigger, and then I'm going to take the drop down menu content. Now here I'm going to make this one align end, and here what we're going to take, we'll take a drop down menu item, drop down menu item, and here what we're going to, so let's think. So I think for now we are going to render only two things. So I'm going to render the user account, and also I'm going to render a logout option. So here I'm going to pass, just give your account. Okay, again this will go to your I'll do router dot push, and this will go to / account page, and let's take one more. So I'll copy this, and then this will be our logout. Okay, now here we are going to handle the logout. So I'll just going to do handle logout, and I believe we already have handled logout in some place. So let me just copy it from other place, right? So this is the one that we need. So just copy from here, and then I'm just going to use it. And this logout we are going to render from where? So we have our auth store, right? So we'll do use auth store, and here we just simply need logout, and this is done. So now if you go here, so click your account and logout. If you click logout, it's going to this page. Now the only difference is that for these two pages, right, we no need to render this, because this is now common for all the pages. Now there are multiple ways you can do that. So for now what you're going to simply check that if the current path is not this login or super admin, in that case we are not going to render this, or else we will be rendering this one for all the other pages. But let's do this one later. First let's complete all the other functionalities, because there are a lot of important things to do. So what are the things we are going to learn? Main thing is that, for example, the product listing page and the rate limiting functionality for that. For example, let's say if the user or any bot trying to access that page and they try to do some like inconsistent things, so in that case we are going to block that request, and then we are going to have the product details page and also the cart checkout and a lot of other things, right? So first let's log in, and I'll definitely remember this, and then we are going to make change this one. So first let's log in for now, and here what I'm going to do, okay, also we need to do another thing, and that is we need to render the same for the mobile menu item, because this will definitely look very bad, right? So let's see if anything else for the desktop item. For desktop I think this will be more than enough. I think this is fine. So now what I'm going to do, right, so let's take here, I'm going to take one more div, and I'm going to just make this one. So I'll do a class name. I'll do for large, this will be hidden. So for mobile view only we are going to only show this, and for this one I'm going to just render a sit component. So here I'll take a sit trigger, and here also you're going to pass as child, and inside this I'm going to take a button, right? So I'll take a button, and then I'm going to just render a menu item from Lucid React, and here I'm going to just take class name. Let's make this one height as 5, width as 5, let's do a 6, and for button again we are going to use this. So where we are using this part, paste it. What else we need? I think here we don't need anything else, so I'll just render seat content, So I'm going to pass a side, and side I want to keep left. You can keep right also, it's up to you. Again, all these things, right, I already mentioned multiple times that you don't have to copy and paste the same thing again, and not copy paste the same thing. Means what I'm trying to do, you don't have to do the same thing here. Okay, for this one we don't have this. I'll take a width, let's make this one as 80, and here I'm going to just take a sheet header, and inside this I'm going to take a title, and I'll just render our e-commerce. Now here you are going to add your branding, your own branding. And now what I'm going to do, right, so I'll create a function which will render our mobile menu items. Okay, so this is the function we are going to create. So for this one, let's go to the top, and here I'm going to create this. So for here I'm going to do something like this. So we'll be having another view, so I'll take a state here. So let's give this one as mobile view, set mobile view, and this will be use state. So this will be either menu or this will be either account, and by default this will be menu. So here what I'm going to do, right, so first I'll check if this is a account. So if this is the account, so we are going to render the account related menu items, or else in default we are going to render the default menu items. So here also, sorry, we need to take a switch. I'll always make this mistake. So we're going to take a switch, and we're going to switch with this mobile view, and here we are going to check if this is account, right. So we're going to do this, or default we are going to do that. So I'll just return, so I'll understand what I'm trying to do here. So for example, I'll do div, and I'll do a account here, and for default let's return menu items. Now let's save this, right. See what will happen if I go here, and let's go to the mobile view. You can see you are getting this, and if you click here, you can see you're getting menu items here, and the reason is because you're having menu by default. If I make this one to account, so now you'll be having the account. Okay, so now what I'm going to do simply, so for this account, let's remove this. So I'll take a class name, I'll do a space y of 2, no, not 2, I'll make 6, or let's make 5, no, let's do 4. Okay. Let's do a div, and I'll do a class name, I'll do flex items center, and here I'm going to do a button, and let's do this one as let's do back, or let's just render back here. Okay, and here what I'm going to do, let's keep it like this, let's save this. So after this, what we'll do, just take a nav, I'll do a class name, and here we are going to just render space y of 2, and inside this let's render a link, and this will be your account, and href, so this will go to your account page, and here I'm going to take a class name, so let's make this one block with a full, so need to pause because of noise. Okay, so let's continue. So I'll do p padding up to, and let's what else we can do, I think this is fine. So let's save this, and also we are going to take a, let's take a separator, or let's don't require this one, just take a button, and I'm going to do log out, and for this one I'll do a variant, and also first let's see how this is looking. Okay, based on that we'll change. So we'll go here, and what I'll do, right, I'll make this one as account. Now let's click here, and you can see you're getting log out and this. Now what I can do here, if I try to do like this, let's see how this is looking. So I'll just do this, now this is looking very bad. I'll simply check. Okay, let's go here. Copy this and let's see some back icon. We need to check. Let's go to icons, search for back, copy this, copy JSX, and here just paste it, and I'm going to do variant will be ghost, size will be okay, let's remove this icon. See, now this is looking better. So we are back, so let's make this one 2. Okay, so now this is fine. And also if you don't want to use this, you can also keep it normal button, then the button it will come log out, and then this is your account, and on click of back it will go back that we are going to render. So for now this is fine. So this, when we are having the account section, we are going to render this, right? Or else for the menu items we are going to do this. I'll remove this, we'll take a class name, so we'll space y of 6, py of 6, and inside this I'm going to take a div. I'll take a class name, I'll do space y of 3, and I'm just going to render our nav items dot map. So we'll do nav item, and here I'm going to just take a link. Let's take a href, which will go to nav item dot to, and here I'm going to take a key which will be nav item dot title, and I'm going to render nav item dot title. Okay, now here also I'm going to take a class name. So let's do one thing, let's use the same class name that we are using here, which is this one. Let's copy this and I'm going to paste it here. That's it. Now this is done. So let's see if I now go to this and change this one to menu. So getting home products, you can also make font bold. Okay, now after this I will take one more div. I'll take a class name, I'll do space y of 4, and here I'm going to just take a button. I'll do variant, I'll make this on outline. Remove this, I don't like these brackets with strings. I'll take a class name, I'll do width of full, justify start, right? And here I'm going to now take is user icon. I'll do a class name, margin right of 3, height of 4, width of 4, and here I'm going to do account. Okay, so you can see that. Okay, let's remove this variant. Let's make this on 1. Let's see how this is looking. Alright, and here what I'll do, right, simply I'll just take on click, and then you'll simply do set mobile view and just make this on account. Okay, now you're getting, and whenever you'll be going to the back, right, so that time what you can do, you can make this onto menu. So I'll click this, copy this, and when I'll go to back, so I'll make this onto menu. Okay, and this is done. So if you now go right, let's click here, see, go back, and this is working fine. Now what else we need? Okay, we also need to render the cart here. So I'm going to copy this, paste it here. I'll do cart, and here I'm going to make this on a shopping bag, or you can also do this on shopping. Let's see, you want to change this on to shopping bag, you can also do that. And here I'm going to just render the length. So for now we don't have any length, right? So I'm going to make this on as 2. So we're having now cart as 2. On click of that, it will go to the cart page. So just simply just do router. I hope you're understanding all of this, what we are doing, cart, and that's it. So now on click of that, it will go to the cart page. If you try to go to account, you can log out from here, go back. Also you can also give on click, I'll give handle logout. So now let's go to account, click on logout. Also see, these we need to close, right? So here what we can do, simply we can easily do it. You can also give a open, and we'll do so seat dialog, right? And here what you're going to do, simply I'll just take these, we'll do const so dialog set so set dialog. These will be use state of false. And here what you can do, simply also we need to pass this. So we'll go here and do on open change. I'll pass this, save this. Now here if you don't pass this, now what you can do, simply just take on click and I'll do set so dialog will be not equal to so set dialog. So in that case you can remove this. Okay, so this will work. Now whenever you are clicking on any of the menu items, so you're also going to close it. So first when you're clicking menu, so you're not going to close this. When you are doing this, so here, so first you will do this. So first I'm going to do set so dialog will be false, and then also we are going to do handle logout. Sorry, you need to call this. So now if you go here, right, let's say try to log in. This part also you need to do, definitely log in first. And now if I try to click here and let's go to account, try to log out, see it's working, right? Now let's log in once again, go here. See, this is also we need to reset. So what I'll do, simply, so when I'm going to close this, right, when I'm going to close this, so first I'm going to call this set so dialog will be false, and also I'm going to do set mobile view will be resetted to menu. So now if I save this, let's say if I just close and then open, right, it will always open from here. So for example, go to account, log out. So it's now logged out, login, and now let's click here, right, it will open from, okay, still it is opening from this. Okay, the reason is because when you are doing log out, that time also need to reset it. So here, so we're going to set to menu once again. Now this will work for sure. Okay, now let's log out, and now let's click on login, click here, see it's resetted. So now you can go to log, then again log out. You are going to the login page, log in again, and click here. You're going to this page, click outside, closing. If any of the pages we are going, right, we also need to close this, and we can easily do that. So what you can do, simply, so let's go here where we are doing the link. Okay, so here we are doing, right, so whenever we are clicking, for example, let's say first we need to do here, so we'll go to the account page. So let's cut it from here. So first I'll set this to account page. Okay, so when we're going to the account page means when I'll go to this page, that time I don't have to do this one, but if I click here in this account page, we need to close it. So that means this part is fine, don't get confused. We need to change here when I'll go to the account page. So what you can do, right, simply, so here let's make this one as a P, and now I'm going to remove this, and here what I'll do, simply, this will be P. I'll take a on click and just do this one, like first this will go to router dot push, this will go to the account page, and before that I'm just going to do set mobile set so dialog will be false. Save this. So this is done, and the same thing we can do it here also. So whenever we go to the nav item, so let's make this one to P, and we can make, so I'll just copy this from here, and instead of this I'll just do set so dialog will be false, and this will go to the nav item dot to page. So now let's go back. So now also we are going to give let's give a cursor pointer. Let's make semi bold. Okay, so now let's refresh this. So if you go to this and then click on this account page, here also you need to give. So let's go to here, I'm going to do cursor as pointer. So we'll go to the account page, go back, and now for example if I go here, let's go to the cart page, that time also you need to close this. So we'll go to the here, and then first I'm going to make set so dialog will be false, and this will be go to the cart page. Now we need to test all of this, right? So how we are going to test it? So let's do one thing very quickly. I'll go to the app page, sorry, app folder, and here what I'm going to do, simply I'll create all the pages. So first I'll do a listing page, and inside this I'll create page.tsx, and inside listing I'm going to create a dynamic page which will be our product details page. So this will be page.tsx. Then here I'm going to create a cart page. Then inside app I'm going to create checkout page, and also inside app I'm going to create an account page. Okay, and now let's do one thing. Let's go to the listing page and then page.tsx, right? And then I'm going to just create this. I'll do this, and then I'll do product listing page, and let's return a div, and this will be our listing page. Save this. Now copy here and then paste it. Oh sorry, we need to delete this one and then rename this one to page.tsx. So this will be product details page. Then I'm going to copy this, go to checkout, paste it. So this will be checkout page. Copy and paste it here and also here. So this will be account page. Let's do user account page. Okay, and then we are going to have the cart page. So do user cart page. That's it. So now if you go here, right, so let's go to our header component once again. So it's going to the cart page, then we are having, let's go, it's going to the account page. Now everything is done, and also if you go here, this is going to the listing page. So let's see if this is working or not. Refresh this. Now let's go here. So first I'll click on these products. So it's going listing page. Definitely it will take some time for the first time. Then if you click here, it will be in the listing page. Now let's click on this account, and now I'm going to click on this account. So you're in the account page, and now let's go back and let's click on the cart. So in the cart page. Okay, so this is working fine, right? And if I try to now log out, now definitely this part we are going to do, I'll remember and then fix this, because for login we don't need to show this header, but first log in here. So our header is now actually completed, right? So here if you now click from this also, you'll be going to the listing page. This will be in the home page. Okay, this also we need to check why in the home we are getting this, And why this is coming, this is interesting because I believe we have done this home component here, right? Okay, so in that case what we can do, we can use the same content in this page.tsx, or second suggestion will be we can always redirect the user to the home page. This is also fine, but I don't think this is the best approach. So what you can do, in the home route or in this home page we can render the same content. So what you can do, right, you can just simply copy this and then let's go to the page.tsx, paste it here, and now save this. So we'll be getting the same result here also. Okay, and this is fine. And also we need to make some changes here also. This is not looking good because whenever I'm going to hover, right, so that time we are going to change some of the style so that it will look nice. But first let's see if this is going to the cart page. Awesome. Now from here it will go to the account page. Awesome. And if I click on log out, it's logged out. And now login, and login is working fine. So two things we need to fix from here. The first will be on scroll, we need to fix the style of this header, and then once we log out we need to hide this header component whenever we are in the login page, and also we are in the super admin routes. Okay, so these two things we are going to do, and then after that we are going to start working on the listing page, which will be this page. Alright, so let's quickly fix those two things I just mentioned, right? So first thing will be this header. So this will be pretty simple. So what we need to do, right? So here you just pass bg as white. So we now save this, right? So now I'll be getting this, and you can see that this is looking nice. So this is the first fix, and to fix that logic that we are not going to show header in the login pages, so what I'm going to do, right, inside components, what we can do, we can create a common layout page. So I'm thinking where we can create this. So let's do this one as components, and I'm going to do this one as common, and here I'm going to just simply do, no, let's not do common. I'll delete this because this will be related to our user view, right? So here I'm going to create a common layout .tsx, and I'm going to do use client. So here I'm going to do common layout, and what we can do, right, simply just return. So let's go to our layout page, or else, okay, sorry about that. I think let's do one thing, because we are doing this on, so for all the pages, right, let's create a common here, and let's create a layout.tsx, and I'm going to cut it from here, paste, and then I'm going to remove this common layout. Not here, let's remove this. So here what I'll do, simply I'll go to the layout page, and I'm going to copy this and paste it here. So this will receive a children, and this children will be a type of react node, and inside this I'm going to render the header component. Okay, and then I'll take a main and I'll pass the children. Now let's save this. Now how we are going to do it, right? So let's close everything else, go to layout, and then you can remove this header. This all the things is not required, so you're just going to pass the common layout, and this will receive the children. You will pass it, and then just simply you can remove all of this, save this. Now I'm also going to remove this is not required, and if you go now, right, you'll be still getting the same result. But if I now just log out, you're still getting this, right? So how we are going to do that, go here, sorry, not here, here. So I'll do const, I'll do paths to show headers. So here what you are going to do, or you can also do the opposite, like whenever you don't want to show this, so for example let's say paths not to show headers. So for example, let's say if it's auth pages or any super admin related pages. Now what I'll do, simply I'll do const path name, and this will be use path name, and now log this here. So log the path name, save this, go to inspect, go to console, you can see you are getting this, right? So here what you're going to do, that const so header, so here we'll just do path paths not to show headers dot sum, and I'll do current path, and I'll do current path dot starts with, and then we are going to do path name dot starts with the current path, right? And if I now log this, and let's do show header, save this, and you can see that you are getting true. And if I go to, let's say, register page, you'll be getting the same results, right? You are getting true. So that means what we need to do, we need to do opposite. That means whenever it will be path not to show headers, right? Because for this path we no need to show, so that means we are going to do opposite. So that means show header will be opposite of it. So now this will become false. So what you can do, simply here you can check if show header is true, then only render this, simple as that. And now you are not getting that, right? And if you just do login, and let's see, if I log in, you're getting this, and if I log out, not getting. Even if you go to the admin view, let's log in, see, you're not getting. If you go to any pages, right, you'll be not be getting the header. Log out, and it's working fine. Now let's go to the client view, login, and you're getting the header. Awesome. So now these two things we need to complete. This is we have done, and now we'll start working on the listing page. So we'll start working on this page here. Okay, so let's do this one from the next part. Alright, so now let's start working on the listing page UI. Alright, so let's go to our listing page, and here we're going to first start working on the basic structure. So let's remove this, and let's take a div, and here I'm going to take a class name. Oh, sorry, this will be class name, and let's give this one as min height screen, and also background I'm going to give as white. Now inside this, let's take one more div, and let's take a class name. I'll give relative height of 300 px, and also I'm going to give overflow hidden. Now here I'm going to take an image. Now let's take a source. So I already copied some images, free images that I'm going to use, and let's give a alt here. So alt, I'm going to give this one as, for example, listing page banner, and class name I'm going to give width of full, height of full, and also I'm going to give object as cover. Sorry. Okay, save this. Now let's see what we're getting. So let's refresh this. I think it's still loading. That's okay. So after this image, I'm going to take one more. Let's take one more div here. I'll take a class name. I'll give absolute inset 0 bg black. Let's give bg opacity of 30, flex items center, and justify center. Now inside this, I'm going to take one more div, and I'll take a class name. So let's give this one as text as center, and text white. Now here I'm going to take a h1, and I'll do hot collection. Now anything you can give, these all the things, UI part I already mentioned, right? You need to change it based on your choices, like whatever you like. It's not like you have to copy paste the same thing whatever I'm writing here. Font bold, and also margin bottom of 2, and also I'm going to also give a paragraph, and let's give this one as discover our latest collection. Okay, and let's give a class name, and let's give this one as text as, I'll give a large. Save this. Let's see what you're getting. Okay, this image, it's not rendering. this part we need to check, or else for now I'm going to use some different image. Okay, now it's coming. Awesome. So this is okay. Now after this, what we are going to render, we also need to, if you go to our server side, right, let's go to the server side, and if you noticed here, okay, server and then product controller, till now we have done all the admin related product like controllers we have written, but for client side, see, this one we have kept as placeholder, that fetch products with filters. So these we need to implement. But before that, let's do one thing. We are going to first create or complete the structure. So let me just close this, and after this I'm going to just let's take a div, and I'm going to do class name. Let's do container mx of auto, px of 4, and py of 8. Now inside this, let's take one more div. I'll take a class name. I'll do flex item center. Just by now you might think again I'm repeating that how I'm doing little first. So I already have this basic skeleton created, and I'm just referring from that particular laptop. Okay, so that is the reason. It's not like I have like memorized all of this. It's not possible. Some of the things I'm writing at the same time, but most of the basic structure is already created. Now here I have margin bottom, and then I'm going to take a h2, and I will give this one as, let's give all products. And here I'm going to take a class name. I'll do text 2xl and font semi bold. Okay, and then after this I'm going to take one more div, and let's take a class name flex item as center and gap of 4. Now here I'm going to render our mobile filter. Okay, so for mobile we are going to display kind of dialog, and for normal we are going to display the filter on the left side. So for mobile filter option, I'm going to also give this one as mobile filter render, and inside this I'm going to take a dialog, and here let's do, okay, first we need to take a dialog trigger, and I'm going to do as child, and inside this I'm going to take a button, and let's give this one as filters. And for this button, first I'm going to give a variant of outline, and also I'm going to do a class name large. For large means high resolution, I'm going to make this one hidden. Okay, that's it. Now here what we can render inside this, also let's do one thing. Here I'm going to render a slider horizontal icon, and I'm going to take a class name width of height of 4, width of 4, and also I'll do margin right of 2. So let's save this. For now it will not come here. The reason is because of this. So if I remove this, you'll be able to see this. See, we are getting this one, right, filters. Okay, so I'll keep this one, and now after dialog trigger I'm going to render our dialog content. Okay, so here I'm going to take dialog content, and let's give a class name width of 90 VW, and I'm going to give a max width of 400 px, and here I'm going to render our filter content. Okay, for now let's save this. Now here if you go right, let me just remove this. So you're getting this filter content. Definitely you're getting some error because it's needs some dialog title and everything. That's okay, that we are going to do. Remove this, and now I'm going to just take and keep it like this. So after this what you are going to do, right, so we have dialog. Let's take a select component here. So I'm going to take a select, and here I think we are already using select in some place. Let me just copy paste instead of rewriting. I think we are using in or not using. I think we are using in the admin view, I remember. Let me just check. Super admin and then products, add. Here we are using select, right? This one. So here I'll just copy paste this thing, okay? And then I'll go here and then I'll just paste it for now. Now I'm going to change couple of things. So first this value I'll keep it like this. On change also I'll comment, and here name, let's give this one a sort. So select trigger I'm going to import. Select value I'm going to give like what I will do, like select sorting. Let me just pause. Alright, so here I'm going to just I'm going to just import these also, and then here let's take some select item. So I'll do select item, and let's remove these from here. So here we are going to pass, let's give sort by. I'll do sort by, let's give something like featured. Then I'll copy this and paste it 3 more times, and here I'm going to do this one as, let's do price low to high, and I'll do price opposite high to low, and then I'm going to do this one as newest first. And now you need to give the value. So value, let's give this one as created at desk. Copy this, paste it in all 4. So this one I'm going to make this one as price async. Then I'll do price in this order, and then at the end I'm going to make this one as, let's say, created at. Alright, now let's save this. So now let's see how it is looking. So we'll be getting this. Okay, if you want you can also remove this on featured also, you can keep, right? You can also, if you want, you can add more sort also based on whatever you like. For example, let's say base sellers, you can add a base sellers, right? And then for that actually you need to do a couple of things. For example, whatever products are getting sold most of the times, you need to add those analytics, and based on that you need to implement it. So that is what you need to do. So for now this is okay, and after this, so let's see this part, right? Okay, here I'm going to enter, and now let's take one more div. I'll do a class name, I'll do a flex, and I'll do gap of 8, and inside this I'm going to take a class name, I'll do a div, and here I'll do a class name. This will be hidden. So this is basically our left side filter icon that we are going to, filter section we are going to display. For large only we are going to make this one as block. Width I'll do 64, and I'm going to do flex shrink 0, and here I'm going to create our filter section. So let me just quickly create this component. So inside this I'm going to do const filter section. Okay, so let's return some div for now, and here I'm going to render that filter section. So I'm going to render filter section. Awesome. So once this is done, so now what we are going to do, we are going to render our list of products, correct? So before doing that, I think it's very important, first we need to implement our filters, and also we are going to implement our controllers logic. Then only once we'll be able to get the list of products, then I think we can implement the rest of the UI logic. Okay, I hope this is clear. So for that, the first thing what I will do, so let's implement the filter section UI first. Okay, and for that we need couple of things. So first we need the categories, we need the size, and also colors and the brands. Now remember, we have already used all of these in this component, right? If you go here, right, you see you have the brands, colors, sizes, and categories. What I'll do, I'll go to our source, and inside these, if I'm not wrong, there will be utils folder, and here let's create a config.ts. And now what you can do, right, just go here, cut all of these and keep it in a common place. So I'll cut all of these from here, and I'll do paste it, and I'll just do export for all. And now we need to import all of these, or else definitely it will give you error. So let's import brand. Let's go to categories. Then we are having what sizes, and then you are having the colors. Now the same thing we are going to use in our listing, so that we don't have to write multiple times, right? So now let's start working on the filter section. So first thing, I'll take a div here and let's give a class name. I'll do space y of 6. Here let's take a div. Here I'll take age 3 and let's give this one as categories. So let's take a class name. So I'm going to just render here. Let's make this one as margin bottom of 3 and font semi-bold. Okay, now let's save this. You see that you'll be getting this one here on the left side. Okay, now after this I'm going to just take a div. Class name I'm going to do space y of 2, and here I'm going to just import our categories from utils, and here I'm going to just do map. So this will be my category, and here I'll take a div. So key I need to use, which will be my category dot I think category only we can use, right, because this is what we are having. Okay, this is fine. And here I'm also going to give, so let's give a class name here also. So I'm going to give a class name. So let's do flex and item center, and inside this I'm going to use a checkbox. Now here I'm going to first give a ID. So ID will be my category. Okay, and then also you need to use checked, and also you're going to use some unchecked change. So for that we need to manage some states, right? But before that, let's also finish this other thing. So I'm going to do a label I'm going to use, and for this one the HTML for will be our category, and here also I'm going to use a class name. So let's do a margin left of 2 and text SM, and here I'm going to just render the category. See, now okay, cursor pointer will be there automatically, that's fine. So this is done. So after this I will take, let's go here, right, after this I'll take one more div, and I'll take inside this h3. So let's copy this, and I'll do this one as price range. So I'll do price. Now if you want, you can also keep the price range at the end, price range. And here I'm going to just use a slider component. I think slider we need to install, we haven't installed as much I can remember. Slider, let's go here, slider, go to this, copy. Now let's open one more. Let's go to CD client, and let's install this. Alright, so this is done. Now for this slider, let's see, import this. So for here, first thing you need to pass a default value. So default value I'll keep 0 to let's keep not 10,000, 1 lakh. Okay, now it depends based on like what is the price of your products, the max price. Okay, you can change this. Max I will give 1 lakh, and also I'm going to give a step 1. Also you need to use the value, and also you need to use the on value change that we are going to do later, step 1. And then I'm going to also take a class name. So for class name I'm going to do width as full, and let's close this. And here what I'm going to use, I'll take one more div, we'll do a class name. So we'll do flex justify between margin top of 2 and text SM, and inside this I'll take a span, and here you need to render the value. Okay, so for example, I'll give a $, and I'll give 100, and let's give here 200. Save this. So you can see you're getting this. Okay, so this is fine. So after this we are going to render the size. So I'll just take one more div here. Inside this I'm going to copy this, paste it here, and I'm going to make this one as size. And here I'm going to take one more div. I'll take a class name flex wrap, gap of 2, and then I'm going to import our sizes from config. I'll do map size item, and I'll take a button and I'm going to render the size item. Here I'm going to give a key which will be size item. Now here we are going to use some variant. So for now I'm going to use the variant. Let's use this one as default. Okay, we need to change this. Class name I'm going to do height of 8, width of 8, and size I'll do SM. Okay, save this. So you can see that we are getting all this. On click we need to change. So size is also done. Then we are having the colors and brands. So after this I'll take one more div. Let's copy this part, and I'm going to make this one as let's do this one as brands. And here I'm going to just take div class name space y of 2, and I'm going to just take our brands dot map brand, and here we are going to again, I think it will be the same structure that we have done for the this, which one is that, for this category, right? So let's copy from here, and then I'm going to just paste it here. Okay, now this will be brand, this will be brand, this will be brand, and this also will be brand. Save this. So we're getting brands here. What else is left? I think the last is left is our colors. So I'll take a div and I'm going to take a h3. So this will be colors. How I'm writing, let's copy from here only, paste it, and now here I'm going to take one more div. I'll do class name flex wrap, gap of 2, and inside this I'm going to just log colors dot map color. Alright, so now let's return a button here, and then we can self close this one, and let's take a key. So key will be color dot name, and then we are going to use a class name. So here I'm going to do this on a width of 6, height of 6. Let's make rounded full, and also I'm going to use the color dot class. That's it. And title I'm going to use color dot name. That's it. Let's save this. So we are getting this. Awesome. Now with this structure is actually completed. So what we are going to do, simply now it's up to you. So what we can do, right, let's do one thing in this order. First I'll keep category, then I'll keep brands, then size, then colors, then price range. I think it will look nice. So first I'm going to just copy this or cut it from here, the brands, and then I'll paste it after categories. So after this I'm going to keep the sizes probably. Okay, so after brands I'll keep sizes, and then after this I'm going to keep colors, and at the end let's keep the price range. Okay, see, now it's looking much better. Alright, so with this part is actually completed. Now we need to do one more thing, and that is, let's go below and let's go to the dialog, and here I'm going to render filter section. Now let's save this. Now here if you just go for the smaller resolution, right, see, you are getting these filters and you are having this. Now there is some errors, and what you can do, right, you can also fix this height also here, so that For now I think this is looking fine, but if you're having more menu items here, what you're going to do, just fix the height and then scroll will come inside, it will automatically work, and that you can do inside your dialog content. So if you go here, I'll give for example height as max, let's give max height 500 px, and let's save this. See, it's coming this, and just do overflow auto, and you can see it's coming like this, right? Let's make this one maybe 700. Let's see how this is looking. Based on that we'll change. Okay, I think this is fine. Let's make 600. And here it is actually telling that let's go here, let's go to dialog, let's use so I'll copy this part after dialog content, and then after this I'm going to just paste it. Now description I'll remove, header I'll import, title I'll import, and I'll give this one as select filters or filters, whatever you can give. Now save this. You can see you're getting filters. Now if you just click here, you're not getting that error or warning that we are coming, right? Which is okay. So now with this the basic structure is completed, but still there are a lot of things we need to do. Now let's start doing all of this step by step. So first thing, we need to take a couple of states here. Okay, so I'll just close this, and here now I'm going to close this one also, and let's take here. So first I'll start with price range. So I'll do price range, set price range. This will be use state of, I'll do 0 and then 1 lakh. Remember I've taken 1 lakh. Then I'm going to do const selected categories, set selected categories, and this will be use state of, so I'll take empty and then I'll pass here string of array. Now after this I'm going to take same, I'll copy this, I'll do selected sizes, set selected sizes, which will be also same, paste it. I'll do selected colors, set selected colors, which will be also same. Then we are having the brands. Now again I can do all of this in a single state. The reason, one and only reason I'm doing all of this, so that it will be easy for you to understand. Okay, so I'm going to make this one as brands, and I'll do set selected brands. Then I'm going to take a sort by, so I'll do sort by, and I'll do set sort by, and here I'm going to do this one as, so this will be let's give created at, and then what I'm going to do, so here I'll remove this, and here I'm going to take const order by, or let's do sort order, set sort order. So these will be either use state, so it will be either async or in this order, and here I'm going to simply take this as default. That's it. Also I'm going to take here const router, which will be our use router. These also needed. Now let's save all of these. Now let's start working on the functionality first. So what I mean by functionality, so the first thing we need to start actually work on two things. One will be to toggle sort and one will be to toggle filter. So I'm going to create two methods. So first I'll do const handle sort change, and here I'm going to do this one as event, which will be react dot change event, and this is our HTML select element, and here I'm going to just do const new. Now why, I'll show you why. New sort by, and here, okay, I think we need to do one more thing, because we're using these from set scene, right? Okay, so in that case I think these will give me the value. So here we don't need to use the event, so I'll do handle sort change, and I'm just going to pass the value here. The reason is okay, these we need to change, so this will be my value, which will be string. Now here what I'm going to do just log this value here. Okay, log this value, and you'll see what you're getting. So if I go here, let's go to console, and now I'm going to, let's say, select here, right? You can see you're getting this. So this value, so both you're getting price and also async or in this order, right? The order both. So what we are going to simply do, we'll do const, and here we'll just do new sort by. Okay, and we'll do new sort order. Now what is new sort by? New sort order is nothing but this is new sort by and this is the order. And what I'm going to simply do here, I'll do value dot split, and I'll split with this, right? And that will give me both. And then I'll do set sort by. So I'll do set sort, oh, this will be sort by. So this will be set sort by, and which will be my new sort by, and I'll do set sort order, which will be new sort order. And here you need to pass this as either async, or this will be this descending order. This is done. So now what you can simply pass, you're going to pass this on as, so I'll do like this. So I'll just pass here. So I'll do sort by, or let's take this. So I'll do sort by hyphen, I'll do sort order. Save this. Okay, so here something is wrong. I think both are getting selected. Okay, that means the value will be same, right? Something we have done wrong here, right? See, this will be async. Save this. Okay, now I think this would work. Also, let's do this one as sort by. Alright, so I think with this part is done. So now we will go to our filter section, and we also need to create one more function which will be our toggle filter. So I'll do handle toggle filter, and here what we are going to get, we are going to get the filter type. So filter type will be, so it will be categories, right? Or it will be sizes, or it will be colors. Sorry, let's take the brands, and at the end we'll be having also colors. So 4 types, comma, we are also going to get a value which will be a type of string. Now here what we are going to simply pass, we will do const, I'm going to create a setter map. So for the categories, so I'm going to select the set selected categories, because this is the set where we are going to use this or set the values, right? So this is our dispatch, and then I'm going to use sizes. So this will be set selected sizes. Then we are having the colors, which will be set selected colors, and also I'm going to have the brands, which will be set selected brands. Okay, this will be our map. And now what we're going to simply do, we'll do setter map of, so this filter type we are going to get, right? Either it will be categories or sizes or brands or colors, and this will give us the setter, which is the dispatch function for that. So I'm going to use the filter type, and here what we are going to pass, so we'll get the previous value, and simply we'll do if the previous dot includes the value, the current value. So we are going to toggle. So I'm going to simply do previous dot filter. So I'm going to get, let's say, item. So this will be item should not be equal to value if it is already exist, or else if it is not exist, I'm going to add it. So I'm going to take the previous value and add the current value. That's it. So this is done. So now we will go to our filter section and we'll start with our first one, which will be our categories. So now let's go to our checkbox, and in this checkbox you are going to pass a check property. So in the check property we are going to pass if the selected categories dot includes the current category. That's it. And this is done. And after this I'm going to do on checked change, and here I'm going to pass the toggle, sorry, this will be handle toggle filter, and I'm going to pass the category because this is for categories, right? And I'm going to pass the pass current category, which will be this category. If you now save this, right, and let's go here, refresh this page, and now select here. See, if you unselect, it is getting selected. And also I'm going to show you the value, that what value will be getting. Then we are having for the brands. So for brands it will be actually exactly same for this. I'm going to copy this and I'm going to just paste it here. So this will be selected brands, and this will be the current brand. Let me write it. And this will be our brands, and this will be brand. Save it. And now if you go here and you're going to select it. Next, what else we are having? We are having the sizes, right? So for sizes, I think let's take here. So first here I'm going to take a variant. I think we have already taken the variant. So now you're going to write the logic that if the selected sizes dot includes, right, the current size, that means I already selected that size item. So in that case I'm going to make this one as default, or else I'm going to make this one as outline. Okay, and here I'm going to take a on click. So this will be my handle toggle filter, and I'm going to pass here sizes, and then I'm going to pass here current size item. Save this, and if you go here, right, now you can see you can select this, unselect it, and it will work. Sizes is also done. Then we are having the colors. Okay, so for colors we need to now add a couple of style here. The first thing, okay, let's take on click first. I'm going to on click, and then I'm going to do handle toggle filter. So I'm going to pass here colors, and I'll pass the current color dot name, and here I'm going to add some style. So what style we need to add here, right? So I'll check if the selected colors means in that array, if it is includes the current color dot name. So I'm going to just add a ring offset of 2. I'll do ring as black, and I'll do ring of 2. Okay, or else I'm going to give this one as empty. Save this, and now if you go and let's say select here, you can see you will be getting this. Unselect, you're getting this, whatever you have selected, this will work. And at the end we are going to have the price range. So for price range, the first thing you need to pass the value. So value will be price range, and then you're going to get the on value change. So you'll do on value change. Now here you're going to take the value, which will give you the current value, and then use the set price range, and this will be your value, the current value. Simple as that. Save it, and now in this value you're going to pass what? So if you go top right, you're having the value from 0 to 1 lakh, and whatever you are having based on that you need to change. So now instead of that you're going to use price range of 0, and here you're going to pass the price range of 1. Save this. So this will change, and now you can change this and see value will change automatically. Okay, see, it's changing, right? So this is how you need to do. So now with this, all of this is actually completed. So now we need to fetch the list of products based on the filters that we have selected and the colors, and also we need to implement the pagination. So before now further starting on this front end part, first we need to complete the controllers. Once we'll complete the controllers, then we are going to implement the rest of the logic. So let's go here, right? Go to server. If you haven't opened this file, go to server, source controllers and product controllers, and if you remember, there is a placeholder for fetch all clients, sorry, fetch products for client side. So here I'm going to do, I'll create a export const and I'll do get products for, I'll give client. Okay, and here I'm going to use async, so I'll use request, which will be my authenticated request, response will be my response. Now this will give me promise of void, and here we are going to take a try catch, and I'm going to just copy this, paste it here, so this will be error, and I'll do some error occurred. Now here we need to do a lot of things. I will explain each and everything step by step. Okay, the first thing, we need the current page. Why we need? Because we are going to implement the pagination. We need the limit, that how many products you want to render at a time. Let's say by default it can be 10, 5, 2, 1, whatever. Then we are going to get the categories. Just now we have done, right, categories. Then we need the brands, we need the size, we need the colors, we need the mean price, which is this, and also we need the max price. What else we need? We are also going to need the sort by, and also we need the sort order. A lot of things. So let's do one by one. So first we need the current page. So I'm going to do page, and I'm going to do parts int of, I'll do request dot query dot page as string, or else I'm going to, by default always it will go to 1. Copy this, paste it, so this will be my limit, so this will be limit, and by default I'm going to keep this one as 10 by now. Page, this will be my categories. So now I'm starting the filter, so this will be here I'm going to make this, sorry if you're getting any noise. So here I'm going to do request dot query dot categories, sorry, categories as string, or else here I'm going to do by default empty. Now here I'll remove this, sorry, I'll remove this, I'll do dot split. So I'm going to do a split of, okay, I'm doing something wrong here, I believe. What wrong I am doing? Oh, we don't need parts int here. All right, so here I'm going to just remove these. Still I think I'm doing something wrong, right? Oh, I need to do it here. Oh, got it. So here I'll paste it, and here I need to do split inside this, and I'm going to split with comma. And now after this I'm going to do dot filter, and I'll filter with boolean. Okay, now let's copy this, paste it, so this will be brands, so this will be request dot brands, and it will be same. What else we need? We are also going to have the sizes, so I'll do sizes, and this will be my sizes. Then we are going to also have the colors, so here I'm going to do this one as colors, and this will be my colors. Oh, this will be my colors, and the rest will be same. So we have done till colors. Now we need to do const, I'll do mean price, and for mean price I'm going to do parts for float. Here this will get request dot query dot mean price as string, or else I'm going to do this one as 0. Then I'm going to do, because we're already doing parts float here, okay, and then I'm going to do const max price, and this will be parts float, and here I'm going to do this one as request dot query dot max price, and then I'm going to do this one as, okay, this also need to do as a string, and here I'm going to do max price. What will be the max? So I'm going to take number dot, there is a max safe integer. Okay, so this will give you the max price. This is done, and at the end we are going to have two more things. One will be our sort by. So for that, if you remember, we have two state, right, sort by and sort order. So I'm going to just take the const, I'll do sort by, and I'm going to do this on a request dot query dot sort by as string, and or else I'm going to do this on as created at, remember, and then I'm going to do const sort order, and this will be request dot query dot sort order as async or descending order, or else this will be, let's give this one as by default. This is done. So these all the things we need from the client side. Now I'm going to create our skip parameter. Now these are a normal concept, right? So skip is nothing but the page that you are having, the current page minus 1 into limit. Limit is nothing but these are all normal pagination concepts, that for example, let's say if your page is 2, so 2 minus 1 is 1 into limit is 10. So whenever it will go to the second page, it is going to skip 10 items. Okay, for the first item page will be 1, so 1 minus 1 is 0, so into, let's say limit is whatever, so it will become 0, so it will not skip anything because we are in the first page. Once this is done, now we are going to create our query. So to const, let's give this one as where. So here you are going to use, so this will be, let's give a type which will be Prisma dot, so this will be product where input, and here you are going to pass, I'm going to do a and array. Inside this I'm going to check first if the categories dot length, if this is greater than 0. Now this part is very important, so just take your time and do it. Then I'm going to pass a category because this is the property name that you are having in the schema, the product schema, if you noticed. So category, so I'm going to check in these categories, means whatever categories I am selecting. For example, I'll select 5 categories, so it will check in this here, and also I'm going to pass a mode, and I'm going to do insensitive. So this is done, or else, so this will come here, or else this will be empty. Now the same thing you need to do it for brands, sizes and colors. So I'll copy this, paste it here, so this will be brands, and this will here become brand, this will become brands, and rest will be same. Paste it one more time, so this will be sizes, so this will be your sizes, and here you are going to do, because instead of in, now here you need to pass has some, and you're going to pass the sizes. Okay, or else this will be empty object. After this you're going to pass colors, also here this will be multiple, so here also you need to pass has some, and you'll pass colors. So this is done. Now where it is ending here. Now after this I'm going to take a price. So price is just, you need to take the greater, which will be your mean price, and then this will be your max price. Now this will give you all the query you need. After this you'll take const. Now here I will do await, I'll do promise dot all, and here inside this I'm going to just do prisma dot product dot find many, and here you're going to pass the query. The first you need to pass the query, which will be your where. This where is nothing but this where we have already created. Then you're going to pass the skip, which will be this skip. Then you're going to pass the take. Take is nothing but here it will take the limit, means how many items you want to render at a time, so this will be your limit. And then you're going to pass the order by, and here you're going to pass the sort by, which will be your sort order. Okay, now I need two things. The first, I will need the products here, so I'll take the products. Also I need the total number of products. So here after this I'll give comma, so I'll just take prisma dot product dot count, and here I'm going to pass where. That's it. Now I know so many things we have done, but this is there is no shortcut like this. All the things you need to do. Once all of this is done, now I'll do res.json. Let's do a status also of 200, and I'll do JSON I'm going to do success as true, and I'm also going to pass the products. I'll pass the current page, which will be my page. I'm going to paste the total pages, which will be what? It will be math.cell. Remember, we are doing all of this in the server side, right? So this will be my total, which is my total number of products divided by what we need to do, the limit, right? Let's say you are having 50 products and you're showing 5 products or 10 products at one page. So how many pages you'll be having? So 50 divided by 10, that means you'll be having total 5 pages, and that is the reason we're doing math.cell, because that is possible. Let's say you're having 53, so in that case it will become 6. Now here after this also I'm going to pass a total products, which will be my total. Okay, so with this is the complete logic you need to do. Now once this is done, now let's go to our where we can go, product routes, right? And here I'm going to just do like this. Let's add, we'll copy this and let's paste it here. So I'm going to do fetch. So let's make this on fetch client products, and we don't need the eSuperAdmin and only need the authenticate JWT. Save this, and also this will be get. So this is done. So now we will go to our store, use product store, close everything else, and then I'm going to add one more, and this will be our fetch products for client. Now again, I'll make this an optional for now so that we don't get these errors. Now here we are going to receive a lot of params. So first we need params, and this will be object, and here this will again going to return promise void, and inside params we are going to have, so what we are going to do, so we are going to have our page which will be number, then we will be having our limit which also will be number, then we are going to have here categories which will be string of empty array. We are going to have sizes, which will be again string. We are going to have colors, then we'll be having brands, then also we are going to have min price. So here this will be number, then we are going to have max price, which will be again number, then we are going to have sort by, which will be string, and then we are going to have sort order, which will be either async or in descending order. Okay, colon expected, what we are doing wrong here? Okay, let me see. All right, so this is done. Save this. So now what we are going to do, simply we need to take a couple of more state here. So after errors, I'm going to make the current page, and also we need to add all of these in this also, right? So let's do one thing. Let's go to the top, and I'm going to add a current page here. So my current page will be number, then I'm going to add total pages. Total pages will be number, then I'm going to have total products, which also will be number, then I'm going to have what else? I think these three will be fine, right? That's it. So now let's go here, and then I'm going to add a current page, which will be 1. I'm going to have total pages, I'll give this one as 1, and total products I'm going to give as 0. Okay, now let me just close all of these, and after this I'm going to add one more, which will be our fetch products for client. Here I'm going to get async, this will receive params, and here I'm going to do try catch. So first we are going to do set, and in set I'm going to do is loading will be true and error will be null. So in the try I'm going to first see what we're going to do, right? We need to also we are going to use one more package. This is called QS npm query string, right? This is also another very awesome fantastic package, right? So this we are going to use. So copy this. I think it's not copied, is it? Okay, let me just directly do it. So I'll do npm install QS. Okay, so this is done. So now first let's import this. Go to the top and I'm going to just do import QS from QS, and now I'll go here in the try. So I'm going to create my query params. So I'll do const query params, and here we are going to do params, and I'm going to start with categories. So here we have to be very careful we don't do any mistakes in the spelling, right? So I'll do params dot categories, and I'm going to do dot join, and I'll do with comma. Why? Because remember in our, if you go to our product controller, see we are splitting with comma. Okay, so this is done. So after this we are going to have what? We are going to have sizes, and I'll do the same thing. Copy this, paste it here, and this will be sizes. Copy this again, paste it 2 more times. This will be colors, and this will be brands. 4 things are done. Now we are going to do what? So I'll do const response, and I'll do await axios dot get, and here what is the, let me just go here and copy this. So I'm going to copy this till this part, and this will be fetch client products as much I can recollect. So this will be this, and now what I'm going to simply pass. So I'll do comma, and here I'm going to pass params, and here I'm going to pass the query params, right? I think we don't need this one here. Yeah, I think we don't need this one. I think, sorry, this is my mistake. I thought I'm going to use this, but actually we don't need that. Alright, so after this we are also going to pass the with credentials as true. So let's save it. Also I think we can remove this one. This is not required, right? So remove this, and also now we'll go here, and now just simply just do set, and here I'm going to first I'll set the products. So this will be response dot data dot products. Why? Because I think we are returning the products here. Then I'm going to return the current page, which will be response dot data dot current page. Then I'm going to return the total pages, which will be again response dot data dot total pages. Then I'm going to return the total products. Again this will be the response dot data dot total products, and at the end I'm going to make the is loading as false again. And in the error I'm going to do set. So I will do let's return an error that will do failed to fetch products. Alright, so let's do here is loading as false, and also I'll remove this. Okay, now you see my pain here, right? I'm doing 100 times pause and play like that. I have to record because of outside noises. It's very irritating sometimes, and because of my friends actually. Okay, so now once this is done, then now we need to fetch the list of products right here, but we need a couple of things also. Now another thing we need to do, right, because we'll be having the pagination, right? So we are going to add one more method here, and that will be to set the current page. Okay, so for that let's quickly do that also. So we'll go to the state, and then I'm going to add one more here, and let's make this one as set current page. Now set current page will give you the current page, which will be a number, and this will simply return void. Now here what you are going to do, simply just create this method, and this will be very simple. So what you're going to do, so let's see. So after this I'm going to do set current page, which will give me page, which will be number, and here what I need to do, so I'll just take set, and this will set the current page, which will be the page that I am receiving here. Okay, that's it. So now let's save this and let's go here. Now we need couple of things here. Okay, so we need quite a few things. From where? From our use product store. So first we need the list of products, we need the current page, we need the total products, we need total pages, we need set current page, we need fetch all products for client. Remember, this is for client. We need is loading, and also we need error. So all the things actually we need here. So now what we can do, simply just we need to fetch the list of products on page load. So we can go here and just take a use effect, and here I'm going to keep all of this as a dependency. So first I'm going to keep the current page as a dependency. I'm going to keep selected categories, because whenever any filter will change, we need to fetch the list of products, right? We are going to do selected sizes, selected brands, selected colors, price range, sort by, and sort order. So these all the dependencies we need to keep. And here now I'm going to do fetch all products, and then let's create this method. So I'm going to do const fetch all products, and I'm going to do fetch all products for client. And now you need to pass the page here, which will be current page. You are going to pass the limit, because for now we have very less products we have created on the admin side. We have only 3 products, right? If you go to the studio, you can see that we are having only 3 products. Also, let me just log in. We have actually auto log out. Go to products. So having only 3 products, I'm going to keep the limit as 2 for now. Then I'm going to pass the categories, which will be selected categories. Then I'm going to pass the we are going to pass the, let me just check the what are the things we are having. So you're going to page category, sizes, colors, brand, mean price, all this. So let's copy all this, paste it here. So sizes will be selected sizes, colors will be selected colors, brand will be selected brands, mean price will be price range of 0th element, max price will be price range of 1, and sort by will be our sort by. I think this is the state name we have given, which is the sort by, and then this will be our sort order. Okay, we need to give comma here, and I think this is done. So now let's save this. Now a lot of things we have done. Let's see if this is working or not, right? So let's go here, and I'm going to just go to, let's bring this one down, go to console, and I'm going to just log these products here. Probably let's do it here. I'm going to log products, save this. I think it's going into some multiple times it is getting called, but let me refresh this once again. Let's see what is happening here. Okay, we are getting 500. There might be some error then that we need to now check. Go to server, where our product unique input needs at least ID. Okay, then the problem is actually here. So let me quickly check what is the problem here. I think we are doing some mistake here. This will be not product where input, this is correct only. What the hell, guys? See what is the I'll do this. See here, I changed this get, but here this will be fetch all products for client. these things I'll do always. So I'll need to do fetch get all products for client, right? That's I'm thinking why this delete one is getting called. So now let's see if save this, and let's see if I refresh this, what is happening. Okay, I think let's do it one more time. Now we are getting 200 and we are getting products, that's it. So that is the reason I'm thinking why it is not working. So 3 products we are getting, awesome. So now this is working. So first I'm going to render the products, okay, and then we're going to see if the filter and everything is working or not. So let's go to the below. So after filter section we need to go here, and then we are going to render the list of products. So we are rendering the filter section here, and I'm going to add the product grid here. So I'll do product grid. So I'll do div, and here I'm going to do class name flex of 1. Inside this I'm going to check is loading. So let's return a div with loading, or else if there is any error, so I'm going to render error, or else we are going to render the list of products. I'm going to take a div, let's take a class name. So I'll do grid columns of 1, md grid columns of 2, and for large I'll do grid columns of 3, and gap of, let's do 5. Inside this I'm going to render products dot map. So I'll do product item, and here I'm going to take a div, and here let's first take the key, which will be product item dot id, and here I'm going to take a class name group, and now inside this I'm going to take one more div, and let's take a class name here. So I'll do relative aspect of 3/4, I'll do margin bottom of 4, bg gray 100, and overflow as hidden. Now inside this I'm going to take an image, and source I'm going to render product item dot. So we are having the images of 0, then we are going to have alt, which will be product item dot name. Then I'm going to use a class name, which will be width of full, height of full, object cover, transition transform, duration 300, and groove hover I'll do scale of 110. Save this. So we're getting 3 products, awesome. Now after this let's take one more div, and here I'm going to take a button, and I'll do quick view. I'm going to take a class name bg as white, text black. For hover I'm going to do bg gray 100, and here I'm going to use a class name. So I'll do absolute inset of 0, bg black, bg opacity, let's do 20, opacity of 0, and I'll do group hover opacity of 100, and I'll do transition opacity, and I'm going to do duration of 300, flex item center, justify center. So we are getting this. Now what else? So after these let's go to here. So I'm going to take a h3, and I'm going to render product item dot name. I'll take a class name, I'll do font medium, and let's make font semi bold. And after this I'm going to do what, I'll take one more div, and here let's take a class name. So I'll do flex item center, justify between margin top of 2, and inside this I'll take a span, and here I'm going to take, so I'll do dollar, I'll do product dot price dot to fixed of 2, and here I'm going to do class name. Let's do font bold. Let's make this on bold, let's make this on semi bold. So this is done, and after this, save this. I'm going to take one more div, and here let's take a class name. I'll do flex gap of 1, and I'll just do product item dot colors dot map. So do color index. Let's make this on color item, and here I'm going to just take a div, and I'm going to go key will be index, and I think we can self close this one. And here I'm going to take a class name. So I'll do width as 4, height as 4, we'll do rounded full, and also I'm going to do a border, and I'll do a background color. So for background color, what we are going to do, I think here we can pass the, okay, let me just take it like this. So do bg, and here I'm going to pass, no, I think we need to do bg, and here I'm going to pass the color item. Save this. Okay, we are not getting this, so we need to do color item. Let me check what we're getting here, right? Or else we can actually simplify this one. Okay, let's do one thing, we can directly use like this. So let's use a style here, and I'm going to do background color will be this color item. Okay, so now I think this is fine, and you're getting this. Now if you notice one thing, right, now first I'm going to go here and see we are having Adidas here. Okay, and now if I try to select, let's say Adidas, see it's working, right? If I unselect, you're getting all three. Now if you go to, let's say first go here, we are having Nike. So if I go to, let's say Nike, you are getting 2, and let's say let's check anything else. So for example, for this Nike we don't have, we have triple XL, for this one we don't have. So I'll go here and select this, you're getting only 1. Awesome, and this is working perfectly fine, right? Multiple filters is also working fine. So what is left? The only thing is left is we need to implement our pagination, right? So now let's go here, and now let's do this on after I'll just pause and then I'll start again. Okay, so only one thing that is left, that is the pagination, and the all logic is already completed. Only one thing we need to do, and that is the UI side implementation we need to do. Alright, so let's start with the pagination. So after this I'm going to take a pagination here, and let's take a div, take a class name. I'll do margin top of, let's do 10, and I'm going to do item as center, flex, justify, center, and gap of 2. Beside this I'm going to take a button, and I'll do variant as outline, I'll do size as icon. Here I'm going to take a left icon, left, and let's take a class name width of 4, height of 4. Now here in this button, right, we need to take a disable property. So disable will be when the current page will be equal to 1. Okay, save this. So you can see that you are getting these. Now what we need to do, I'll just copy this, and we need a write also. So here I'm going to make this one as write. Okay, so for write, when it will be disabled, so the disable will be when the current page will be equal to the total number of pages. So that time it will be disabled. Okay, now here what else we need to do, and that is we need to also render the total pages. So for now let me just log here. Let's see how many total pages we are getting here. So okay, so first if I just log here, so let's do total pages, total products, and the products. Save this. Go to console. So we are having the total pages of 1, and limit we have kept as limit. Let's see if I keep this one as 1, then what is happening. Still we are getting only 1. This is interesting. So total pages, if I go here, right, let's go to the total pages, which is 1. We are returning the total pages here. Total divided by limit. So something is wrong here. Query.limit. Okay, this part we need to check. Anyway, so after this, what we are going to do, so let's go to the below, and after this, after the left icon, I'm going to render the all the pages. So here I'm going to do array.from. So I'm going to do a length will be total pages, and here what we are going to do simply, so here let's give comma, and let's take the index, and here just do I plus 1, and now I'm going to just do a map. Sorry, I'll do a map, and I'll take the page and just return a button, and inside this I'm going to do a page. Here also I'm going to take the key, which will be page. Variant, so variant I want to check if the current page is equal to the current page we are having, this page. So in that case I'm going to do this one as default, or else I'm going to do this one as outline. Okay, also I'll take a class name which will be width of 10. So if I now save this, you will be getting 1 page here, right? Because currently we are having only 1. This part we need to actually check. Now we need to also take a on click here. So I'm going to take a on click, and I'm going to take a handle page change, and here I'm going to pass the current page, right? So whatever page I'll be clicking, that value I need to pass here. Now let's copy this, and whenever I'll click on the left icon and also the right arrow, not icon, the right arrow and the left arrow, that time we also need to manage. But for the right one, we need to take math.min, which will be my total number of pages, comma current page plus 1, and for the left one we are going to do math.max, which will be 1, comma current page minus 1, right? That means if you're in the current page is 1, so 1 minus 1 is 0, so math max of 1 comma 0 is 1, so it will be in the first page. Okay, now we need to create this method. So let's go here, go to the top, and here I'm going to create const handle page change. So this will give you the new page of number, and just you will do set current page will be new page. That's it. Now let's save this. Now definitely here we need to check something, because the what is happening, this should be 2 actually, because we need only 2 limits we are passing as a 2. If you see, we are only passing limit as 1, but now I'm passing 2. But let's see if I now refresh this. Limit we are passing, okay, limit we are passing as 2 only. 0 created at, okay, why this is happening? If you say current page 1, success true, total pages we are getting still 1, which should not happen. Okay, let's see. Because if I go here, let's say if I pass as 1, let's see what we are getting in this value, then I will be able to understand. Log here this, and I'll just pass this as a log this, and I'm going to refresh this. So we are getting 1 here, and total if I just do, and let's log the limit also, save this again. Now let's see what is happening. Okay, so I'm going to just refresh one more time. Limit we are getting 11. How come 11 is coming? Okay, this is interesting. Limit is, what problem we are doing man here? Okay, I'm not able to get it. Let me just go through one by one. Oh my god, I'm pretty sure you guys will be able to catch it. See, this will be odd. Oh my god, now this will work, right? So this should work, man, for sure. Now let's see. Okay, I'm going to refresh this. See, this is what I'm telling. So now this will be working. Now this is disabled. You can go to the first page. This is disabled, and if I go to this page, and let's see if I make this one as 2, save this, and now let's refresh. This will be getting 2 pages, right? See, 2, and then go to second page, we're getting this, right? And this is working fine. So now with this, I think this is completed. So let's see if I go to price high to low. So we're getting high to low here. Okay, and let's say also, let's do one thing. Let's keep this one as 3 for now. Save this, refresh this, and I'm going to do price low to high. So 400 for 500, awesome. Featured, newest first, and everything is working fine. Awesome. So I think with this, the listing page is actually completed. Okay, and I think all of the filters and everything will work. But colors, okay, colors we are not rendering these colors. Colors it's not coming. Why? So this part we need to check. But colors dot class we are already doing. Okay, let's do one thing for now. Let's go to the config, because we have still lot of things to do. First I'm going to just for now use this here only locally. I think there is some problem with this. Tailwind is not able to detect from this config, right? I'm thinking that. So let's do one thing for now, use this here, and I'm going to remove these colors for now. Save it. See, it is happening, right? So this will fix it later. So it's actually not able to detect, but for now it is working fine. Now let's say try to, but all of this has a yellow color, right? I'm thinking some unique color. Let's see which one don't have. Probably I'll try with this one. Okay, let's select this. So we're getting only 2. I select this 2. So now we're getting 3, right? I'll unselect all this. I'll select yellow. We're getting all three. I think with this the listing page is actually completed. The filter will also work, the sort is also working, and the pagination is also working. Now it's up to you, whatever new features or new functionality you want to add, you can add on top of it. Okay, now with this, now we'll move to the details page. Alright everyone, so now we'll start with the details page, right? So let's go here, and then we already have the details page created, and now let's close everything else. The only thing what we need to do, let's go to page, the listing page, and then we need to go to where we are mapping the list of products right here, and then I'm going to just do on click, and on click this will, so I'm going to do router.push, and this will go to so slash we have listing slash, then we are having the product item dot id, right? So it will go to the details page. So this is the only change we need. So now let's see if I also, if you notice, I added some 2 more products. So if I click here, so this will go to the details page. Okay, this is first time it is taking. Okay, now this is going to the details page. So if I just click here, it will go to the details page, and this is working fine. Now if you notice that in the store, if you go to use product store, and then I'm having this get product by id, right? So here I need to pass the product that I want to fetch the data, and then we are going to get the data in this details page. Now again I'm repeating, all of these you can actually create as a server component also, right? Let's say you want to fetch the data in the server side. The main idea of this particular video is to show you that how you're going to use Zustand if you want to use in any project. That doesn't mean that you need to always use client component. I hope you are getting what I'm trying to say, right? So I'm showing you different ways of implementing a project. Now once you know all this, let's say you know how to use Redux toolkit, how to use Zustand, how to use server components, then you can combine all of these and then create a new project by applying all the concepts that you have learned so far, so that you don't have to dependent on any YouTubers to create a project and then apply those ideas, right? If you do that, good for you, do it. You will be always fall in this tutorial hell trap, right? This is what is happening. I'm noticing that whenever you suggest some YouTubers that create this project and that project, they will create, right? Definitely they're going to create, and then they will create a course of, let's say, 5,000, 7,000, 10,000 rupees, and you are going to buy it. But at the end, you are going to only learn all the things that whatever he's teaching. You are not learning anything by yourself. So these all the things you need to understand whenever you are purchasing any course, like spending $100 on any course, right? So be very careful. What I'm trying to say is that learn the concepts, and then once you learn the concepts, create 2-3 more projects by yourself without taking any help from any YouTube video. And this is the way you will be get out from the tutorial hell, and then you'll be able to create project by yourself. These all are the golden suggestion I'm giving you. Believe me, these all are very important, or else you'll be always dependent on some YouTubers to create a project, right? I'll give you one example. Let's say I'm creating this e-commerce project. Now you are working as some freelancing project, let's say some website, and the client requirement is that you need to create some SaaS website which is not related to any e-commerce. So that means then you will say that, okay, I have only learned how to create an e-commerce project from Sangam's video, then I'll be only able to create an e-commerce project, right? It doesn't work like that. For example, if someone's tell me that, okay, create this project, and I never created that project, but I know the concepts that how I can create that project using those concepts, then it will be, I can easily create it without taking any help. So this is the main thing what I'm trying to say. Okay, I know I'm giving a lot of lectures, but these all are very important. Okay, now here I'm going to create 2 more files. I'm going to create a product details.tsx, and also I'm going to create a product. Let's create one. I think this is okay. Let's create product skeleton.tsx. Okay, now the first thing what I need to do, so this will be our main component. Okay, and let's quickly create all this. Okay, so this product details I'm going to create use client, and let's create this one as product details, and here what I'll do product details content, and let's return a div. Okay, save it, copy this, paste it here, and let's make this one skeleton, product skeleton content or product skeleton we can also keep. And now I'll go to the main page.jsx. Alright, so here we can remove all this, and now let's take this one as product details page, and here I'm going to just simply return a suspense. And now in the fallback, so I'll take a fallback, and here I'm going to just pass the product skeleton component, right, that you have created. Now one more thing I want to do, I want to make this one product details skeleton component, not this. Okay, and let's pass to product details skeleton, and inside this I'm just going to use a product details content, and I'll pass this ID as a param. So sorry, not ID as a param. So here this, because this is a dynamic page, right, so this will receive a params, and these params will be have a params which will have a ID. Why ID? Because this is the ID name that we have given, normal Next.js concept, and this will be type of string, and this I'm going to just pass it here, right? So you can pass this ID here, oh sorry, not ID, which will be this params dot ID. Now this ID this is going to receive, we are going to receive in our product details component, so this will receive a ID, so this ID will be a type of string. Okay, that's it. So now I'm pretty sure you already know that what we'll be getting. So we'll be getting the individual product ID here, right? If I save this, and let's go here and let's open sorry, console, and I'm going to just refresh this. So you're getting the ID here. Okay, now next thing, first we need to get couple of things from our use product store, right? The first thing what we need to do, if you go to the get product details, right, see it is returning the response.data. So what we can do, simply we can manage some local state in this product details content component, right? So first thing, I'm just going to use const product set product, and I'm going to just do this on use state. Okay, and here let's pass any for now, and then I'm going to take a null, and here now I need to take from our use product store, so I need to get the get products by ID. That's it, right? So here just I'm going to take a use effect, and here I am going to pass, so we are going to pass the ID and get products by ID as a dependency. Now once we'll do that, we are going to simply just fetch the product. So let's do const, I'm going to do fetch product, let's do this on async, and here I'm going to do const details, and this will be await get product by ID, and this will receive a ID. This ID is nothing but this ID that we are having here. That's it. Okay, and then we are going to just do set product will be these details. Now if you want, you can also make this one as product details, right? That's it, and this is done. Now save this. Now here one more thing we are going to do, and that is I'm going to simply check that if this product details is present, so then only I want to do this, right? Or else I'll just simply do so we'll take a router here, so I'm going to take const router, which will be use router, and here I'm going to just do router dot push, and let's go to a 404 page. Now let's save this, and also let's keep the router as a dependency also. And now I'm going to just log this product here, which will be our nothing but our product details. So I'm going to just take product, and let's save this. Let's see what you're getting. We'll go to console, so refresh this. Okay, we are getting null. Let's see if I refresh this one, let's see what is happening. Okay, it's not calling any. Why is that? Oh, okay.
That is because I'm not calling this method here. We need to trigger this method. So now if I now go here and refresh this, so we'll be getting these product details, and we are getting the details here. Now one thing we can do, okay, anyway we are going to implement the skeleton. So first I'm going to just create the structure and then we are going to see. So first I'm going to do if not equal to product, so I'll just do return null, or else let's start creating the structure. So I'm going to just return a div. So I'll do a class name, so I'll do mean height screen bg of white, and inside this I'm going to take one more div. I'll take a class name, so I'll do a container. I'm going to do mx of auto, px of 4 and py of 8. Inside this I'm going to take one more div. I'll do a class name, I'll do a flex column, large I'm going to do flex row, and also here what we're going to do, we are also going to take a gap of 8. Now inside this we are going to render all the products images. So I'll do a div, I'll do a class name. For large I'm going to do width of 2 divided by 3. I'll do flex and I'll do gap of 4, and inside this I'll take one more div. We'll take a class name, so here I'm going to do this one as hidden, and I'll do for large I'll do flex column, gap of 2 and width 24. And here I'm just going to do product dot images, and here I'm just going to do map. So this will give me the image, which will be a string, and also I'm going to take index of number, and here just going to return a button, and inside this, so let's take a key first. So I'm going to take a key which will be index, and also we are going to take, let's take a class name. So I'm going to do for now border, let's give 2. Also you're going to implement on click here, but before that let's first render the image. So I'm going to do source, so source will be our image, and here I'm going to do alt, and I'll do product hyphen, and here we can do like index +1 probably, and here I'll take a class name. So I'll do width as full, aspect square, and object cover. So let's save this. So you are getting this. So let's go to products page and let's click here, right? So click here, you're getting this. Alright, so this is done. So now let's go back. So after this div, we are going to take one more div, and here I'm going to take a class name. So I'll do flex of 1, I'll do relative, and also I'll do width as, let's make this one as 300 px, and here I'm going to take the image, and I'll do source will be product dot images. Now here we need to implement the current selected image because you have multiple images uploaded for that particular product, right? So for now I'm going to do 0, later we are going to change it. Alt I'm going to do product dot name, and class name I'm going to do width as full, height as full, and object cover. So if you save this, right, you'll be getting this image which is pretty large, and it is fine, right? If you go here and let's say click on this, so you're getting this image. Now after this, I think, yeah, after here I'm going to implement the product info. So let's take one more div, class name. So for this one I'm going to do width 1/3, and I'll do space y of 6. Inside this I'll take a div, and let's take a h1, and I'm going to render the product dot name. I think let's remove this, this is not required, and I'm going to do a class name. So I'll do text 3xl. font as bold, margin bottom of 2. So we'll be getting the product name on the right side. Okay, now after this let's render the price. So I'll take a div, and inside this I'm going to do let's take a span here, and let's render the price. So I'll do product dot price dot to fixed, and here I'm going to take a class name. So I'll do text to Excel and font bold. Alright, and let's make this one as font semi bold probably. Now we also need to implement. So after this I'll render the color selection. So I'll take one more div. Here I think we don't need any class name. Let's take a history, and I'll do color, and let's take a class name here, and here I'm going to do font as medium, margin bottom of 2, and I'm going to take a div, take a class name, I'll do flex gap of 2, and inside this I'm going to just render product dot colors dot map. So this will give me color and also index, and here I'm just going to render a button. I think we can self close this one. So we'll take a key which will be index. Class name we are going to use, so let's take width as 12, height as 12, rounded full, and border 2, and here I'm going to take a style, and I'm going to take background color, sorry, not background, this we're going to do background color, and here I'm going to pass the color. That's it. So let's save this. So we're getting this, and now after this we are going to do size selection. So let's copy the exact same thing. Oh, sorry, we need to copy. Let me first minimize this one, and then I'm going to paste it here. So this will be size. Here this will be product dot sizes, and I'm going to do size as string. We are going to take a button. Now here we can also take the button from satcn, and we need to take here, and I'm going to render the size here. Okay, we need to import this. So key is fine. We also need to variant. I think we can remove this. This is not required. Style we can remove this, and I'll take a variant here, and for now I'm going to take this one as default. Okay, so this is done, and now we are going to take, I'll close this. So I'm going to take a quantity. Okay, so I'll take another div, and here I'm going to just copy the same thing. Let's copy here and then just paste it, and let's make this one as quantity. And here I'm going to take, so let's take a div, I'll take a class name, so I'll do flex items center gap of 2, and inside this I'm going to take a button, and I'm going to take some minus, and here I'm going to take variant will be outline. Let's save this, and inside this I'm going to render a span, and I'm going to render the quantity. So for now I'll take 1, and then I'm going to take a class name, so I'll do width of 12, and I'm going to do text as center, and also I'm going to copy this once again, and then we'll paste it here, and this I'm going to make this one as plus. So save this. Okay, and then after this what do you need to do? You also need to do a action here. So I'm going to take a action, and here I'm going to take a button, and I'm going to do add to cart. Let's take a class name, and here I'm going to just take a width as full, height as height not required. Let's make bg as black, text as white, and I'll do hover bg gray. Let's make probably 900. Save this. It's changing very little. We can make this on probably 700. Let's see how it is looking like. Based on that we can change. Okay, I think, or let's make this on 800. Okay, so I think this is fine. So now let's go here and let's click on this. So you're getting this. Now what else we need to do? We also going to render. So here, so this is changing. Okay, after this we are going to render the details tab. So I'll take a div. So let's do a margin top of 16, and I'm going to render a tabs here. Okay, I think tabs component we need to install. So let's go to tabs. Let's copy this, and then let's clear all of this, and then I'll just install this one. Okay, so this is done. So now let's import tabs from this, and here what I'm going to do first, so I'll pass a default value, and let's give this one as probably details, and inside this I'm going to take a tabs, I'm going to do a tabs list. So tab list, and let's take a class name. So I'll do width as full, justify start, and border bottom, and here I'm going to take a tabs trigger, and I'm going to do product description, and here you need to pass the value, right? So I'll pass a value which will be details. Copy this and paste it. So I'm going to do reviews, and here I'm going to pass this on as reviews. So here I'm going to render the reviews, and this will be my shipping. So I'm going to do here probably shipping, and let's make this on a shipping and returns info, right? You can do something like this. So let's save this, and if you can see, we'll be getting this, right? Reviews and this. Now after this we are going to render all the content, right? So let's do tabs content, and here you need to pass the value. So for details you're rendering this, so I'm going to pass the value which will be details, and inside this what you're going to do simply, and also let's take a class name, margin top of 5 probably. So here I'm just going to take a p, and I'll render the product dot description, and let's give a class name here, and for this one I'm going to do text gray 700, and also do margin bottom of 4. So if you go here, you're getting the description here, like simple. Now for these, after that I'll be having another tabs content. Here we're going to pass the value which will be reviews, and we're going to render the reviews, right? But for now we don't have anything, so for now we'll keep it like this. Also I'm going to do a class name of margin top of 5, so pass like reviews. At the end I'll be having another tabs content, and here I'll be having the value, so this will be shipping. So I'll copy this, and here what you can do, right, just render some dummy data for now. So I'll just copy this, and this is your shipping info, right? So I'm going to just do shipping and return information goes here. Let's add please read the info before proceeding. That's it. So now if you go here, right, so we're getting reviews, and this is your shipping info. Now if you go to home, or let's go to products, let's click on this, so you're getting this, and this is working fine. So now what we're going to do, right, we'll be going to our product skeleton component. I'll close everything else, and let's return some skeleton here. So first I'm going to take a div, take a class name, I'll do mean height screen, bg as white, and here I'm going to take one more div. I'll do class name, I'll do container mx auto, px of 4 and py of 8. Now inside this, let's go to our product details content. So I'm going to just copy this and paste it here, and inside this what are you going to do, we'll again copy, go inside, copy this, paste it here. Let's close this. So here what I'm going to do, let's go to this again, we can copy this, paste it here, close this, and what we can do, right, because let's say I'll show some kind of skeleton, some dummy skeleton. So simply we can take array of 4. Now these things you can change based on your project requirement, right? You don't have to use the same thing what I'm doing. And I'm going to take index, and here I'm going to take skeleton. Even skeleton also I think we need to install, right? Let me just install this one. So I'm going to copy this. Let's go here. Oh, sorry. So let's wait for some time. Okay, this is done. So now let's import this one, skeleton, and here what I'm going to do is pass some class name, width of 24 and height of 24, right? Save this. So now let's see, if you go here, I'm not sure if you're able to see it, it will happen very quickly. So for now you're not able to see it, but you'll be able to see whenever there is a delay. So it will show in the, it will go into the fallback of suspense, and then you'll be able to see this. So this is done. After this div, I'm going to take another skeleton, and I'll give a class name flex of 1, and let's give like aspect of 3/4. Okay, and here I'm going to take one more div. I'll take a class name, and let's do large, width of 1/3 and space y of 6. And inside this we are going to take another div, and I'm going to do a skeleton. I'll do a class name, I'll do height of, let's make 8, width of 3/4 and margin bottom of 2. Copy this, paste it here. So I'll do height of 6 and width of 1/4, and let's remove this one. So this is done. After that, what we are going to do, simply I'll take one more div, and inside this let's take one more skeleton, paste it here. So let's make height of 4, width of 1 by this and margin bottom of 2. And here what I'm going to do, simply, so I'll just copy this part from here, paste it here. The only difference what I'll do, I'll make this one as width of 12, height of 12, and I'll do rounded full. So this is for the color section, so I'll do rounded full. Save this. Now let's copy this. Again we are going to do the same for the size section, so I'll paste it here, and let's make this one, let's for 5. This will be same, width of 12 and height of 12, rounded 12, full is not required for sizes because we're not using any border or anything, right? Now let's use one more div, and here I'm going to do, for example, let's make a skeleton. I'll do class name of height of 5, width of 1/4, margin bottom of 2, and inside this we are going to take one more div. I'll take skeleton, and I'll do class name, width of 12, height of 12, and let's make this one 10 only. Let's make 10 and paste it 2 more times. So this will be for your these 2. Okay, now after this what we are going to do, simply, if you want you can also do this for this also. I think we can do for this button also, and then we can leave it. So here I'm going to take one more div, and here I'm going to do a skeleton. I'll do class name of height of 12 and width of full. So now let's save this, and I think this will be fine. So this is just to give you some extra user experience whenever it will fall into the fallback, so that time you'll be able to see this skeleton, right? Normally it will happen very fast. If you go here and let's see, if I click on this, see it's happening very fast, so that is the reason not able to see, but at least I thought it will be better to implement this one. So with this, the structure of the details page is also completed. So now what we're going to do simply, so first we need to start working on the color selection, size selection, handling quantity. But before all of this, first we need to create our cart schema, because from this point we'll be mainly working on our two things, which will be cart page and the checkout page, right? That is the main two things. Before starting the cart schema also, now we are going to implement the rate limiting bot protection on this page also, which is very important, right? But we are going to do this one at the end. So first we are going to create the schema. Once we'll create the schema, then we are going to start working on the selection, and once we'll start working on this add to cart, that time I'm going to use the Arcjet functionality, right? So we are going to do a couple of things. Normally in big tech companies, right, if you like any e-commerce, so you'll see there can be some kind of phishing activities. For example, let's say user try to buy some product, some bulk product, right? For example, let's say this product currently is selling on $10, and they try to bulk buy this product. That time you're going to, and let's say they're clicking on this add to cart multiple times continuously, so you don't know whether it is a bot or it's a normal user trying to buy this product. So you're going to handle all of this, right? So a lot of things we need to do actually. First I'm going to implement the schema, then in the products page, right, so every time I'm applying the filter, we are going to also implement a rate limiting here also. Let's say if the user is doing very frequently in a very short period of time, so you're going to block the user. The same thing I'm going to do it whenever I'm going to click on this add to cart. So these two things we are going to do, but that we are going to do later. First let's start working on the carts, creating the schema for the cart. Alright, so now let's start working on the cart schema, right? So before that, let's do one more improvement that I want to do here, and that is first let's import this is loading from here, right? Okay, and now what I'll do, right, if not equal to product, or I'm also going to do if is loading is true. So here also let's return the product skeleton component. And now let's go here, and also we need to do one more thing, and that is let's add some keys also here. So I'm going to add some keys. Save this and save here. Now refresh this. So you can see you are getting that skeleton, right? And then if you go to products and if you refresh this page, you'll be getting this. Okay, another thing I'm noticing, and that is if I go to this section, right, here, let's make this, paste it here, and I'm going to do a class name. I'll do flex gap of 2. So let's refresh this. So getting this, and the same thing I'm also do for this one. So here also I want to do this, paste it, and here also I'll do class name, I'll do flex gap of 3. So now if I refresh this, okay, awesome. So now let's start working on the cart schema. Right, now a lot of things we need to do. First, as usual, we're going to implement the backend first, right? So we'll go to our Prisma schema, and we have till coupon. So now I'm going to add one more. Let's add it here after product. So I'm going to add one more model, and I'm going to give this one as cart. Now let's see what are the things this cart. So first it will have an ID, which will be a string, and here this will be an ID. And then default as usual, default I want to pass a CUID. Think we have given an extra bracket. Now after this will also have a user ID, which will be a string, and this has to be unique. Next, this will have a user. Now here we are going to pass the user. We already have a user model, and here we are going to pass a relation. So let's pass a fields. So in the fields I'm going to pass the user ID. See, we already have a user ID, and references I want to give the ID. Now here after this I also want to take a item. Items means the cart item. So here I'm going to create a cart item model. So for now I'm going to just give cart item that I just want to create just now, and then we are going to create a created at, which will be a date time, and at the default I'm going to give here now again updated at, I want to give date time, and this will be at the rate updated at. This will be our model. Okay, now before going anywhere, first what you need to do, right, you need to go to your user, and here I'm going to now pass a cart, and this cart will relation to this cart model that we have created. Now we are going to create our cart item. So I'll do model, and let's do cart item. Now here first thing, this will also have an ID, so pass this. Next we are going to have a cart ID, which will be a string. Then this will also have a cart relation, which will be cart, and we are going to pass a relation. Fields will be our cart ID, and references will be ID. Then this will have a product ID. So each cart item will have a product ID, right? Which product we are adding. So this will be a string. Then this will have a quantity as usual, which will be a int. Then this will have a size, which will be a string. It will have a color, which will be a string, and then this will have both created at and updated at. Okay, so this will be our cart item and the relation with the user. Okay, so this is all the things that we need. So now what we're going to do, so let's update this. So I'm just going to go to server, and let's do npx prisma migrate dev, and now we need to give some name here, update. So let's give this one as cart. Okay, I think, oh, see, I think I mentioned this issue that you'll be facing. This is why, you know, because your server is actually now running. So I'm just going to close this server here. Okay, and now let's try once again. So now let's see. So see, it's now updated. So if you go here, right, so let me just close this, run once again, and now let's see what you're getting. So this is already up, and you'll be getting a cart now. Okay, so if you close this, so now you can see that you are getting cart, right, and also the cart item. So now let's go here once again, and I'm going to run this one. So now we have added our cart schema. So now let's go to our controllers, and I'm going to create our cart controller.ts. Also we are going to create cart routes.ts. So let's start with our cart controller, right? Now here we need to create couple of methods, right? The first will be to add a cart. The second will be get all the cart items by user ID. Then also we'll be having update cart quantity, and also we are going to have clear all the items from the cart when we need that. So for example, let's say if user is added 2 items in the cart and they have bought that item, so that means what, that item should not be in the cart, right? Normally that will that is how it is happening in e-commerce site. So first we are going to start working with add to cart. So I'm just going to do export const, and I'll do add to cart, and here let's do async. Here I'll be having request which will be authenticated request. Response will be response, and here this is going to return promise void And here what we're going to do, sorry, I've done mistake, this will be this, and here I'm just going to take a try catch. So let's return raise dot status of 500.json. I'll do success will be false and message will be some error occurred. Save this. So this will be one method. Then we'll be having one which will be to get cart, right? So I'm going to copy this, paste it here, and this will be get cart, and I'm going to do failed to fetch cart. To next we are going to have remove from cart. So again I'll copy this, and this will be remove from cart. I'll do fail to remove from cart. Then also you're going to need update cart item quantity, and I'll do fail to update cart item quantity. And at the end we are going to have this will be to clear the cart, clear entire cart, fail to clear cart. So these all the methods that we need, right? So first let's start with add to cart. Now here the first thing we need to get the user ID, right? Because this all the cart we need to have a authenticated user. So I'll do const user ID, which will be request dot user, right? And this will be dot user ID. And now I'm going to take couple of things from our request.body. Now let's think about this. Let's say you don't have any UI for now, right? So as a backend engineer, you need to start working on these based on a contract. So this is how usually in normal big tech companies they will work, right? Or let's say you're doing a client project, so you'll be having a contract with your client that what are the things you're going to add in this particular schema. For example, here whenever I'll be adding to the cart, I need the product ID that I'll be adding. So I need the product ID, I need the quantity, that how many quantity I've added, I need the size, and also I need the color of that product, right? So these four things we need. Now the first thing we need to check if user ID is not present. So we'll do raise.status of 401.json. So I'll do success as false, and message will be user, or I'll do unauthenticated user. And now you need to also return. Okay, save this. Now the same thing, right? We need to do it for all the methods. Okay, so I'll copy this. Now definitely we don't need this one for all. So first I'll go here inside try, paste it, and remove this part. And then I'm going to copy this. We need for this remove from cart, we need for this update item quantity, and also we need for this clear entire cart. For all of these we actually need that. Okay, now I'll go to add to cart. Now here what I need to do simply, so first after these I'll do const cart. So I'll do await. So I'll do await, and then I'm just going to take our Prisma dot cart, and I'll do upsert. So here, so you're going to pass where. So we'll get our user ID, that which user, and then we are going to do create will be user ID, and then we are going to pass update, which will be empty. Alright, so after these we are going to create our cart item. So I'll take cart item, and here I'm going to do await prisma dot cart item dot upsert, and here I'm going to take where. And first let me check the schema once again, and let's see what we are using here. So we are having the cart item ID, cart ID. Okay, one more thing we need to add here. So we are going to add a unique property here. So I'm going to add unique, and let's make the cart ID, the product ID, the size, and also I'm going to use the color. Okay, and to make this one work, again we need to close the backend server, and I'm going to do npx prisma, let's do migrate dev, So I'll do yes, I'll do cart update. Alright, so this is done. So now let's clear, and again I'll just run the backend server. So now I'm going to just do here, so I'll do upsert, and let's add here cart ID, right? So it's already coming, and here I'm going to pass the cart ID, which will be my cart dot ID. So this is the cart, because cart will have a ID, right? Unique ID. And then I'm going to pass the product ID. I will pass the size, which will be size or null. I'm going to pass the color, which will be color or null. So this is done. Okay, and after this, what we're going to pass, we need to also pass an update. So here I'm going to pass a quantity, and this will be increment, and we're going to pass the quantity. So this quantity is this quantity that we are having, and at the end we're going to pass a create. So I'm going to pass the cart ID, which will be my cart dot ID. I'm going to pass the product ID. I'll pass the quantity, I'll pass the size, and also I'll pass the color of that product. Awesome. So now cart item is also added. Now I'm going to get the product. So I'll do const product, which will be await prisma dot product dot find unique, because we need that individual product, and I'm going to do where the ID will be what? The product ID. This product ID again will be getting here, right, in the input. So now this will give me the product ID, and here I want to select a couple of things. So I need the name, which will be true. I need the price of that product, which will be true. I also need the images of that product, which will be true, right? So this will give you the product info. So now what we can do, we can simply create const response item. So here I need the ID, so this will be my cart item dot ID. I need the product ID, which will be cart item dot product ID. I need the name of that product, so I'll be getting the name. Name will be this product dot name, right? So I'll be doing product, sorry, let's keep this on small. So I'll do product dot name. Then I need the price, which will be product dot price, and then I'll be having the images. Sorry, let's do image, only one image. So I'll do product dot images of 0. Also I'm going to need the color. So color I'll be getting from the cart item dot color. I need the size, which will be cart item dot size, and also I need the quantity, which will be cart item dot quantity. And let's remove this. With this we'll be getting all the information, and at the end I'll just do res dot status of 201 dot JSON. So I'll do success will be true, and here I'm going to pass the data, which will be response item. So now with this the first method is completed. So now let's move on to the next one. So next we are going to start with the get cart. Now till this part we have done, right? So now here the first thing what we need to do, so we need to get the card based on the user ID, and user ID we already have. So we can simply do const, oh sorry, what I'm doing. So after this I'll do const cart. So I'll do await prisma dot cart dot find unique, and here I'm going to pass the where, and we'll pass the user ID, because based on the user ID we'll be able to get it. And here I'm going to do include, and let's pass the items will be true. That's it. Now here you need to check that if, let's say, not equal to cart, so we are going to pass res dot status, and you can pass 4 not 4, or let's say here what we can do, we'll pass 4 not 4 only, .json. So I'll pass success will be a, let's do one thing, right? So here we will do first thing, I'll pass here 200 only, or let's do one thing, directly you can pass race, or we'll do this one in a different way. I don't like this approach. First let's do one thing, let's get the cart items. Okay, so first I'll get the const cart items with products. So this we can do easily, so we can just simply do await, I'll do promise dot all, and here you are going to do cart dot items dot map, and here I'm going to do async item, and here you are going to get the product. So do const product, and this will be await prisma dot product dot find unique, and here you're going to pass the where. So where will be getting the ID, which will be this item dot product ID, because we need the product from the cart info. And then I'm going to do select, and I'll pass again the three things, right? So these three things we need, which is that one we are having the add, we need these three things. So paste it here, that's it. And now what you're going to do, something we are doing wrong, is it here? So it's closing here. Okay, and here we are going to return. So I'm going to return the ID this will be item dot ID, then we are going to get the product ID, which will be item dot product ID, then we are going to return the name, which will be product dot name. We are going to get the image, which will be product dot images of 0, then we are going to get the color, which will be item dot color. We need the size, which will be item dot size. We need the quantity, which will be item dot quantity. These are all the things that we need. Again, I think what is the problem here? I have no overload. Okay, let me just check. So this is correct. Also we need to return a price here, which will be product dot price. But I think this is something different issue is happening here that I need to check. Okay, we are getting from is undefined in order to read only. Oh, okay, I got it. So that means we need to actually take the condition here that if the cart is not present, right? So in that case we're going to do, let's say raise dot status of 200 only will do, but we'll do JSON, and here I'm going to do, for example, success will be true anyway because there is no error, right? But in the message I'm going to return like cart not found, and I'll do no item found in cart, and in the data I'm going to pass as empty, and then we're going to simply return. Now error will not be there. Okay, so this is done, and now at the end let's return this. I'll do raise.json of success is true, and here I'm going to pass the data, which will be cart items with products. So I think this is fine. So now what else you can do? You can also remove this. You can only return this, and also if you want you can make this one as false. I actually don't okay, if the cart is not present here, let's return false only. This is fine. So with this, two are done. So now we are going to start working on the remove from cart. So let's go to, okay, we need to I think add one more, which is I think okay we already have here. So remove from cart will be simple. So here you just need to do await, and I'll do prisma dot cart item dot delete, because we are deleting a single cart item. Okay, and here you are going to just pass where and just pass the ID, right? And then we are going to pass the cart, and here we are going to pass the user ID. Now this ID will be getting from, so we're going to get from our request.params, right? So I'll do request.params and you'll be getting this ID here, and this is done. And now let's return, let's say res.json, res.status of 200.json, success will be true and message will be item is removed from cart. That's it. So this is done. So remove from cart is also done. Now let's first implement the clear in entire cart. So here what I'm going to do, so after this I'll just simply do avid prisma dot cart item dot delete many, and here I'm going to do where cart is user ID. That is what we are doing. Simply based on this user ID, whatever cart is present, we are deleting all the cart items. This is how it is relation, right? If you go to the user has a cart, this cart also has a cart items, right? Again I'm repeating, user will have a cart, and so based on user ID I'm deleting this cart, and this cart delete means what? All the items is also getting deleted. So this is done, and then just return like let's copy this one, and I'll do, let's say, clear cart cleared successfully. So this is also done. So only thing is left, and that is the update cart quantity. So here the first thing we are getting the user ID. Here also you're going to get the ID of that product, that which product I want to update. So I'll do request.params. Also I'm going to get the quantity, that how much quantity is the updated quantity, that I'll be getting from request.body. Now here after this, if the user ID is not present, as usual it will be unauthenticated user, and then I'm going to do const updated item, and here I'll do avid prisma dot cart item dot update. So here I'll do where, so I'll pass the ID, I'll pass the cart which will be based on the user ID, and here I need to pass the data which will be my quantity. Okay, now we are going to get the product. So I'll do const product, so I'll do avid prisma dot product dot find unique, and here I'll do where the ID will be updated item dot quantity, and then again I want to do select, and let's search for this one. So copy this and paste it here. Oh sorry, this will be updated item dot product ID, not quantity. So we are going to select this, and now I'm going to again create our response item. So do const response item. Let me just copy from some other place, so I'll just copy all this and I'll just paste it here. So first thing, this will be, instead of cart item we are going to have the updated item, right? So we're going to do updated item. This also will be updated item. This will be product because we are getting the product here. Same thing again and again. This will be updated item and this will be updated item, and then at the end just do res.json of success as true, and data will be this updated, response item, right? So with this we have actually completed all the methods that we needed to handle our cart. So now we are going to start working on the routes. So let's go to cart routes, and here I'm going to just do const, first I'm going to get express from express, and here I'm going to do const router, which will be express dot router, and here I'm going to first do router dot get. So I'll do fetch cart. Here we are going to pass the authenticate JWT, and we are going to get cart. Then we are going to do router dot post. So I'm going to do add to cart, and this will be again authenticate JWT, and this will be add to cart. Now let's copy this, and here we are going to have delete. So this will be, let's make this one remove /id, and this will be this will be remove from cart. Then we are going to do put, and this will be update /id, and this will be update cart item quantity, and at the end we are going to have a post. So I'll do post, and I'm going to do clear cart, and this will be clear entire cart. Alright, and then we're going to do export default router. Save this. Now let's go to our server.ts, and then I'm going to just paste it, and I'll do cart routes, and here I'm going to just copy and paste it. This will be cart, and this will be cart routes. Okay, so a lot of things we have done. Now I'm pretty sure you need some time to understand all these controllers that you have like I've added. If you want, you can take your time, just go through this part once again. But if you already worked with Prisma, I'm pretty sure this will be very, very simple, right? Because for me, actually it is. I'm not going to learn like I've done multiple times, so these things are very easy for me because of practice. So that is the reason I'm telling, if you are new, then try to watch this one slowly, and then you'll be able to do it. So now once this is done, right, so first I'm going to implement the store, which will be our use cart store. So let's create a use cart store.ts, and then we'll start working with integrating with our UI. Okay, alright, so now we'll start working on the cart store. So first we are going to create our interface, right? So I'll do export interface cart item, and so this will have an ID of string, this will have a product ID which will be string, it will have a name which will be string, price string, image which will be string, sorry, price will be number, mistake, this will be string, color, this will be also a string, size string, so many strings, and then we are going to have quantity which will be a number. Okay, now let's create our cart store interface. So I'll do interface, and I'll do cart store, and here I'll be having the items which will be a cart item, is loading which will be boolean, then we are going to have an error as usual which will be string or null. Then we are going to have all the methods. So first we'll be in the fetch cart. So fetch cart is just going to return promise void. Then we are going to have add to cart. So add to cart will receive the item, and here what I'm going to do, right, this will be item, and I'm going to omit. So I'm going to take our cart item interface, and I just want to omit the ID here. Okay, and here I'm just going to return again promise void. Then we're going to do remove from cart, which will receive ID string, and this is also going to return promise. Then we're going to have update quantity, let's do cart quantity. So here we are going to get the ID, which will be string, and I'm going to get the quantity, which will be number. And then we are going to have the clear cart, which will just return from is void. So this will be our cart interface. Okay, now I'm just going to import as usual the create from Zustand. So now let's create our store. So I'm going to do export const use cart store. So this will be create cart store, and I'm going to get set and get, and here what we're going to do, so I'm going to return, so I'll do items, which will be empty. Then we are going to have is loading, which will be false. Error, I'm going to do null. And also we are going to have fetch cart. Now again, let's make all of this optional, okay, for now, so that we'll not get any error. So now you can see we don't have any error, and then we'll start working on all the methods step by step. So first let's go to our api.ts, and I'm going to copy this, paste it here, and let's make this one cart, and this will be cart. So let's start with fetch cart. So this will be async. So here I'm going to just do set. So is loading will be true and error will be null. And here now I'll take a try catch, and I'm just going to do, so here I'm going to do set. So let's do error. So I'll do failed to fetch cart, and I'm also going to do is loading will be false. Now here I'll do const response. So this will be await axios dot get. Now here we are going to get our API routes dot cart, right? And then we are going to have, let me just check. So we'll do fetch cart, right? So we're having fetch cart, and then we are going to pass. So we need to get the item here. So this item, sorry, not item, for this one, this we just need to pass the with credentials will be true. Sorry about that, because for add to cart we need to do that. So here this will be more than enough, and now I'm going to do set, and I'm going to get the items. So this will be my response dot data, and now let's go to our controllers, and let's see if get cart. What we are doing, we are returning data response dot data dot data. So response dot data dot data. So this is what we need, and is loading will be false, and this is done. Okay, so this will be our fetch cart. Now I'll go here and remove this optional. Now let's start with add to cart. So for this one, let's copy this, paste it, and let's do add to cart, and I'm going to remove this. So here the first thing, this will receive an item. For add to cart, actually we need item here, and then the only difference will be here, this will be add to cart, the naming. Also this will be post, and you're going to pass the item here. You with credentials will be true, and in the set we are going to change this one. So I'll remove the set, so I'll do set. So here this will give you the state, current state, and just you're going to do items, and items will be your existing state dot items. Oh sorry, this will be this. So I'll do state dot items, and then I'm going to do here comma response dot data, and let's see what we are returning while adding to cart. Response dot data. Okay, so these will be your items, and you're going to pass the is loading as false again, right? And both will be, these will be same, just I'll change the fail to add to cart. So this will be add to cart. Now let's remove this one. Okay, now let's do remove from cart. So I'm going to again copy this, I'll remove this one, and now I'm going to just do remove from cart. So for remove from cart, we are going to get the ID. This will be axios.delete, and this will be remove/id, right? So we need to pass the dynamic value here, so which will be remove. So let's do one thing. So this will be /remove/ and we are going to pass the ID, and this will be with credentials will be true. So here we are going to, let's use the same thing that we are using here. So let's copy this, and I'm going to paste it here. So state, now items will be your state dot items dot filter, not filter, let's do map. So here I'm going to do not map, sorry, we are doing remove, right? We need to do filter, sorry. So we need to take the current item, and I'll simply do if the item dot id is not equal to this ID. This ID is this ID that we are having here. That's it. And now what we are going to do, simply is loading will be false, and here actually don't need this one, you can remove this, you can directly delete this because they are already filtering. So either two ways you can do that, right? I think we have already discussed this one. So you can take the response, you can return the response, and then fetch the cart once again. That is one way. Or you are directly deleting it, and then you are removing from the current state. So whenever user will refresh the page again, anyway we are going to get this fetch cut, right? I hope you are getting. So these all are normal concept. Normally two ways you can do all of this. So this is done, and then I'll do fail to delete from cart. Alright, so this is done. So now after this, I'll copy this and I'll paste it here, and I'll do update cart item quantity, and here we'll be getting ID, and also I'm going to get the current quantity. And also let's remove this one. Now here I need to do couple of things, right? So first thing, I'll install one more package, that is, I'll go to clear, let's go to client, and I'll do npm install loads. Okay, the spelling is correct, right? I think DASH. So I'm going to create a debounce function method here, so that whenever we are going to update the item, right, so we are not going to get any kind of flickering or anything. Not sure why this is taking a lot of time, so let's wait for some time. Okay, so this is done. I think there is some network error from my side. So now here, right after this, I'm going to create a debounce update cart item quantity. So let's import debounce from, we'll do loads/debounce. No, this will be debounce. Oh, I think we need to also install the types. So now this will give you the debounce here. I think this error should not come. Okay, so this is done. So now let's go here, and I'm going to do, right, so I'll take the debounce here, and this will be a function, and inside this I'm going to take async. So I'll take the ID, which will be string, I'll take the quantity, which will be a number, and here I'm going to just take try catch, and inside catch I'm going to do set. Error will be like failed to update cart quantity, so this will give me error. And in the try I'm going to do await axios.put, and let's copy the URL from here and I'll paste it here. So this will be slash update slash id. So I'm going to do slash update slash id, right? And then we are going to pass the quantity, and then we are going to pass the with credentials will be true, right? So now this will update, and this is done. So now let's save this. So now what we are going to do, right? So let's create these methods. So we'll go to update cart item quantity, and here we'll be getting the id and quantity, and here I'll just simply do, let's remove this. So I'll do set, so I'll get the state here, and here I'm just going to, okay, what we are doing, left side of no, or I think it's something we have done wrong here. Let me just undo. Try catch is not required. Okay, let's remove this. So I'm going to take set, and this will be state, and here what I'll do simply, so I'll just do items. So I'll do state dot items dot map. So I'll do cart item, and here I'm going to do if the cart item dot id is equal to current id, right? So we are going to get the the cart item, and I'll pass the quantity here, or else this will be the current cart item. So this is done. So let's save it. Okay, what you are doing wrong? Oh, this is not required. Save this. So this is done, and after this I'm going to just call the debounce item cart quantity, and I'll do id, and I'll pass the quantity here. So now this will automatically call the API, and it will update this one. And this part we are doing to update in the local. Anyway, when the user will refresh, they are going to get the list of data, right? Updated list of data. I'm going to copy this, and I'll just paste it here, and I'll make this one as clear cut. So here we don't need this, and this will be axios.post, and here I'm going to do slash clear, and here we don't need anything. And then what you're going to do, simply for set, you're going to pass the items as empty and is loading as false, and this will be failed to clear cart. Is loading will be false, and I think this is done. So now let's go here and let's remove this also, because we have added all of this, right? So with this, I think the store is also completed for the cart. So now we will go back to our details page here, and then we need to first maintain all of this, add to cart, increase the quantity, and also whatever items we have added we need to also update here, right? And after that only we'll start working on the cart page. Alright everyone, so let's complete our add to cart functionality, and also we are going to, I've added one more product with 2 images, right? So we need to also start working on the image selection. So now I'm going to go to our let's go to details page, and here I'm going to take some more state in the product details content. So first I'm going to take const, so let's take selected image, set selected image, and this will be use state. So I'm going to do of 0, then I'm going to do const selected color, set selected color, and this will be use state of 0, and also you're going to do selected size, and set selected size, which will be used straight of empty. Now here also we need to take a quantity because we are going to handle the quantity. So I'll take a quantity and set quantity, and this will be used straight of 1. Awesome. So now with this we have taken all the state that whatever we have needed. So now let's go below here, right? So in this image we are going to add some more functionality. The first thing, I'm going to take a on click and I'm going to just do set selected image, and this will be our current index. That's it. And in the class name now, so here what I'm going to do, right? Sorry, I think I'm doing in the image, my bad. I need to do it in the button, okay, because this is inside a button. And in this one, so I'm going to add some style. So here I'm going to do so let's take something like this. So selected image is equal to index, and here I'm going to do border as black, and or else I'm going to do border as transparent. That's it. So let's save this. So you're getting this, on click it is changing, right? So this is done. And now what you're going to do, simply here what you can do, right? I think image we are already rendering. Now instead of this product of these, I'm going to render the product images of selected image, okay, because that will index that will render that particular index. So if you go here, right, let's say if I select this, it is changing, right? See, so this is done. So next thing what we are going to do, simply let's go to our colors part. So where we are rendering the colors, I think we have here, I believe, right? So colors, okay. So here what I are going to do, first I'll take one more on click and I'll do set selected color, and this will be equal to your current index. And in the style I'm going to just add one more, that if the selected color is equal to index, right? So here I'm going to do this one as so let's make this one as border as black, or else I'm going to do border gray of 300. Okay, what we are doing wrong here? Selected color is equal to index. This is correct. Oh, this will be number. What the hell? Okay, so this is fine. So now if you select, right, so this is changing. Now I'm going to do the same for size, right? So here I'm going to take on click. So here I'm going to pass set selected size. So this will be your current size. And in the class name, not in the class name, sorry, in the variant I'm going to do if the selected size equal to current size. So I'm going to then only make this one as default, or else I'll make this one as outline. So if you save this, so we're getting this, and you can see this is changing, right? Awesome. So this is done, and at the end, instead of quantity, the value that we are rendering, right, we need to render the quantity state. This quantity is the quantity that we are having here. Alright, so with this, all this is done. So now I'm going to just go here and then just take a on click, and I'll do handle add to cart. So let's create this method. So I'm going to simply do const, go here, let's do here. So do const handle add to cart, and here I'm going to do if, so we are having the product, right, and I'm going to just call the add to cart. So let's do it here. So do const, and we'll do it from use cart store, and I need the add to cart. Also I'm going to get let's do it here only. So I'll do use toast, and I'll do toast, and I'm going to do add to cart, right? And here you are going to pass all of this. So first I'm going to pass the product ID, so which will be my current product dot ID. That I'll be having the name, which will be the product dot name, I'll pass the price, which will be product dot price. Then I'm going to have the image, which will be product dot images of 0. Then we are going to pass the color, which will be product dot colors of selected color, the current color. Size, I'm going to pass the selected size, and quantity, I'm going to pass the quantity. Okay, and then just simply pass toast, and I'll do title, I'll do product is added to cart. So let's save this. So now let's see what is happening now. Okay, let's refresh this page. Now let's go to network tab, and then I'm going to select this, and then I'm going to just do add to cart. So we are getting this, it's working fine. Product is also added to cart, awesome. And if you go here, let's refresh this, go to cart, you're having one cart. And even if you go to the users, right, and you can see getting a cart here for this user, right, and there is an item. And even if you go to the cart item, you'll be able to see that cart item which is added, the quantity, color, and everything is already added. Awesome. So now we need to manage one more thing, and that is we need to also work on the increasing the quantity, right? So that we can do simply. So just do one thing. So here we can go to where we are rendering the quantity, I think in the top. Okay, here we are having. So here what we can do, right, simply just do on click and just call the set quantity. So set quantity will be your math.max, and here you are going to pass the 1 comma quantity -1. This is when you are doing minus. And now you can copy this, paste it. So this will be math dot for this one you are going to do math dot mean. I think for this one it is not required, you can directly just do quantity plus 1. Okay, so now this is done. So now let's save this. Now if you go here, right, so let me just do one thing, I'll just delete this cart item. Okay, first I go to cart item, I delete this. Now let's go to cart, let's delete this record. Okay, so we don't have any cart, so let me refresh this. And here I need to do one more thing, and that is, so once I've added the cart, right, so here I will do set selected size will be empty, and set selected color will be, so what is the value we have given here, 0, right? Okay, so now let's refresh this. Let's go to network. So I'm going to increase, decrease. See, it will be always 1. So let's say 5 products I'll add, size M, these, color, and let's try to add. So it's added. This also you need to reset. So what I can do, simply I'll do set quantity will be 1, right? So this is working fine, awesome. So now let's say if I refresh this page, and let's say I'll go to this color. Now I'll change this one to this, and let's add let's say 10 items, add to cart. This is added to cart now. And if I go here, let's refresh this, and I have a cart here, and now you can see there is 2 cart item. So if you click here, or let's go to directly cart items, there is 1 5 quantity and 1 10 quantity with different size and different color, and this is working perfectly fine. So with this, the details page is actually completed. So now what we are going to do, right, in the header we are going to fetch the list of cart items, and we are going to render here. And now if I click on this, we are going to go to the cart page, and we need to display the UI.
Alright, so now we will be start working on the cart page, but before that what we need to do, right, we need to display the count of cart items that we are having here, and for that we are going to do two things. So first, in the header component, right, so here we are going to fetch the list of cart items, and then we are going to render the items here. So what we can do, simply so const, and then we are going to get from use cart store, and then I'll be getting two things. So first will be fetch the cart and then the items. And now what we can do, simply just take a use effect here and then fetch the cart items. So I'll take the fetch cart as a dependency and then just call it here. So I'll do fetch cart. And now what we can do, where we are rendering the 0, right, we are rendering the 0 as a cart. So instead of these, I'm just going to do items dot length. And if I now save these and see what will happen, and you can see that we are already getting 4 items because the 4 items is already added. Now for example, if I now go to products, and now I'll add a new item. Let's click here and let's select this color and size and increase the quantity, and then I'll add to cart, and you can see that the product is now added to the cart and also the count is increasing, right? Now from here, if I click, I will be going to the cart page. So now in this page only we are going to fetch the list of cart items, and then we are going to implement our UI. So let's do one thing. So for that, first thing what we're going to do, right, again in this page also we're going to fetch the list of cart items. So let's go to this page. So I'll go to the cart page and I'll close everything else, and here we are going to first get, we'll do const and get from, so I'll do use cart store, and I'll be getting the fetch cart and also the items. And here also we are going to do the same thing. So I'll just take a use effect simply, and then we are going to fetch. So I'll take the fetch cart as a dependency and I'll just call it here. So now this will give me the list of cart items, right? Now first let's render the cart items, and then we are going to do the other things. So I'll take a div, I'll take a class name. So I'll do mean height screen. Let's make bg as white and py of 8. Inside this I'm going to take one more div. I'll take a class name, I'll do container, and let's do a mx of auto and px of 4. Inside this I'm going to take a h1 and I'll do like something like your cart. Now if you want, you can just change all of these based on your criteria, project requirements that you're having. So I'll do class name text as, I'll do 3xl, font I'll do bold, I'll do text center, and I'll do margin bottom of 8. Save this. Now after this, let's take one more div. So we're going to render the cart table. Now here I'm going to just take a class name width as full. Let's do overflow x auto. Inside this I'm going to take a table. Now again you can take also satcn table, but it's up to you. I'm just going to take normal table, and then I'll take a class name. So I'll do width as full, and inside this I'm going to take a t head, and let's give a class name. So I'll do bg gray of 50, and inside this I'm going to take a tr, and then I'm going to take t head. Now here I'm going to just do, let's render the product, copy this, and let's render the price, quantity, and also the total. So I'll do price, I'll take quantity, and I'll take total. Save this and let's see what we're getting. So you can see that we're getting this. Now after this, so after t head I'm going to take a t body, and inside this I'm just going to do items dot map, and I'll do item, and inside this I'm going to take a tr, and let's take the key. So key will be our item dot id, right? And also let's take a class name. So I'll do border top. Inside this I'm going to take a td, and here I'm going to take a class name py of 4, px of 4, and inside this let's render the image. So I'll take a div, and I'll take a class name of flex, and I'll do item as center and gap of 4. Inside this I'll take a image, and let's take a source. So source I'll be getting the item dot image. I'll be using alt, and I'll do item dot name, and class name I'm going to do width as 20, height as 20, and I'll do object as cover. Save this. So you can see that you are getting the images here. Awesome. Now after this we are also going to take some class name for this th also. So I'll do class name of text as left, py of 4 and px of 4. Copy this and paste it. Save this. For second one I'm going to do text as right. This I'll make text center, and let's make this one text as right. Okay. Now after this what else? So after image after this div I'm going to take a h3 and I'm going to render item dot name, and I'll take a class name. So for this one I'm going to do font as medium, and after this I'm going to take a p and I'm going to render item dot color, and I'll give here color. For p I'm going to take a class name of text small and text gray. Let's make this on 700. Now let's copy this, and here I'm going to take something like size, and I render the size here. Okay, and then what we're going to do here also we can take one button after this. So I'll take a button component and I'll do remove, and let's take a class name. So I'll do a class name of text as small and text gray 500. For hover I'm going to do text gray 700 and margin top of 2. Save this. So you can see that we are getting this. Okay, also I'm thinking we can also change the color. Let's make this on text as white. I think it will look nice. Save this, and hover also I'll keep this on white only. So this is done. So this is all about this button. And then also I think I've done some mistake. Okay, this part, these three, right, let's put it inside this div only, right? So I'll cut it from here and paste it in after this, so it will look nice. Okay, now here if you want you can also, let's do this one later. Okay, if any alignment or anything, or we can also do something, we can bring this one down, that also you can do, but this is fine. So after this td, first let's render all the other tds. So I'll take a td one more, and I'll give a dollar, and let's do item dot price dot to fixed of 2, and let's take a class name. So for this one I'll do py of 4, px of 4 and text right, because next we are rendering the price. And then we are also going to have one more td. So here I'm going to take, so we need to do the quantity, and also we can increase, for example we can increase the quantity from this page also. So I'll take one more td, and inside this td I'm going to first, let's take a class name of py of 4, ex of 4, and inside this I'm going to take a div, and let's give a class name. So I'll do flex item center, justify center, and gap of 2. Now inside this I'm going to take a button one more, and let's give this one as a minus icon, or you can also directly take minus. So I'll take a minus icon, and I'll do a class name of height of 4, width of 4, and here I'll do a variant of outline, and I'll do a size of icon. Save this. So you're getting minus here. Now the same you are going to have one more, which will be a plus icon. So here I'm going to take this one as plus, and now you can see we are getting plus icon, and inside this I'm going to render input. So I'll take input, and now I'm going to take type will be number, and value and on change we are going to do later. Let's take a class name. So I'll do width of 16, text center, and also you're going to render the value. Okay, so for value what we can do, right, for now we can just do item dot quantity. Okay, so let's save this, and you're getting the quantity here. Okay, now at the end we are going to take one more td, so I'll take one more td, and here we are going to render the total. So total will be your item dot price, right, into item dot quantity, and I'm going to do this on to fixed, so just wrap it and then do 2 dot to fixed of 2, and here let's give a class name, so I'll do py of 4 px of 4, and I'll do text as right. Save this, so you're getting the total here. Okay, so the basic structure is actually done. So for example, let's say if I go to, I'll see which product I haven't added. Go to the products page. For example, I haven't added this product, so go here, select double XL, select this color, increase the quantity to let's say 2, I'll add to cart. This is updated. Now let's go to this page. Now we are getting some error. The value prop, okay, this is in, okay, this we need to change, but now if I now refresh this, let's see if we are getting all of this or not. Okay, so another thing we need to do, and that is, I think we are having a ease loading here, right? So ease loading, we are going to render that if ease loading is not present, and also we are going to render if the user is not authenticated. So that is also very important. So what I can do, simply I'll do use auth store, and I'll just do a user here, and I'm going to check that if is loading is true, or let's see if not equal to user. So here just do one thing, right? So I'm going to do return null. So let's refresh this. Okay, this part we need to change, and that is happening because of that we are directly updating this one. So for now I'm going to just uncomment this one. So refresh this, and you can see you are getting the result here. This part we need to do. So now what we are going to do, first we need to render this and manage the state. On click of plus and minus we are going to increase this, and then from this one we are going to go to the checkout page. But for now the basic structure is completed. So now let's move on to the next part. Alright everyone, so after this now we are going to take one more div here. So after this table, now let's take a class name of margin top of 8. We'll do flex, and then we'll do justify end. Now inside this I'm going to take one more div, and let's do a class name. I'll do space y of 4, and inside this I'm going to take one more div. So I'm going to render total here, so total price, and then there will be a button, and then we are going to navigate to the checkout page. And here I'm going to do a class name of flex. Let's do a justify between an item center. Inside I'm going to render a span, and let's give this one as sub total. Okay, and also I'll give you one suggestion here. You can do, right, you can also implement the tax mechanism. Let's say your project requirement is you need to include some tax or shipping. So in that case, instead of adding total, you can add subtotal. Now I'm going to give a class name of, let's give this one as font medium. So now let's save this, and let's see what we're getting. So let's refresh this page. Okay, now I think I logged out, and now I'm going to log in once again. Let's go to the cart page, and you can see that we are getting this total here. Now also after this, let's do one thing, let's render the title also. So I'll do span, and here I'm going to do a class name, and I'm going to do let's keep this one as same. So I'll do font as bold, and I'm going to render the total price, right? So here let's create a total calculation. So let's go to the top, and then I'm going to just take const, and I'll do total. So total will be my items, these will be dot items dot reduce. So here I'll get sum, I'll get the item, and then I just want to do sum plus item dot price into item dot quantity. Okay, That's it, and let's give the initial value as 0. Now this will give you the total price, and this total price I want to render here, so I'll just give $, and let's render the total here. Let's save this, and you can see that we're getting this total. Also, let's do one thing, let's give some margin. Let's give a margin left of 4. Alright, so now this is fine. What else we can include? We can also let's render a button. So I'm going to render a button, and I'm going to give this one as proceed to checkout. Copy this, and I'm going to add one more button, and I'll do like continue shopping. So I'll do continue shopping, and for this one let's give a class name. So I'll do width as full, bg black, text I'll do white, save it. For this one I'll do a class name, let's do width as full, and variant I'm going to give this one as let's do outline. Also for this one I'll take a margin top of 2. So we're getting proceed to checkout and continue shopping, right? So this is fine. Now the basic structure is completed, so now we need to start working on this part right here. So first I will do on click of this plus, I need to call the update quantity method that we have created. So we'll go to the use cart store, and here I'll be having let's see what we are doing in the update item quantity. So you can see that we are just updating the state, and then I'm doing a debounce method, right? And then we are calling this. So what we can do, simply let's go to the button. So here we are having minus button, so I'm going to take on click, and here let's call a method. I'm going to give this one as handle update quantity, and I'm going to pass item.id, and I'm going to pass here item.quantity -1, because on click of minus we need to decrease the quantity by 1, right? So I'll copy this, and now I'm going to pass it here, so I'll do +1. Now let's copy this, and now what I'm going to do, let's create this method. After this I'll do const this, and then I'm going to just get here 2 things. So first I'll be getting, also we need to make this one async, so I'll do async, and I will be getting the ID, which will be string, and also I'll be getting the updated quantity. So this will be my, I'll give this one as new quantity, which will be number. Now here inside this what I'll do, let's do one thing, let's take a local state, and I'll do const is updating, set is updating, and this will be equal to use state of false. And here I want to do, I'll do set is updating as true, and then I want to call that method, so I'll call update cart item quantity, and then I'll just paste it here. And here what we are going to do, we need to make this one as habit, and here we need to pass the ID, because this will receive 2 things, right? It is telling cannot get update, why is that? Update card item quantity, it's already there, right? Oh, we need to get it from here. Okay, so update cart item quantity will receive the ID and the quantity. So here you'll pass the new quantity, and then I'll make the set is updating as false again. Okay, now we can add one more thing, and that is, let's go to the below, and I'm going to add in this button, I'll add a disable property. So I'll do disabled, so disable will be true when it is updating, so I'll do is updating, and then copy and then paste the same thing here again. For now let's see what is happening. Okay, I'll just give this one a value, and here also I will take on change, I'll take event, and here I'm just going to call the handle update quantity, and we are going to pass the ID, so which will be my item.id, And also we can do something like parse int of e dot target dot value. Okay, now let's save all of these. Now let's refresh this. So now you can see that we're not getting anything, but let's see if on click of update whether it is getting updated or not, that we need to check. So now I am going to just increase this one by 1, and if you notice that no flickering is happening, and that is because of the debouncing, and here also it is getting updated properly. So now the quantity is 2 and this is updated, this value is updated. If I refresh this page, this should be having 2 only, and you can see 125 is having 2. Now let's do this one, let's make this one as 1 more. So I'll do increase, and if you notice this already actually updated. Now if I refresh this, and you can see you're having this. So I'll increase, all are getting updated. Increase, this is also updated, right? And if you refresh this, and you're getting the updated result. So now with this part is actually completed. So now what we need to do, also we need to add one more logic, and that is let's go to this part here. So we are passing the new quantity, right? What we need to do right here, I am going to do math.max of 1, because see, minimum has to be 1, right? So we always need to take math.max, because let's say if you are having only one quantity and if you decrease, it should not happen. So in this case we can pass this comma new quantity, that's it. Also we need to add one more method where we are having this remove button, right? So here we can add one more on click, and I'm going to just create one more method. I'll do handle remove item, and then I'll pass the ID. So I'll do item.id. Let's copy this, and then I'm going to create, so I'll do const this. So here also I'm going to do async. I'll be getting the ID, which will be string, and then just call, I'll do set is updating is true. I'll call that remove from cart method. So we are already having remove from cart. So I'll do await, and I'll do remove from cart. Now this will receive the ID, so which will be this ID, and then I'll do set is updating as false, and that's it. Now you can also pass the this disable here also. So I'll pass disabled, which will be is updating, right? Refresh this, and now let's see what is happening. I'll go to the console. Let's remove this item from here, and you can see that this is actually removed. But let's say how many items we are having. Okay, then only we'll be able to understand. So we're having 1 2 3 4 5. So I'll remove this item. Okay, I'll remove this, so we don't have that item. If you refresh this, now we don't have that item, and this is working perfectly fine. Now we need to do one more thing, and that is on click of continuous shopping, let's go to the products page. So for that we can go here, and I'll do const router, which will be use router, and let's go to that button and just do on click, and I'll do router dot push, and I'll go to the slash listing page, and on click of this will go to the checkout page. Let's see whether we have the checkout page or not. I think checkout page we already have. So now let's see. If I click here, let's go into the listing page. Let's go to this, and then I'm going to, let's remove one item. So it's removed. It's also updated from here. Now let's go to the checkout, and let's go into the checkout page. So with this, the cart page is also completed. So now before starting working on the checkout page, we need to start working on the account page, because we need to first add address, and then we'll be start working on this page. Alright, so now we'll start working on the account page. So first let's start working on the backend. So we'll go to our Prisma, and then let's go to schema, and now I'm going to create one more, and let's do it here. So I'll do model, and let's give this one address, and here I'll be having the ID. This will be string, this will be ID, so this will be ID, and then we are going to give a default which will be CUID. After this I'm going to take a user ID which will be string, then I'll be having the user which will be the user, and here I'm going to give a relation. So let's give a relation. So here I'll give a fields, so fields will be my user ID, and then I'm going to give reference which will be my ID. Next we will be having a name which will be string, then let's give address which will be string, then I'll be having let's say city which will be string, country string, then I'll give a postal code which will be string, and also a phone we needed which will be string, phone, and then we are going to give a is default. So for this one I'm going to do boolean, and here I'm going to do a default and I'll give a value of false. And also let's give created at and the updated at, right? So both. So I'm going to copy this and then I'm going to paste it here. So this we needed. Now we need to add the relation with our user. So let's go to our user, and then I'm going to add, let's give addresses, yes, and here we need to give this one as address, and this is done. So we have mainly name, address, city, country, postal code, and phone. Now what we need to do, first I will go to my server side, and then let's close this, and I'll do npx prisma migrate dev, so let's give here address. So this is done. Now again I'm going to start, and let's go to our here. I'll close this and then run once again. Now let's see whether we are getting the address or not. So let's close this. So you can see that we are having the address here. So this is done. Now next thing, as usual, I'll just minimize this, and then I will go to my controllers, and let's create our address controller.ts, and now let's start working on. So mainly we need to create 4. So create address, and then we're going to do get all addresses, update, and then we can also delete, right? Mostly 4. So here I'm going to start with create. So let's create all the methods. So we'll do export const, and let's do create address. So this will be async. Here we'll be getting the request, which will be our authenticated request. Response will be response from express, and this is going to return promise void, and let's take a try catch. So here I'm just going to do response dot status of 500 dot JSON. We'll do success as false, and message I'm going to return some error occurred. Save this, and now let's copy this, paste it. So this will be get addresses, and this will be update address, and then we'll be having delete address. Now let's start with create new address. Okay, so first here we are going to get our user ID. So do const user ID. This will be request dot user ID. If user ID not present, so we are going to simply do raise dot status of 401 dot JSON. I'll do success as false, and message I'm going to return unauthenticated user. We can copy the same thing and paste it in all the methods because we need to use the same. And here, save this. Now we can go here, and then we are going to get all the things that we need. So mainly we are going to get from our request dot body. So we need name, which is actually my name. Then what else we have added? Let me just check. So we have added name, address, city, country. So I'll do address, city, country, postal code, phone, and is default. So these all the things we need. Save this. And now what we need to do, right? So first I'm going to check that if is default is true. So in that case, first we need to update all the other is default already is there, because we are updating our is default, right? Is default can be true for only one. So I'll do Prisma dot address dot update many, and here I'm going to do where, sorry. So here we are going to pass where, and we'll pass the user ID, and then I'm going to pass the data. So in this case my is default will become false. So this is the first step, and then I'm going to create our address. So I'll do const newly, so I'll do newly created address, which will be await prisma dot address dot create, and here we're just going to pass the data. So we'll pass the user ID, we'll pass the name, we are going to pass the address, pass city, country, postal code, and phone. Also we are going to pass the is default, which will be either this is default or else this will be false. Okay, so this is fine. So now let's save and see. I think there are some problem we are getting, and that is, okay, we need to return from here. Okay, so now this will create. Now what we can do, right, let's simply do res.status of 201.json, and I'm going to do success will be true, and let's pass this address, which will be this newly created address. So this is done. So now we are going to do get all address. So get all address will be very simple. So we also need to return from here, and I think, okay, I pasted it in the wrong place. We need to do it inside try. I think we need to do this one for all others. So let's remove this, and also let's remove this and paste it here. So for now I'm just going to do const fetch all addresses. So this will be await prisma dot address dot find many. So where we need to pass the user ID, and we are also going to do, let's do a order by, and I'm going to do created at in the descending order. And now just simply pass this. So we can copy this, paste it here. Let's make this one 200, and here, instead of we're going to pass fetch all addresses. That's it. Now update. How we are going to do? So for this one, we're already getting the user ID. We are also going to get the current address ID, right? So how we'll get? Simply from our request.params, and the same thing we have done multiple times, right? So we'll do request.params, right? And here first we are going to check that if it is an existing address or not. So I'll do const, I'll do existing address. So I'll have it prisma dot address dot find first, and here I'm going to do where we'll pass the ID of that address and also the user ID, right? If this existing address is not present, so we'll do res.status of 404.json. so success will become false, and message will be no address, although address not found. Okay, and also don't forget to return. Once this is done, then we are going to get all of this from our request.body, right? So we'll pass all this from where this, we'll copy this, and then I'll be getting all this here, and at the end again here also we're going to do the if is default is true, so in that case I'm going to update for all other, right? So I'll just do the same logic here, this copy this, and then I'll paste it, and after this I'm going to do update address. So do const updated address, and this will be await prisma dot address dot update, and here I'm going to do where pass the ID, that address ID, and data we are going to pass all the values, right? So we'll copy all this, paste it, and is default will be either is default or else this will be false. Save it, and this is done. And then at the end you are going to pass raise dot status of 200 dot JSON. So here I'll do success as true, and address will be this updated address. So this is done, and at the end we are going to have the delete. Now for delete also we are going to do the exact same thing that we have done here, that first we need to check if the existing address, if this is not present, so we are going to return 404. So we'll do it here, and after this we'll simply just do await prisma dot address dot delete, where we're going to pass the ID. Now this ID will be getting from our request.params, because for this also you're going to, okay, why this is not updated address, we'll do updated address. So for this one also you're going to get from this request.params. So we'll paste it here, let's do it here. Okay, and then let's pass, like, okay, let's copy it, so rewriting, copy this, paste it here, and I'm going to do message will be address deleted successfully. Save all of this. So this is done. So now we will start working creating the routes. Okay, so let's go to routes folder, and I'm going to do address routes dot ts. Now let's go to cart routes and copy these two things from here, paste it, copy this, paste it. So first we'll do router dot, so also for this one we need to use authenticate middleware, right? So I'm going to just call authenticate JWT for all, and then I'm going to do router dot post, and I'll do add address, and here I'm going to do create address, then I'll do router dot get, so I'm going to do get address, and I'll do fetch, no, not fetch, I think get addresses, then I'm going to do router dot delete, so I'll do delete address, and then pass the ID, and here we're going to pass the delete address, and then we're going to have router dot put, so I'll do update address, and here I'm going to do update address, and then at the end we're going to do router dot sorry, not router, we'll just do export default router. Save it. Now let's go to server.ts, copy this, I'll do address routes, and I'll do address routes, and then use it here. So I'm going to do /app/address, and I'm going to do address routes. So this is the same thing, this part is done. So now we can go to our first, let's go to api.ts, and I'll add one more which will be address, and this will be address. Now let's save this. Now the first thing will work on the store. So inside this I'm going to create use address store dot ts, and let's close everything else. Okay, let's do one thing. I'll close this. Controller we don't need, we need these two. So I'm going to first import this from Zustand, import create, and then I'm going to create the address interface. I'll do export interface address. So we'll be having the ID, which will be string. We'll be having the name, which will be string. We are going to have the address, which will be string. We are going to have the city, string. Then we'll be having country, string. We are going to have postal code, which will be string. We are going to have the phone, string, and then we'll be having the is default, which will be a boolean. After this we are going to create our address store interface. So I'll do interface address store, and here first as usual we will be having all the addresses, which will be type of address. Then we are going to have is loading as usual, which will be boolean. Then we are going to have the error, which will be either string or null. Then we are going to have fetch addresses. So this will be promise. Void. Then we are going to have create address. So create address will receive address data, and this will be omit. So we're going to take address, and then I'm going to omit the ID, and this will return promise. It will return address, or else this will return null. Then we are going to have the update address. So for this one we are going to receive the ID, which will be string, and also we are going to receive address data. So address data will be partial, and here we are going to pass the type, which will be address. These also will return the same thing. Okay, because let's say we can't update all the fields at a time, right? So that is the reason we are taking this. And then we are going to have the delete address, which will receive ID, which will be string, and this is going to return a promise, and this will return a boolean. And at the end we are going to have, I think for now this will be fine. So now we can create our store. So I'll do export const, and I'll do use address store. So this will be create, pass the address store, and here we are going to get set get, and let's return. So first we'll be having all addresses, which will be empty. We are going to have is loading, which will be false. We are going to have error, which will be null, and then as usual let's make all of this as optional. Now I'm going to just create our first. So I'll do fetch address. So this will be async. So first let's make set. So is loading will be true, and here I'm going to do error will be null. After this I'm going to take try catch. So I'll do set, is loading will be false, and error will be, let's do failed to fetch address, and inside try, so we are going to do const result, which will be await axios dot get, and here we are going to get, so we'll be getting out API routes dot address slash, and we're going to have get address. Okay, and then here we are going to pass the with credentials will be true, and then let's make this one as response, and then after this I'm going to do set, so I'll do addresses will be response dot data, and let's see what we are returning here. So returning this address, so this will be response dot data dot address, and is loading will be false. Save this. So this is done. So now let's copy this, paste it. So for we are going to do for create address, so create address will receive address data, and here this will be post, and this will be I think create add address, so this will be add address, and here you are going to pass, so you give comma and pass the address, so this will be our data. And here what we are going to do, right, so first we are going to get our new address, so I'll do const new address, and this will be response dot data dot, and if you see here we are returning what, create new address. While we are creating, we are returning this address here, so we'll do dot address, then I'm going to do set address will be your new address, we'll do new address, okay, this will be type of address, and comma we are going to do, okay, let's do one thing, okay, I'm going to do like this, so we can just cut it, and I'll do set, so this will give me the current state, and here we are going to do addresses, so this will be your new address, comma, and then we are going to get our state dot addresses, existing addresses, and then I'm going to make is loading will be false. That's it, and then I'm going to return the new address here. So this is done. So this will be our create address, then we are going to have our update address, right? So I'm going to copy this, paste it, and I'm going to do update. So for update address I'm going to get two things, right? This will give me ID and the address data, so I'll take the ID and the address, this will be true, here this will be put, and then we are going to have update address colon ID, means the current address ID I need to pass. So I'm going to do update address slash, I'm going to pass the ID of that address, these two will be same, and then we are going to get our updated address, right? So I'm going to do updated address, so this will be, if I go to controllers, see what we are doing in the update address, we are going to return the address, so we'll be getting response.data.address, which is okay, and inside these what I'm going to do, simply I'm going to do state.addresses.map, so I'll do item, and here I'm going to check if the item.id is equal to current address ID, which is this ID. So in that case I'm going to do this one as updated address, or else this will be item, and is loading will be false, and then I'm going to return updated address back. So this will be our update address, and at the end we are going to have a delete address, so I'll copy this, paste it, so let's make this on delete, so I'll do delete, so this will receive the ID, and here we are going to do axios.delete, and this will be delete address, and here we are going to pass the ID. Now what we are going to do, simply we'll do set get that state, and here simply I will do that addresses will be state dot address dot filter. So I'll do address, and I'll do address dot ID not equal to current ID, and I'll make is loading as false, and at the end I'm going to return true. I think this is fine. I think we can also delete this one, this is not required. What you're getting, not assignable type. Okay, got it. So because we also need to return false from here, that's it. So I think this is done. So now we can remove all the optional, because I've already added all this, right? Remove this and remove this. So with this the story is also completed. So now what we can do, we can start working on the UI part first. Once we'll complete the address, then we can go to the checkout. Once we'll complete the checkout, then again we need to come back and then start working on the orders page. Okay, now let's start creating the UI. So first let's go to our we'll go to app and let's go to account. Now let's remove this from here and let's take a div. I'll take a class name, so I'll do mean height screen bg white, and also I'll do py of 8. Let's change this one to, let's make bg gray 50. Now inside this I'm going to take a div, I'll do a class name, I'll do container mx of auto and pex of 4. Inside this I'll take one more div, I'll do a class name, I'll do margin bottom of 8, and let's take a h1 and I'll do my account, and here I'm going to do a class name, so I'll do text 3xl font bold. Save this, so you're getting this. Now after this div I'm going to take a tabs. Now here I'm going to take a default value which will be orders, and I'll take a class name which will be space y of 4. Inside this I'm going to take tabs list, and here let's give a class name, so I'll do grid width of full and grid columns of 2. Now inside this I'm going to do tabs trigger, and I'll do order history, and for tabs trigger we need to give value will be orders. Now let's copy this, and this will be addresses, so this will be addresses. Okay, now after this we are going to take tab content, so I'll do tab content, so this will be value will be orders, and here let's return some orders for now. Save this, so we're getting orders. Now we'll start working on the addresses first, so I'll do tabs content and value will be addresses. So inside this I'm going to take a card component, and here I'm going to take a card content. Let's take a class name, so I'm going to make this one as padding of 6. Inside this I'm going to take a div, I'll do a class name, so I'll do flex justify between item center margin bottom of 6, and inside this I'm going to take a h2 and I'll do addresses. Let's take a class name, and I'm going to do text XL and font semi bold. Now what else you can do, So after this I'm going to take a button and I'm going to add a new address. Okay, awesome. So after this let's take here. So here I'm going to now add couple of things. Okay, so I need to take some states, and also first I'm going to create the form. So first let's take one state here. Okay, so couple of states we need to take. The first one will be that show address. So const I'll do show addresses set show addresses, which will be use state of, so this will be false. Then I'm going to add, we are also going to take the form data for our address, right? So here I'm going to take couple of things more. Before that, here we need to take const, so we'll do use address store. So here I'm going to get is loading, and let's change this one to addresses loading. Then I'm also going to take here the list of addresses. I'm going to do error, and let's take this one as addresses error. Then I'm going to do fetch address we need. Then we're going to do create addresses. We also need update address and also delete address, right? So these all the things we need. So then we're going to have the show address. I'm also going to take one more state, which will be editing address set editing address, and this will be use state of false. And also I'm going to take the form data, so const form data set form data, and this will be use state of. So here we are going to take the name, which will be empty. We'll take address, which will be empty, city, which will be empty, country will be empty, postal code, phone, and also will be having is default, which will be false. So these all the things we need. So now let's go down and start working on the logic. So we can go here. So first thing what we need to do whenever we'll be clicking on this new address, right? So two things we need to do. So we'll take a on click. So first we are going to make set editing address will be false, or let's make this one so let's do one thing for this editing, right? I'm going to make this one as either let's do this one as not false. I'll change the type as, I'll do this will be either string or null, and I'll do this one as null. So whenever I'll be clicking, I want to make this one as null. So whenever I'll be adding a new address, I need to reset all the values, right? So I'll do set form data, and here I will reset these to initial value. So what we can do, right, we can take a initial state here. So I'll do const initial address form state, and I'll just pass all of this here. So I'll cut it, paste it, and this will be our initial address form state, and the same thing we can use here. Okay, so this is done. So now after this, what we're going to do is check that if address loading is true. So I'll take a div, and here I want to render, let's make this one as class name. I'll do flex justify center and py of 8. Inside this I will take a div, and we can also self close this one, and let's take a class name. So I'll do animate spin, we'll do rounded full, height of 6, width of, let's make 10, width of 10, we'll do border b of 2, and also I'm going to do border gray 900. Or else here we are going to do if show address, if this is true, that means we are going to render the form of that address at
or else we are going to render all the address. So that means here you render the form, or else you render the list of addresses. So I'll do list of addresses. So now you are getting the list of addresses. Now these we are going to easily get it from where? So we already have this fetch address, right? This. So on page load we are going to just call this, and then we'll be getting the list of addresses. That's it. So what we can do, simply we'll take a use effect, and then I'm going to just call this fetch addresses and call these fetch addresses here. And now if I now log this, it'll be getting empty, obviously, because we don't have any addresses for now. So if I now save this, right, let's go to network, and let's go to console. You're getting array of empty. So if we refresh this page, right, let's see what is happening. So you can see get addresses is getting fetched, but address we don't have anything. That is fine. So now if you go here and click on this, so we need to actually make this one as true. That also we need to do. So whenever I will be adding, so that time I need to make set so address as true. So I'll do set so address be true whenever I'll be adding a new address. If I now save this, right, click here, you're getting nothing because we don't have anything here inside form, but we need to add. So now let's create this form. So I'll do class name to space y of 4 inside this. So let's do one thing, let's simply render all the inputs, right? Keep this one simple. We'll do class name, I'll do space y of 2, and inside this I'm going to take a label, and I'm going to render the name, and here I'm going to take an input. So we'll just take the ID. So we need to import the input here. So we'll do ID. So let's make this one name. Value will be form data dot name. I'll make this one as required, and on change I'll take event. I'll do set form data. So we'll take our form data, and here I'm going to do name will be event dot target dot value. Save this. So you're getting this name here. You can also add a placeholder. So do enter your name. Now let's save this, and now we are going to do it the same for all the others, right? So you can just copy paste. So copy this, paste it. I can make the form much more complicated, like we can create some config and we can map this, and then you can dynamically create. But I noticed that some of my videos you actually commented that that's pretty difficult to understand, so that is the reason I'm creating this one separately. Here after this name I'll be having address. Now you can also add the address as text area, that is also fine, but I'll keep this one as this now for now, this input, and this will be address, and this will be address, and change this one to address. Okay, now let's copy this, paste it. So we'll do city, this will be city, that's it. Then we are going to have the country. So this will be country, and this will be country. Then after this we are going to have, so address, city, then what else we are having, let's check here, postal code and phone. So I'll do postal code, and I'll do enter your postal. Then I'll again paste it. So this will be my phone, And then what else we are having? We are going to have we need to add a checkbox, right? Because we need to make, okay, let's do one thing before that. We need to add this for all others. Okay, it's already there. I think a record is already there. Okay, then it is fine. Now I'm going to add one more. So here I'm just going to take a let's take a div only. Inside this I'm going to render a checkbox. So I'm going to pass ID. This will be default, or let's make this on is default. Then I'm going to pass the value, which will be form data dot is default, and here I'm going to pass on checked change. So I'm going to get the checked, and then call the set form data. You'll get the form data, and then you're going to pass is default, and this will be checked as boolean. Alright, so after this we are going to pass a label, and here I'll do set as default address, and I'll do HTML for, and this will be is let's make this on default. Okay, and here we are getting the boolean is not. Okay, we need to pass checked here instead of this. Alright, so this is done. So now we are getting this. Also let's give a margin left of 3. Alright, so after this now I'm going to take one more div. So let's take a class name, and I'll do flex space x of 2, and here I'm going to take a button. So the type will be submit, and inside this I'm going to check if editing address is true. So I'm going to make this on as update, or else this will be add, and this will be address. Next I'm going to take one more button. This will be cancel, and here I'm going to take a type as button, and here I'm going to do a variant as outline, and on click of this I'm going to make set so address will be false, and here I'm going to do set editing address will be null. Save this, and we're getting this. Okay, so this is fine. So now what we are going to do, right? So we have created the form. So now we are going to create an on submit method. So let's go to the top. If you want, you can move all of this in a separate component. That is also fine. I'm going to do a on submit, and I'll do handle address submit. Copy this, and let's go to the top, and let's do here const handle address submit, which will be async, and this will be event, which will be react dot form event. And here first thing what you need to do event dot prevent default. Now I'm going to just do try catch error, and here I'm going to just do in the try if editing address is true. So in that case const result will be await, we have update address, and here I need to pass the editing address, which will be my ID that I'm going to set, and I'll tell you how we are going to do that. And here I'm going to pass the form data. That's it. And then we are going to just do that if the result is true. So we're going to do set editing address will be null again. Else, so in this case if it is adding a new address, so we are going to do const, and I'll do result, and I'll do await create address,
and pass the form data, right? And then what you're going to do simply, so in that case this is fine. So if let's do result is created, so I'll just take this, so do const use toast, and I'll do toast here, and let's do toast. Title will be address created successfully. Alright, and now after this I'm going to do set, so address will be false, and set form data will be initial address form data. Okay, and for now just log this error. This is done. So now once all of this is done, right, remember when we are not rendering the form, that time we need to render the list of addresses. And from where we will be getting this list of addresses? These will be getting from these addresses, right? Because if you go to the top, we are already fetching the list of addresses here. So let's render these also. So how we are going to do it simply, so let's go to here, and here I'm going to just simply check that if we are rendering the list of addresses, so that time I'll just remove this part from here, and I'll take another div. Let's do a class name space y of 4, and inside this I'm just going to do addresses dot map. This will be my address, and here I'm just going to render a card item. Inside this let's take a key which will be address dot id, and here I'm just going to take a card content. Let's give a class name p of 5. Inside this I'll take a div, I'll do a class name, I'll do flex justify between item start, and inside this let's render all the content, right? So I'll take a p, and let's do width first. Let's take a class name, I'll do font medium, and I'm going to render address dot name. Then after this I'm going to render the address, so let's do like take another p, and I'm going to render address dot address. After this let's take one more p, and I'm going to render address dot city, give space, and I'll do or else let's give comma, I'll do address dot country, and then I'm going to give address dot postal code. Now after this we are going to render that if it is a default, right? So I'll check simply if address dot is default is true. So in that case let's render a batch component, and here I'm going to give a variant which will be secondary. That's it, and here we can render default. Alright, and after this, so you're doing this, right? So after this I'll take one more div, I'll take a class name, and I'll do space x of 2, and inside this I'm going to take a button, and here I'm going to just do edit, and let's do a variant as outline, size as small, and here we are going to handle the edit. Now let's copy this, paste it, and let's make this one as delete, and here I'm going to do this one as destructive, and rest of the things will be same. So let's save this. So let's go here, we don't have anything for now, so let's add a new address. I'll give my name here, so address I'll give something. Oh, we are having both as I got it, so I think the value we need to change. Value I think we haven't changed for this address, and the country. So let me just check from first. So name we are doing, address we are doing, city we are doing, this will be country. then we are doing postal code, phone. Okay, rest everything is fine. So let's save this now. City, I'll give some random city. Let's give some random value. Country, I'll give. Postal code, I'll give. Phone, I'll give. And also make this one as save. And let's do add. Okay. And you can see that address created successful. This is looking very bad. And the reason, I think something we are doing wrong here in the layout. Let's see what we are doing wrong. We're doing flex. Okay, let's make flex column. And also I'm going to do a margin bottom of 5. Also here for this I'm going to do class name margin bottom of 2. For everyone I'll do the same. Okay, and let's make this one font bold. And let's give comma here also. Alright, so this is done. So we'll be able to do that. So this is the default address, right? So let's see, add a new address. I'll give some name. City, this is country, this is postal code, this is phone. And let's make this one now default. And let's add. Now both are coming as default. So this part we need to check. So this is actually what I wanted to check, that why both are coming as this, right? So this part we need to check actually. This should not happen because we're already handling this. If I go to this, so we are getting default true, but here we are getting default false. Alright, why then it is coming? If this is true, okay, what we are getting in the console? Default true. Oh, default is coming false. Then this should not come, right? If I go to address, oh, it's not coming. What I'm seeing default is coming here. Oh my god. Well, let me check one more time. I'll give some random name. I'll do Jonathan. Let's add USA. City, I'll add something. Postal code I'll add. Phone I'll add. And then I'll make this one now set as default, and then add address. Okay, these, okay, here it is coming first time. When I'm refreshing, that time it is not coming. This I got it. So that means we need to, whenever we are adding, right, we need to fetch the list of addresses. And see, this is why it is important, right? So when we are doing, right, if result is true, I'm going to fetch the addresses once again first. This is important. So now this should happen. So it should not happen, because if I refresh this page, go here, that time only one time it is coming, right? So now see, add one more address. I'll give XYZ. Let's give some random value. City, country, postal code, phone, set as default now, and I'll add new address. See, now we are refreshing the page, and then it is coming default only here. So that means I didn't check that one wrong, that was correct, means it was something wrong. So what we are doing, simply whenever we are fetching again once again the list of address. Now this we need to do for editing also then, because in that case what we can do, right, in both the cases we can do fetch addresses here. So we'll do this on outside. Okay, so this is done. Now what we need to do, we need to start working on the editing. So for editing, what we can do, simply go to below, and then I'm going to do edit. So here I'm just going to do on click, and here we are going to pass. So do handle edit address, and we're going to pass the current address. copy this and let's go to the top. So const this, so we'll be getting the address, and here I'm going to pass the type will be my address. Okay, now this address I'm getting from my use address store, which is this address interface. So handle edit address. So first what you're going to do, pass set form data, and here I'm just going to pass the name. So name will be my address dot name. Then we're going to do address. This will be address dot address. I'll do city, which will be address dot city. Let's do country, which will be address dot country. I'll do phone, which will be address dot phone. Then I'm going to do postal code, address dot postal code, and also you're going to do is default, which will be address dot is default. So all of this we have set. So now we are going to do set edit address, which will be address dot id, right? And then we are going to do set show address, which will be true. So now if you save this, right, and let's go back and let's see if you try to edit, see it's coming, right? If you do cancel, you're getting this again. If you edit this one, you're getting the value set here, right? So now what you can do simply, and when you are going to submit, that time you're already checking that if it is editing address, you're going to call update address. And then also for this one also you need to fetch the list of addresses again, right? So let's do this one, right? Let's do here, or let's keep it like this, and let's do here also in both the places. So now let's refresh this. So we'll go here, let's say I'll make this one as edit. I'll do Jonathan edited, and I'll do now update. Okay, we are not getting the updated data. If I refresh this, let's see what is happening. Okay, this is not working, and why this we need to check. So we'll do edit, and I'm going to do this one as edited. Okay, we're getting 4 not 4 address slash update address. This is not, that means we have given some wrong value here. Update address, see, this will be S. So this is the problem actually. For delete address it is okay. So now this should work. Let's refresh this once again, and now I'll go to addresses. Okay, connection review, I think backend is still running. Let's refresh this, go to addresses. Now let's edit, and I'm going to edited, and let's update. So now we're getting Jonathan edited, so it's working fine. Let's edit, make this one to India, update. So okay, still it is not getting updated. Oh, it's getting updated here, India. Okay, that means something is else. Okay, this is also, let's make something else. Let's make this one as I'll do Nepal, just to check. Update, so it's getting updated to Nepal. Okay, so edit is also working fine. So now the only thing is we are going to start working on the delete. Now delete will be also very simple. So you can go here and let's go below at the end, and then here we are entering the delete button, right? So I'm going to do on click, and I'll do handle delete address, and I'm going to pass the address.id. Copy this, and let's go top, const handle this, we'll get the id, which will be string, and here also I'm going to make this one as async, and I'll do, let's const confirmed, and let's do a window dot confirm, and here I'm going to do are you sure you wanna delete this address. If it is true, so we are going to do try catch, So let's log this, and here I'm going to just do const success will be await delete address. This will be ID, and here I'm going to do if success is true. So let's render toast title. I'll be doing address is deleted successfully. Save this and let's see what you're getting. So refresh this page. So let's say I want to delete this. Okay, so you're getting 3. I'll delete this one, refresh this page, and then I'll be getting only 2. So this is working fine. So now add a new address. So I'll do new address added. Let's give some this. I'll give city. I'll do country. I'll do postal code. I'll give some number and make this one as default. And then I'll do add address. So now this added, also default is updated. Do edit. So this is now edited, and I'll update address. This is edited, and if I also can delete, let's say I'll delete this one. Sorry, I'll cancel this. So I'll delete. Okay, and this is also deleted. So with this, the address functionality is also completed. So now the cart is also done. Now let's go to the proceed to checkout, and then we are going to start working on the checkout page. Alright, so now we will start working on the checkout page. Now before that, see, for checkout we are going to do quite a few things. So first we are going to implement how you are going to protect your payment from using Arcjet. Also we are going to use PayPal for our payment, and for that one we are going to use this PayPal/React PayPal.js package. Okay, first thing what we need to do, right, we need to install the React version 18, because as I already told you that the version 19 is actually very new. So some of the packages may not be compatible with the version 19. So what we need to do, we are going to use this, and for that we are going to install the version 18. So for that I already actually added all of this. So let's install the version 18 first, and let's open this. Let's go here, let's do cd client and install this one. So this is the first step. Second thing, you need to create a developer account for your PayPal. You need to go to, once you create it, it's very simple. You just need to go to this app and credentials and just create app. Once you create app, you are going to get this client ID and the secret key. So these both the things we needed. Okay, so let's see if this is getting installed. So once this is done, then we are going to install this package. So let's copy this, and this is done. So I'm going to clear this, and let's install this one. So now let's go to our checkout page. So I'll go to this page. Now I'm going to close everything else, because this will be quite a lot of things we need to do here. So first I'm going to create, let's create a checkout content .tsx, and also I'm going to create a checkout skeleton .tsx, and this will be my main page.tsx. So what I'll do, let's create these components. So I'm going to create, so we'll do checkout skeleton, and let's return a div, and I'm going to just paste it here. And now let's go to checkout content. So this one I'm going to use client, and I'm going to make this one as checkout content, and let's return a div, and this will be my checkout content. And now this will be my main page where it will be checkout page. So what I'll do, right, so here I'm going to first create options. So I'll do const options, and here I'm going to pass a client ID, and this client ID will be my PayPal this client ID. So this client ID I'm going to use. So I'm going to copy this and I'll paste it here, and what I'll do, right, I'll just wrap my PayPal script provider. So for that I'm going to just import this. Also we are going to make this one use client, and here I'm going to import this from PayPal/React PayPal.js, and this will be my PayPal script provider. So I'm going to use this, and inside this I'm going to just pass my checkout skeleton. Alright, and here you need to pass the options. So my options will be this options property. Okay, now inside checkout content, inside checkout skeleton, here actually I'm going to use my checkout content page. Okay, so for now what I'll do, right, so let's create a I'm going to create a function, and let's make this one not skeleton, let's make checkout suspense, and here I'm going to make this one, let's save this. So I will do checkout suspense, and now I'm going to just create a function here, and I'll do checkout skeleton. Now let's return some div for now, and let's return the skeleton component. Later we are going to change all of this, and this is then not required because we need only one export default. And now I'm going to just take a suspense here, so I'll do suspense, and inside this I'm going to take the fallback. So my fallback, I'm going to use this checkout skeleton, and inside this I'm going to pass my checkout content page. So I'll do checkout content. That's it. So this is done. So here actually I'm using this checkout content. So if you go now, right, let's go here, refresh this page, so you're getting checkout content here. Awesome. So next, the main thing what we need to do, right, first we are going to create our schema, and that schema we are going to create for orders, right? So let's do one thing, let's go to our Prisma schema, and here what I'm going to do, okay, first thing I am going to index this user ID here, not user ID, not here, sorry, my bad, that we've already done. Here I'm going to create another model. So for order, right, for order we are going to create mainly two model. One will be the order, the main order, and then each and every order will have a single order item, right? So there will be two model. So let's start with the order model. So I'll do order. So order will have ID which will be string, and from this point this will be very, very important, so you need to be very careful. So here I'll do ID, and here I'm going to give a default value. I'll do CUID. After this will have a user ID which will be string, then this will have user which will have user model, and this will have a relation fields. So fields will be user ID, comma, references I'm going to give ID. After this I'm going to take a address ID, so address ID will be string. Then here I'm going to take the address will have a relation with address, and here again I'm going to give a relation. So fields I'm going to give the address ID, and here references I'll give ID. Next I'm going to have the items. So for items I'm going to create one more model which will be my order item. After this I'm going to create coupon ID which will be string. Then I'm going to have a coupon which will have a coupon, and here I'm going to take a relation. So my fields will be coupon ID and my reference will be ID. Then I'm going to take a let's take total. So total will be float, Then I'm going to take status, which will be my order status. So this I'm going to create, this will be enum, and here I'm going to give a default. So default I'm going to give this one as pending. After this I will also take a payment method, which will be my payment method. So this also I'm going to create. Then I'm going to create payment status. So payment status, this will be my payment status, and here also default will be pending. Then I'm going to have a payment ID, which will be string. Then we are going to have created at and updated at. Then after this I'm going to index couple of things. So I'll index the user ID, I'm going to index the address ID, sorry, not ignore, I'm going to do index address ID, and also I'm going to index the coupon ID. So this is done. Now let's create our model for order item. So I'll do model, and this will be order item. So this will again have a ID. Then we are going to take the order ID, which will be string. Then we are going to take order relation, so this will be type of order. Then we are going to take relation, fields will be order ID, and references will be ID. Then I'm going to take the product ID. So for each and every item will have a product, right? So we're going to have the product ID. We're going to take the product name. We are also going to take the product category, so this will be string. We're going to take the quantity, which will be int. We're going to take the size, which will be string. We're going to take the color, which will be string. We are going to take the price, which will be float, and then we are going to have the created at and the updated at. So copy this, and then at the end I'm going to index the order ID, and also I'm going to index the product ID. That's it. Now we are going to create enum for two things. The first will be order status, payment method, and also, so first I'll do enum. So let's do order status. So order status will be pending. Then this will have processing. Then this will have shipped, and at the end it will have delivered. Alright, so this is done. So after this we are also going to have we are going to need enum. So we are take payment method. So here payment method we are going to only do for now, let's keep this on only credit card. Okay, and then we are going to have another enum, which will be payment status, and this will have either pending or it will have completed. Okay, so this is done. So now we need to actually add the relation. So we need to add relation. So order item we have added, right? So first we need to go to our coupon. So let's go to coupon here, and here I'm going to add orders, and this will have an order. So this is the first relation. Then the second will be, so in the address, so let's go to the address. So here also you're going to add orders, and this will be order, and at the end we are also going to add the same for our user, because for each and every user we are going to have orders, right? So I'm going to do orders, which will have an order. With this schema is now completed. So now if you need some time you can go through, but this is what exactly we need. Now if you are having multiple payment ID, then you can change this one here, like payment, not ID, payment method. So you need to change this one accordingly. So with this part is actually done. So now we'll go to our server, close this, and I'm going to again update our schema. So let's give order. Okay, so this is done. Clear it and let's run it one more time. Now let's go here. I'm going to close this, clear it and run it. So let's see what we're getting. So you can see that now you'll be having order, right? And also you're going to have the order item. If you go to users, you can see all are actually updated, right? Awesome. So with this part is actually now completed. Now the first thing what we are going to do, right, we need to start working on the checkout content, which is actually this page. So here we need to do a lot of things, like we need to, okay, first let's log in. It's not auto logged out. So here let's go to our cart page. Let's go to checkout. So here we are going to render quite a few things, right? First we are going to render that how many cart items we already have. We are going to also render all the addresses that user has, because user can select a particular address, right? So those things we need to do step by step. So first let's go to our checkout content and let's start working on the basic UI first. Okay, so I'm going to remove this. Let's take a div and let's take a class name. So I'll do mean height screen bg white, and also I'm going to do py of 8. Inside this I'm going to take another div. We'll do a class name, we'll do container mx of auto, px of 4, and I'll do max w 7xl. Inside this, let's see what is this. Okay, inside this I'm going to take one more div. I'll take a class name. So I'll do grid columns 1. For large I'm going to do grid columns of 3, and I'll do gap of 8. Now inside this we are going to take one more div. Let's take a class name, and for large I'm going to do column span of 2, and I'll do space y of 6. Now inside this I'm going to take a card, and here I'll take a class name. I'll do p of 6, and inside this I'll take h2 and let's give this one as delivery. And here I'm going to take a class name. So I'll do text excel font semi bold, and also the margin bottom of 4. Save this. Okay, so you're getting this. So after this we'll take a div, we'll take a class name, I'll do space y of 4, and inside this we are going to render all the addresses. So addresses, how we are going to render. So I'm going to take const from use address store. So we're going to get the addresses, and also I'm going to do fetch addresses. So just take use effect, and here I'm going to keep this as a dependency and just call it here. So that's it. So now we can just copy this, and inside this I'm going to do addresses.map. So this will give me address, and here I'm going to just take a div. So let's take a key which will be address.id, and here I'm going to take a class name. So I'll do flex item start and space x of 2, and inside this, so first we need to add some checkbox, right, because we are going to select. So I'll take a checkbox. Okay, and here I'm going to take a id which will be my address.id, and also here I'm going to take a state. Let's take a state. So do const selected address set selected address, and this will be use state of empty, and here I'm going to just do on checked change. So I'm going to do handle set selected address, and this will be address dot id, and here I'm going to pass checked if this selected address is equal to address dot id. If you save this, so you're getting this, but we need to render all the other things, right? So first here I'm going to take, so let's take a label, right? And here I'm going to do HTML for, this will be checkbox, not checkbox, this will be address dot id, and here I'm going to do class name flex glow, and inside this I'm going to take a div. Here we don't need any class name, and let's take a span and just render the address dot name. Okay, and now here I'm going to just do class name, which will be font medium. So we are getting this. Also let's take a class name, not here, class name, I think we already have a class name, we'll do margin left of 3. Okay, so here also we can render the other things, right? So after these, let's do one thing. Let's take, if the address dot is default, if this is true, so I'm going to just render a span, and I'll do let's make this one something like this. So let's do a bracket, and I'll do default, and here I'm going to do a class name. So let's do a margin left of 2, text sm, and text green, let's do 600. So this is default. Awesome. So after this div, I'm going to take one more div, and here I'm going to do class name text small text gray 700, and here I'm going to render address dot address. Now after this, we'll take a div, take a class name, and here I'm going to do text small text gray 600, and I'm going to render address dot city, comma address dot country, comma address dot postal code. Alright, so this is done. And also let's take one more and then just render the phone. So I'll do address dot phone. So I'll do address dot phone. Save this, and we are getting this. Awesome. So this is done. Now if you want, you can also add a new address here and then just go to the my address page. That also you can do, but I think for now this is fine. So let's do one thing. You can add here actually. Let's do a button, and I'll do add a new address, right? And then let's go here and let's take const router, and I'll do use router, and then we can go to on click, and then just go to router dot push, and let's go to the account page, right? So this is done. So if you click here, it will go to this page. Okay, so now let's go to checkout, and if you select, this is selecting, right? Awesome. So this is done. So this is your default. So this part is actually now completed. So after this, so let's go here. So we are having this card. Let me just minimize this card view. So after this card view, here I'm going to do like how we are going to implement the payment section. Now here it is very important. So first I'll take a card, and here I'm going to take one more state. So I'll do const so payment form set, so no, not form, let's do this one as flow. Set so payment flow, and this will be use state of false. So here what we'll do, right, so first I'm going to take a class name p of 5. No, let's make both, let's do 6. Here I'm going to just do if so payment flow is true, then only we are going to render, or else we'll do something else, and that you are going to see. So here just render this for now. So inside this, right, I'll take a h2, let's do h3, and I'll do payment, and then here let's take a class name text excel font semi bold, and I'll do margin bottom of 4, and here I'm going to take a p, and I'll do all transactions are secure and encrypted. Okay, so let's remove this, and here after this I'm going to render the PayPal buttons, right? So I'm going to just take PayPal buttons, and here you can self close this. So we're going to pass, so first I'll pass a style I'll pass a layout here, which will be vertical. Then I'm going to pass a color, which will be black. I'm going to pass a safe, which will be rect, and also I'm going to pass a label, which will be pay. Now here after this I'm going to pass a funding source, which will be only, so here I'm going to do only card for now. Okay, and then you're going to pass all the other properties. The create order method we need to pass. So for now let's save it. So now see, if I just make this one as true, see what is happening, right? Save it, and you can see that you are getting this debit or credit card. Okay, also let's give this one some margin bottom. So I'll go to this p, let's add a class name and do margin bottom of 5. Let's do 3. Right, so let's refresh this page. Also, while we are fetching that time, you can also render some kind of loader also, that is also fine here. Okay, so this is fine. So now the main thing is that, so normally what will happen, right, your these sorry, this payment flow, this will be false by default. So what we are going to do, user needs to enter their email, and then we are going to do a Arcjet validation. Once the validation is successful, then only we are going to render this. So here I'm going to take a h2, or let's take a h3, and I'll do enter email to get started. Now here you can do a lot of things, right? For example, like lot of different kind of mechanism or validation you can add. So for now I'm going to show you some different multiple ways that how we are going to do it. First I'll take a div, and here I'm going to take a class name. I'll do gap of 2, and I'm going to do flex, and I'll do item, let's make this one as so for here I'll do item center. Inside this I'm going to take input, and here I'm going to take a type will be email, and here I'm going to do placeholder, which will be enter your email. I'll do a class name width of full, and I'm going to do a value. So here let's do one thing, let's take one more state, and I'll do const checkout email set checkout email, and this will be use state of empty, and then I'm going to just do here value, which will be checkout email, and on change. So here this will be event, which will be react dot change event, and here you're going to pass HTML input element, and then just to set checkout email will be event dot target dot value. That's it. And now I'm going to do a button here, and I'll do proceed to buy, right? So now let's save it. Okay, let me just refresh this. So you're getting this, enter email to get started. Also for this one, let's add some class name. So I'll add a class name of text excel, font semi bold, and also I'm going to do font semi bold, margin bottom of 4. Okay, so here first you need to enter email. We are going to do the validation. Once you do proceed to buy, then only I'm going to render that. So this is another thing we are going to do. Now once this is done, so after this, let's go to this card and this part. So here we are having this card. So okay, after this, here I'm going to render the order summary. Okay, so here let's take a div and let's do a class name. So I'm going to do large, we'll do column span of 1. Inside this I'm going to do a card. I'll do a class name p of 6 sticky, and I'm going to do top of 8, and here inside this I'm going to take a h2 and I'll do order summary. Okay, and after this I'm going to take a div and I'll take a class name of space y of 4, and here this will be my order summary here, right? So if you save this, you'll be getting the summary here. But for this we need to get couple of things, right? So the first thing what we need to get the cart items, right? So let's go to the top. So quite a few things we need to get first. So first here let's do one thing. Let's take one more state and I'm going to do cart items with details. Okay, and I'll do set cart items items. Let's make this on items with details, right? And here I'm going to do use state. So here we are going to do, so let's take, so we'll take a cart item. So we'll do cart item that we are going to get from our types, from our use cart store, and here we are going to pass product. So let's pass a product. For now I'll give any, and here what you're going to do, right? So by default we'll keep this one as empty. And after this we also need to get couple of things from our other stores. So the first thing we'll get from our use cart, sorry, so this will get from use cart store. So we need the items, we also going to need the fetch cart, and also we need the clear cart, and these we are going to do later. Okay, what else we need? We also going to need something from our use product store, and you'll understand why, and that is get product by ID. Okay, so this is two things we need for now. So now what we are going to do, right? So in the page load we are going to get our cart. So we'll do fetch cart, and then I'm going to call the fetch cart here. Okay, also let's do one more thing. So by default what I need to do, right, because this is my default address, I want to keep this one as enabled on page load. So to do this we can take it, to do this one we can take another use effect, and I'll keep my addresses as a dependency. So I'll keep addresses as a dependency, and I'll check const find default address, and this will be equal to addresses dot find, and here we'll get the address. So we'll do address dot is default. Now here we are going to do if find default address is true, so we're going to do set selected address, which will be find default address dot id. Okay, if you save this, so this will be always by default selected. Refresh this page, so this will be selected. You can definitely change it, but if you refresh this page it will be always by default selected. So this is another thing. Now next thing what we're going to do, right, we are going to take one more use effect, and here I'm going to keep my items. Now here the items is your cart items, so items and get product by ID as my dependency. Now what I'll do, right, I'll simply do const fetch individual product details, which will be async, and here we'll do const items with details, and this will be await promise dot all, and here you are going to do items is your cart items dot map, and here we'll do async, we'll do item, and just you'll do const product, and this will be await get product by ID, and here you're going to pass the item dot product ID, and then what you'll do, right, simply return the item comma you're going to return the product. That's it. So this is done, and now at the end what you'll do simply, so here we are doing, right, okay, so here we'll do set cart item with details, and this will be your item with details. That's it. And at the end you're going to just call this fetch individual product details. That's it. And now if you just log this cart item with details, and let's see what you're getting. Save this, go to console, so you see we are getting 3, and if you expand this you can see you are getting all the details of that cart, and you can see there is also a product info here, right, because if you go to the network, refresh this page, see all the details are getting called, right? Awesome. So this is working fine. So now you are having the cart items details also. So what you can do, right, simply just go below, so you're going to go at the end where we are rendering the order details. So now we are going to map our cart items with details here. So I'll simply do cart items with details dot map, and I'll do item detail, or else let's do detailed item, and here detailed item, I don't like it, let's keep this on simple only, we'll keep this on item, and here I'm going to just take a div, and I'll do a key, and this will be item dot ID, and here I'll take a class name, I'll do flex item center space x of 4, and inside this I'm going to take a div, and let's take a class name, so I'm going to just do here relative, I'll do height of 20, width of 20, and I'm going to do rounded MD, and I'll do overflow hidden, and inside this I'm going to take, so let's take a image, and here I'm going to do source, so source will be my item dot product dot images of 0th, and here I'm going to pass alt, which will be my item dot product dot name, and I'm going to do here class name will be object cover. So now let's save this, see what you're getting the item images. After this we are going to take another div, why this is not auto closing, I'm not sure. Okay, let's do a class name, so I'll do a flex of 1, inside this I'm going to take a h3, and I'll do item dot product dot name, and let's take a class name, I'll do font medium. Alright, let's see if it is working or not. So first we'll go here in the products page, and let's go to this page, select this, select L, and let's add to cart. Let's go to cart page, and now let's go to checkout page. You are getting right? Awesome. So this is working fine. So now what I'll do, so after this I'm going to take a P and I'm going to just render item dot color, and also let's do space item dot size, and here I'm going to take a class name and I'll do text small text gray 500 600. Awesome. And after this I will take a P, I'll do a class name, oh sorry, not here, I'll do a class name and I'll do text sm and text gray 500, and here I'm going to do a quantity and this will be item dot quantity. Alright, and after this let's take another P and I'll do a class name, let's do font medium, and inside this I'm going to just do let's render the price, right, or price, or what we'll do, let's do one thing, let's render, okay, first I'll take this bracket and here I'm going to do item dot product dot price, okay, into item dot quantity, and here let's make this one to fixed of 2. Save this. So we are getting this. Awesome. So after this what I'll do, right, let's render a separator. Okay, I'll just get, I think this we need to do, we'll do set cnui, go to components and let's go to separator, over here, copy this and let's install, sorry, so let's wait for some time. Alright, so this is done. So let's render that here. Okay, after this. So this is fine. Save this. So we're getting this. After that, we'll take one more div. We'll take a class name and I'll do space y of 2. Inside this, I'm going to take an input. And here I'll do placeholder, I'll do discount code or gift code, that's it. And then after this we are also going to handle some state for this, so let's go here and take one more state. I'll do const coupon code set coupon code, and this will be use state of empty. So let's go here and add this, so do on change, so this will be e, and then we'll do set coupon code v.target.value, and here I'm going to do value, this will be coupon code. After this, let's take a button and I'm going to do this one as apply. Let's do class name width of full and I'll do variant will be outline. Awesome. After this, what are we going to do, right? So for now this is fine. Then let's add one more separator, and then what we are going to do, simply save this. So we'll be getting this. So after that I'll take one more div, and here we will take a class name with space y of 2, and inside this I will take one more div. We'll take a class name, we'll do flex justify between. Inside this I'm going to take a span, and I'll do sub total. Here we are going to render, so I'll take one more span and let's render some 1000 for now. And here after this we are going to also, let's do one thing, let's take one more state here, and that will be, so I'll just go to the top. So after this I'll take one more state, and I'll do applied coupon set applied coupon. This will be use state of coupon or null, and by default it will be null. And then we are going to simply check that if the applied coupon is true, that means that you have successfully applied a coupon, right? So what we can do, right, let's go to the last. So we have this apply button. So first here I'm going to do that if applied coupon it's true, then at the end I'm going to just render like coupon applied successfully. Let's give a class name, and here I'm going to just render text sm and text green 600. And after this subtotal, so here I'm going to render, so I'll check if applied coupon is true and end. So I'll take a div, and here let's take a class name. I'll do flex justify between and text green 500, and inside this I'm going to take a span, and here let's do something like discount, and here we are going to just render, render the discount percentage, right? So for now let's give like 5%, and after this what we're going to do, we'll just render the amount. So I'll do span, I'll do amount, for now I'll do 100. After this let's take one more div. Okay, I think this is not required, let's remove this. So here I'm going to just take one more separator, so we're getting subtotal. Okay, so this is fine. So if I just remove this, right, so we're getting this. So this is what we need. Okay, for now we need to keep this. So after this separator we are going to render the total. So I'll do div, and here I'm going to do class name. So I'll do flex justify between and font medium, and here we are going to render a span. This will be total, and here I'm going to take one more span, and this will be my amount. So for example, let's say 5000. That's it. This is done. So save this, and you'll be getting the total here. So this will be our main UI, right? The basic structure. Definitely we need to do a lot of things. Now what I'll complete, right? First I'm going to complete the discount part here, right? So we're going to apply and check if the coupon is valid, and based on that we are going to handle here. Once this is done, then we'll move to this Arcjet part. Once the Arcjet part is completed, then we are going to start working on the backend and try to integrate. Alright, so now let's start working on the coupons part first. So first we are going to get a couple of things from our coupon store, right? So we'll get from our use coupon store. So we are going to get so what are the things we need to get? First we need to get the coupons and fetch coupons. So here I'm going to get the fetch coupons, and I'm going to also call it here fetch coupons. Once this is done, then I'm going to render a couple of things. So I'm going to calculate first the subtotal. So subtotal will be simply cart items with details dot reduce, and here you'll get, so we are going to simply do, so this will be this plus item dot price, so item dot product dot price, or this will be 0 into item dot quantity comma 0 as initial value. That's it. So this will be your subtotal. Then you're going to get the discount amount. So what will be the discount amount, right? So discount amount will be your applied coupon. So here we are going to calculate that which coupon we actually applied, and if the coupon applied is successful, that means you have entered a correct coupon. So what I'm going to do, and you can see that is the reason we have kept the type as coupon here, right? So this has a type, and if you go here, right, so this has the discount percentage and everything, code and everything, right? So what you can do, simply you can simply check if the applied coupon is true. So in that case we'll simply do subtotal into applied coupon dot discount percentage divided by 100, or else this will be 0. That's it. And then we are going to get the total. So my total will be subtotal minus discount amount. So this will give me total. So now what we can do, simply let's go at the end and then we'll start step by step. First we need to go here in the subtotal, right? So in the subtotal, what we'll do, simply here we'll do subtotal dot to fixed of 2, and in the discount here you are going to pass what? So you'll be passing the applied coupon dot discount percentage if it is true, and here if this will be, so we are going to do a discount amount dot to fixed of 2, and here I'm going to pass the total dot to fixed of 2. Now you can see that we are having subtotal and total because we haven't applied any coupon. So now we will go here and we have a these, right? So do one click handle apply coupon. So let's copy this and then let's go to the top, and here I'm going to just add, let's remove this and I'll create this method. So do const handle apply coupon, and then first I'll do get the coupon. So do const get current coupon, and this will be coupon list dot find, and here you're going to do c dot code will be equal to your coupon code that you're applying. So that means this value you're applying here, that has to be same, right? Then only that means you'll understand that that's a valid coupon. If not equal to get current coupon, so I'm going to add one here. Let's take one more state. So I'll do coupon applied error set coupon applied error, and this will be use state. So let's make this one as empty, and here I'm going to do set coupon applied error will be invalid coupon code, and then I'm going to do set applied coupon will be null, and we're going to return. Then I'm going to do const now, and this will be date new date, and I'm going to do if now is less than new date of coupon, which is this coupon get current coupon dot start date, right? Or if now is greater than new date of get current coupon dot end date. So in that case we are simply do set coupon applied error will be coupon is not valid in this time, right? Or expired coupon. And then we are going to do set applied coupon will be null, and then we are going to return. So this is done. Then we are going to add one more check, which will be if get current coupon dot uses count is greater than or equal to get current coupon dot uses limit. So in that case we'll do set coupon applied error, and that will be coupon has reached its uses limit, please try a different coupon. And we'll do set applied coupon will be null, and we're going to return. And once all of this is done, then I'm going to do set applied coupon will be my this get current coupon, and set coupon applied error will be empty. That's it. And then what we are going to do, right? So let's render this coupon also here, right? So we are going to simply do if, let's go where we can do, so maybe here before this. So I'm going to simply do if coupon applied error, if this is true. So I'm going to take a p and I'm going to just render here coupon applied error, and I'll do a class name, and here I'm going to do text small and text red 600, right? So let's save all of this. So refresh this. So let's render some value here. Let's try to apply. So we're getting invalid coupon code. I'm going to now copy this, open in incognito, and let's give the admin login. So let's wait, I think it's getting compiled. Okay, let's go to coupons. Let's copy this coupon, I think this one, 25% discount, and I'm going to send apply. Okay, still we are getting invalid. So this we need to check why this is not working. So refresh this. Okay, this we are getting 403. Okay, super access, this is wrong. So fetch coupons, actually anyone can get access, I got it. So that means this part we need to change. So let's go to coupon routes. See, we are doing this fetch coupon and is super admin for all. So what we can do, right, for only for create coupon we can pass this is super admin, and you can remove this from here, and also for this also you can give is super admin. So for this one only authenticate JWT is fine for the fetch all coupons, right? So for that, now let's go here and let's refresh this. So now fetch all coupons is 201, and if I try to apply wrong coupon, apply invalid, send. Okay, let's go here and copy this, and let's apply. Coupon is not valid at this time, expired coupon. Awesome. Okay, this is working fine. Let's do one thing. We can create a new coupon, right? Quickly. Let's go here. I think this is already, so let's do from today to, let's say, this. Create percentage, I'll do 10%. Usage limit, I'll do 10. Create. Okay, it's created. Now let's copy this, and then I'm going to send here. Okay, I think we need to again refresh this page, and let's send and apply. Okay, still we are getting this. This is interesting. This should not happen. Okay, let's go do one thing. We are going to, but this is coming active, so that means something we are doing wrong here. Let's go to this. Let's see this logic that handle apply coupon, what we are doing. Let me just check quickly. Okay, I don't think any problem here though. Okay, let's do one thing. Let's create one more. Let's give 10, let's give 5, let's create. Let's copy this. Okay, now this is working fine. So this is applied successfully. If I try to give this, okay, remove this, coupon applied successfully, and this is working fine. Awesome. So now this part is also completed. Also you can do one thing. Let's say you've given some wrong, right, and apply. You can also reset this form, but I'll highly suggest not to do it, because let's say user have given by mistake, so that they can again remove this and then you can apply, right? So keep it like this. So this part is also done. So now in the next part, what we are going to do, we are going to validate this form. Once the form validation is done, then we are going to render the PayPal button, right? So once that part is completed, then only we are going to start working on the backend. Alright everyone, so now we will start working on the payment form protection, right? So first what we are going to do, right, once the user will enter the email, if everything goes correct, means we are going to do the sealed bot detection, validate email, and also the sliding window, both the things, right? So once everything getting passed, then only we are going to display this PayPal. So for that, let's go here, let's go to our actions, and let's do one thing. Let's create I'll create one more, which will be my payment.ts. Also I'll go here, and then I'm going to create one more, and this will be, let's give we can do like export const pre-payment flow rules. So this will be Arcjet, and here we are going to first pass the key, and for rules, so we will be having almost same. The only difference we are going to use for this time, we are going to use a sliding window. Okay, so only this will allow 5. Now again, it's up to you. You are going to change all of this, whatever you like. So for now, I'm going to just copy all of this, and then I'll paste it here. Okay, we need to do it inside rules, and I'm going to import, and let's remove all of this. Okay, save this, and now we will go to payment, and for that let's go to our auth first. I'm going to just copy this part from here. So I'm going to copy this, go to payment, do use server, and do export const, and let's see what else we can do. Okay, first let's do this one is payment action, and here first let's paste it. Let's copy some of the things, right? Okay, here I'm going to copy this whole thing, and this also will receive email which will be string, and here I'm going to do this one as free payment rules, and this request I'm going to import from Arcjet, and then I'm going to paste it here. So we are checking the rate limit, bot, and also the email validation. I think this is what we are having, right? What else? So we are checking all of this. Then what we can do, simply let's go here and then return success true. Save it. So now this part is done, so we can go to a checkout content, and we will go to this, which place is that? We'll do proceed to buy, right? So do on click, and I'm going to handle pre-payment flow. So I'm going to copy this, and then let's create this method here, and here what we're going to do, right? Simply see, for this one it will be very simple. So first I'm going to check, first let's make this one async, and I'll do const result, and this will be await. I'll do payment action, and here I'm going to pass the checkout email because this is based on that I'm going to check, and I'm going to do if result dot success if this is false. So in that case I'm going to just render a toast, and let's render the title, which will be my result dot error, and variant I'm going to do here destructive, and we're going to return. Else I'm going to simply do set so payment flow will be true. Alright, so now let's go there and let's see what is happening, right? So what I'll do, right, I'll search, I'll give some random email, okay, at the rate 10 hyphen abcde dot this, and then try to do proceed to buy, and you can see that you are getting it's don't have valid mx record, so it will not allow. So until unless you'll give proper, let's say I'll give sangam@gmail.com, try to proceed, and you can see that you are getting this. Awesome. So now it's a two-way protected. So now once this is done, so here we need to create the order. Now from this point we need to start working on the backend because there are a lot of things we need to create, and once the everything is completed and the order success is completed, then we are going to navigate user to the account page where we are going to render the list of orders here. Okay, so first from this point we will be start working on the backend first. Okay, and for backend we are going to create all the methods at once, and we need to do quite a few methods. Okay, first let's close everything else and let's go to our controllers, and I'm going to create order controller.ts, and also I'm going to create a order routes.ts. So here let's start with the first one. Okay, step by step. First I need the PayPal client and secret, so this I'm going to copy and I'll paste it here, and after this I'm going to create a access token. So I'll do async function, I'll do get PayPal access token, and here I'll do const response, and this will be await. I'll do axios dot post, and here you are going to pass this endpoint. You can also check in the official documentation. So we are going to use this auth to token endpoint, and here you are going to pass this grant type, which will be this client credentials. Okay, so just pass it here, and then after this you are going to pass the headers. So in the headers I'm going to pass first the content type, So let's pass the content type. So this will be application slash x www form, and here you are going to pass the URL encoded. Okay, after this you are going to pass the authorization, and this will be we'll do basic space, and here you're going to pass buffer from, and then you need to pass the PayPal access token. So we'll do PayPal. We are having the PayPal client ID. Sorry, we're going to use PayPal client ID, and then here you're going to colon, and you're going to pass PayPal client secret. Alright, so this is done. So here after this you will do dot to string, and you're going to pass a base 64. That's it, and then you're going to just simply return response dot data dot access token. So this will give you access token. You can also create this one inside Postman, but you can also directly create from this URL also. So once this is done, now we will start working on creating the PayPal order. Okay, so first I'll do export const, and I'll do create PayPal order. So this will be async, and here you're going to get request with authorization. No, not authorization, we need to do authenticated request. Response will be response and also we are going to get next, which will be my next function, and this will return promise void. Save this. Now here inside this, first we are going to get try, we'll do catch, and here let's do one thing, let's return some unexpected error occurred here. So we'll do raise.status of 500.json. so success will be false, and message will be like unexpected error occurred. So this will be our first endpoint. Now after this we are also going to create one more, which will be to capture the PayPal order, right? So I'm going to copy this and I'll paste it here, and this will be capture. Then we are going to use, so after capture we are also going to use our create order. So I'm going to do create order, then we are going to use get order, then we'll be using update order status. Alright, and then we are also going to use get all orders for admin, and then we are going to use get orders by user ID, right? So to get orders by user ID. So these all the methods we need to create. So let's start with the first one, which will be our create the PayPal order. So that is the first thing we need to do. So while creating the PayPal order, first we are going to get two things. So the items we are adding, for example here, so let's go to cart, let's go to proceed. So these items and also the total amount, right? So here first I'm going to get const, so we'll get items and total. These I'll be getting from request.body, and here first what we are going to do, first I'm going to create our access token. So do const access token, and this will be await get PayPal access token. So this is the first step. Now I'm going to create const PayPal items. So this will be my items dot map, and here let's give item any, and here what we are going to do simply, so we need to give the name which will be my item dot name. Then we'll be having the description, which will be item dot description or empty. Then we're going to pass a SKU, which will be item dot id. Then we need to pass a unit amount. So this will be, we need to pass a currency code, which will be, let's do USD. And also we're going to pass a value, which will be item dot price dot to fixed of to. No, we need to do this will be, yeah, this is correct. Now after this we are also going to pass the quantity. So for quantity we are going to do item dot quantity dot to string, and then we are also going to pass a category, which will be physical goods. So we'll do physical goods. So these will be our PayPal items. Now we are going to create our item total. Okay, so here we will simply do const item total. So this will be PayPal items dot reduce. So we'll get some item, and here I'm going to do sum plus do parts float of item dot unit amount, right? So unit amount dot value, and here we are going to do into percent of item dot quantity comma 0. Okay, this I think we can also keep this one as any, which is okay. So now after this we need to create the response. So do const response, and this will be equal to await axios.post, and here we are going to use this endpoint, which is the orders endpoint. So copy this and we'll paste it here, and after this now here you are going to pass the intent, which is capture. This is mandatory property. Then you are going to pass purchase units, and here you need to pass amount first. So amount will be your currency code. So currency code will be USD. Then you are going to pass the value. So value will be your total dot to fixed of 2. So total is this total you'll be getting. Now after this we are going to pass the breakdown. Okay, so do breakdown, and here we are going to pass item total, and here we are going to pass the currency code, which is again USD. Copy this, and here we are going to also pass a value, which will be this item dot value, and this will be your item total dot to fixed. So this is done. So now okay, after this you are going to pass items, which will be your PayPal items, and this is done. Okay, now once this is done, so after this, so this is the purchase units. So here we are going to pass headers, and here we are going to pass content type. So this will be application slash JSON, comma we are going to pass authorization, which will be bearer, and then we are going to pass the access token, and here we are going to pass a PayPal, sorry this will be caps, so we'll do PayPal request ID and here let's do, so I'm going to import, so do import from UUID, and I'm going to get version 4 as UUID version 4, and here I'm going to just pass it. Okay, so I'll just pass it here. So let's do just call this UUID, that's it. Okay, I think there is some error. Let's see, I think we are doing something problem here. So this, oh okay, these will be outside. Okay, so let's save this, and now what we can do, right, we can simply do raise.status of 200 and .json, and let's pass the response dot data. So this is the first thing that we need. So now once we will create the paper loader, now we are going to capture it. So to capture, the first thing we are going to get the order ID, right? So how we are going to get the order ID? So once the create order is completed, so that will give us ID, and that we are going to pass in this capture paper loader method. So here I'm going to get, so I'll do request dot body, and I'm going to get the order ID, and then what I'll do, simply I'll create another access token, which will be await get PayPal access token, and here I'm going to do const response, which will be await axios dot post, and we are going to use this method, this order ID, okay, which is to capture. So this is the capture endpoint which will take the current order ID, and we are going to pass it here. That's it. And here you don't have to pass anything in the body, and then inside this you are going to pass the header, which will be these two things we need to pass. So we'll copy this, and then we are going to just pass it here. Sorry, these will be inside headers. Save it, and then we are going to again return response.data. Okay, so this will be fine, and then after that we paste it. So this is done. So now once the create and capture both are completed, then we are going to, sorry, create paper loader and the capture paper loader both are completed, then we are going to create our create order. Main create order is doing nothing, so this is actually saving the order in our database. Okay, so for that what I will do, simply we need to get quite a few things. So first we'll do const, and I'm going to get request dot body. Alright, so here we'll get the items, we'll get the address ID, we are going to get the coupon ID, we'll be getting total, and also we're going to get the payment ID. So after this, the first thing we'll also get the user ID, and this will get from request dot user ID. Also we are going to check if not equal to user ID, so just do res dot status of 401.json, and I'll do success will be false and message will be unauthenticated user, and I'm going to return. And after this, now main we are going to start our transaction. So first I will do const order, so this will await Prisma dot, and we are going to start a transaction here. Okay, so I'm going transaction, and I'm going to do async. Let's take Prisma, and then we are going to do the quite a few things. First thing, we need to create a new order, right? So I'm going to do create new order. I might think like why I'm not doing the UI and then relatively I'm doing the backend. Say normally if you're a backend developer, right, you don't have any like hands-on overview of the UI, right? So you'll be doing all of this. I'm pretty sure you're getting what I'm trying to say. So that is the reason we're doing all the backend logic, thinking that you are a backend developer. Okay, then we are going to do const new order, and then I'm going to await prisma.order.create, and here we are going to pass the data. So we'll pass the user ID, we are going to pass the address ID, we are going to pass the coupon ID, we are going to pass the total, we are going to pass the payment method. So here we are going to pass credit card, see we already got. Then we are going to pass a payment status, and this will be completed. We are going to pass the payment ID, and then we'll be passing the items, right? And here what we'll do create, and we are going to do items dot map. So here I'll do item, and then we are going to, because we need to create the order items, right? So here we're going to pass the product ID, and this will be, so here we are going to pass item dot product ID. Then we are going to pass the product name, because this is actually what you are having in the schema. If you go there, go to schema and see, you are having the product ID, product name, product category, then you are having the quantity, the size, color, and also the price, right? All the things. So now I'm going to do product name. So let's copy this product name, and this will be item dot we are going to do product name. Then we are going to have the product category, and this will be item dot product category. Then we are going to have quantity, and this will be item dot quantity. We are going to have size, which will be item dot size, and we are going to have color, which will be item dot color, and we are going to also have the price, which will be item dot price. Alright, so this is done. So after this, so this is our data, and now I'm going to do here, so let's include. So I'm going to include the items, which will be true. So this will create our order. Now once the order is created, so this is inside transaction, I think this, okay, after this, so once the order is created, we need to update the product. So if you go to the product info, let's go to product, and you can see that we are having the stock and the sold count, so both the things. So here what I'll do, right, simply I'll do const. So for, let's do const item of items, and I'll do await prisma dot product dot update, where, so we're going to ID, which will be item dot product ID, and then we're going to pass the data. So here I'm going to do stock, and I'll do decrement, and I'll do item dot quantity, comma, sold count. So here I'm going to do increment, because we are selling rate, so this will be item dot quantity. So this is another thing is done. Next we are going to delete the cart items. So I'm going to do await prisma dot cart item dot delete many, and I'm going to do where we're going to do cart, and this will be user ID. So cart items we have already deleted. Then we are going to delete the user cart also. So I'm going to do await prisma dot cart dot delete, and we are going to pass where user ID. So I've deleted that user cart, and then we are going to also update the coupon. If coupon ID is true, so we are going to simply do await prisma dot coupon dot update, and here we are going to do where ID will be coupon ID, and here I'm going to pass the data. So I'll do users count, and this will be increment 1. That's it. Now let's save all of this, and at the end so we have created the new order, right? So I'm going to return the new order here. So I'm going to return new order. That's it. And then once this is done, just do res.status of 201.json, and then I'm going to pass the order. Now this order is actually the order that we have created, the transaction. Okay, so we created a new order. We have updated the product sold, we have deleted the cart items, deleted the cart, and updated the coupon quantity also. So with this, this is also completed. So now we are going to get the order. Now this will be, from this part it will be simple. So how we are going to get order? We are going to get a single order based on the order ID, right? So for that, first thing what I'll do, right, I need to do two things. So first I'll copy this. Now this part we need to do for each and everything, because we need to check if the user is authenticated or not, right? So I'm going to paste it in every place. So I'll do for this one, get order, and then for update order status also we need to do it. For get all orders for admin we need to also do it, and for get orders by ID also we need to do it. So now let's start with get order, which is single order. So here, so after this, to get a new order, what we'll do, right, simply do const order await prisma dot order dot find first, and here where we are going to do ID will be, so here we'll be getting the order ID. So we'll do request dot params, and this will be my order ID, and here this will be equal to order ID, and we are going to pass the user ID, and here I'll simply just do include. So I'll do items will be true. I'll also want to include the address, which will be true. Also I want to include coupon, which also will be true. So this will give you the single order, right? And then just simply pass it. So do res.status of 200.json, and you're going to pass the order. Alright, so this is also done. Then we are going to do update order status. So update order status also we are going to get the order ID, right? And then we are also going to get the current order status. So I'll do request dot body, and I'm going to do status, right? And here first this part we have already checked. So after this I'm going to do const update order, and this will be await prisma dot order dot update many. So here I'll do where, so I'll do ID will be order ID, and here I'm going to just do data. So we need to pass the status. So this status will be the status that I am receiving from the body. That's it. And then what we can do, simply return res.status of 200.json. So success will be true, and message will be order status updated successfully. So this is done, and then we can also directly do it. I think this is not required. Now we need to do get all orders, right? So this will be pretty simple. So here what we are going to do, simply, so after this I will take const orders. So I'll do await prisma dot order dot find many. So here just do include. So we are going to pass the items will be true, address will be true, and also I'm going to take user, and inside user I want to select the ID of that user, the name of that user, and the email of that user, because this we are doing for the admin, right? And we have proper relation. If you see, for each and everything we have a relation, right? See, there is a relation with orders and user, so that is the reason we are getting all of this. If you go to the order, see, there is always a relation for address, user, and also for coupon. So once this is done, then simply just return res.status of 200.json, and let's return the orders. And then we are having the get orders by id, right? So here this part is done. Then I'm going to also get the orders by id, right? Sorry, get orders by user id. So in that case, we'll simply do const orders. So we'll do await prisma dot order dot find many, and here we'll do where the user id is equal to this user id that we are having, and I'm going to do include. So I'll do items will be true, and I'll do address will be true, and here I think this is fine. So now let's do one thing. Also, let's add a order by. So I'll do created at will be in descending, and here I'm going to just do res.json, and let's return all the orders. That's it. So we have done a lot of things. Now we need to create our order routes. So let's go there, and let's close this. So I'm going to import express from express. So I'll do const router, and this will be express dot router, and also I'm going to do router dot use to authenticate JWT. Okay, and then we are going to do router dot get, and let's do so for first we are going to do, let's do post, and I'll do create PayPal order, and here we are going to pass create PayPal order. Then I'll do router dot post. So I'll do capture PayPal order, and I'll do capture. Next we are having the create order. So I'll do router dot post. I'll do create final order, and this will be create. Let's do create final order, right? So here let's go. I'll do create final order. Then we are going to have get order, right? So I'll do const, sorry, not const, router dot get, and I'll do get single order, and this will be get order. Then we are going to do router dot get, and this will be get order by user id, and this will be get orders by user id. So this is also done. Then we are going to do get all orders. So I'll do router dot get, I'll do get all orders for admin, and here actually we need to pass is super admin also, and then I'm going to do get all orders for admin. Then what else we are having? We are also going to have update order status, correct? So do router dot put, and here I'm going to do, so let's do slash order id slash status, and here also you're going to pass is super admin, and I'm going to do update order status. Save all of these. So let's see how many we have created. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7. How many we are having? So let's go here. So we'll do create 1, capture 2, create final order 3, get order 4, update order 5, get all orders 6, get orders by ID 7, and then I'm going to do export default router. Okay, so save all of these, and now we'll go to server and then just import. So do order routes, and then go here, and this will be order, and then get order, no, not this, we'll do go order routes. Alright, so save all of these. So now this part is also completed. So now next thing we are going to go to store and create use order store.ts, and then we are going to go to api.ts, and I'll add one more, which will be order, and this will be /order. Save this. So now all of this is completed, so we'll start working on this use order store, and then we are going to integrate with the UI. Alright everyone, so now let's start working on the order store. Now you can see that I already created some of the interfaces and all the store methods that we needed. Okay, so this will save some of your time, and now let's do one thing. Let's start importing the create method. Okay, so let's do import from Zustand. So this will be create, and here I will start with, so we'll do export const, and this will be use order store. So this will be create, and here I'm going to do order store, and here we're going to do set comma get, and here let's start with, so first we'll be having the current order, which will be null, then is loading, which will be false, and also we are going to have error, which will be null. Now first thing, also let's do one thing, let's make all of this as optional, and this will be get orders by ID. Okay, and then I will start with create PayPal order first. So we'll do create PayPal order, and this will be async. So for this one we normally need two things, right? We are going to need the items, also we need the total. So here first we'll do set, and is loading will be true and error will be null, and then we are going to take a try catch. So we'll do set, and I'm going to pass an error, and I'll do failed to create PayPal order, and is loading will be false, and also I'm going to return null here. In the try I'm going to do const response, and this will be await axios dot post. So we are going to get our API routes dot order slash, and let's see the routes, right? So we're having create PayPal order, so we'll pass this, and here we are going to pass the items comma total, and also we are going to pass with credentials, this will be true. Save this, and then what we are going to do, simply we'll make set is loading will be false, and we're going to return response dot data dot id, because I believe this is what we are returning. Let's see in the create PayPal order. Okay, we are returning response dot data. Yeah, I think this will return the id here. Okay, so we are going to return the response dot data dot id. Okay, after this let's copy this and then paste it. So I'm going to do this on as capture. So for capture we are going to get the order ID, and this will be we are going to do capture, and here we are going to pass the order ID and set this will be true. We are going to return response.data, and I will do failed to capture PayPal order, and rest everything will be same. So this is done. So now we are going to do create. I can copy this and then paste it, and I'll do create. Let's make this one as final order. So for create final order, we are going to get the order data, and this will be let's see the okay, this will be create final order. Also you need to do slash, and here I'm going to do create final order, and we are going to pass the order data with credentials will be true, and here we are going to do set is loading will be false. We are going to pass the current order which will be response.data, and we are going to return the response.data, or else we are going to return null. Okay, this is also fine. Then we are going to do get order. Sorry, first let's do update order status. So I'm going to do update order status. So here I'm going to get the order ID, also I'm going to get the status. So here this will be put, and so for this one we are going to do order ID and then status. Okay, so that means we are going to do simply slash order ID slash status, and then we are going to pass the status here with credentials will be true. And now what we are going to do, right, simply, so I'll just remove this and I'll do set, I'll do state, and here we are going to do current order will be state dot current order, and state dot current order dot ID is equal to order ID. So in that case we are going to simply do state dot current order comma status, or else we are going to do state dot current order. Oh, sorry, this will be outside. That's it. And also we are going to do comma is loading will be false, and then we are going to return true here, or else we are going to return here false. And also I think we don't need this one, directly we can update. So this will be our update current status. Then after this what we're going to do, we need to get all orders, right? So for that let's copy from here, and I'll do get all orders. So this will be simply get, so we are having get all orders for admin, so this one we need to use, and we're going to remove this. Set is loading will be false, and we're going to return response.data, and we'll do fail to fetch all orders for admin. So this is done, and then we are going to do last get all orders by admin. And also we need to do one more thing, and that is we are going to create one more method here which will be set current order. So let's add one more. So I'm going to do set current order, and this will be we are going to receive order which will be order or null, and we are going to simply return void. For now let's keep it this. So we have done get all orders. Now I'm going to do get all orders by user ID. sorry, the get orders by user ID. So here we need to use get orders by user ID. Okay, and we're going to return the response.data, and this is correct. And at the end we are going to have set current order, which will receive the order, and this will simply do set current order will be this order, and this is done. So now all of this is completed. Okay, we need to do one more, which is to get the single order, right? So let's copy that also. So we'll copy this, paste it here, and I'm going to do get order. So here it will receive order ID. So this will be access.get, and this will be get single order. But for this get order, okay, let's see. For this get order, I believe we are passing the ID, right? So get order, okay, we have the order ID. So that means for this get order we need to pass the ID. So to get single order slash order ID. So now let's copy this. Okay, here we are going to do then get single order. So this will be get single order slash, and this will be order ID, and with credentials will be true. And here what we are going to simply do, so we are going to do current order will be response.data, and we are going to return response.data here, or else we are going to return null. So get order is also completed. Okay, so I think we have completed everything. So now let's remove all the optional. And this is save all of this. So this is done. So now let's start integrating the UI part with this all the methods that we have created. Alright, so now we will integrate this with the endpoints that we have created, right? So let's go to our app, checkout, and then checkout content. So now what we'll do, right? First we will need to go to our let's go to PayPal buttons here, and here you need to create order first. So this will be async, and here what you are going to simply pass, so do const order ID, and this will be await, and you are going to get this from your store, right? So first I'll get it here. So const from use order store, and this will be create PayPal order, capture PayPal order, and create final order, these three. So now we can go here and we'll do await, capture PayPal order, and here what you're going to simply do, you're going to pass the cart items with details and the total. So these two things you're going to pass, and after this okay, sorry, I'm doing wrong. This is the reason we need to do create PayPal order, not capture. So this will give me total. We are going to pass, and then we are going to simply check if the order ID is equal to null. So we are going to simply, let's throw new error and see if any error are coming. So we'll do throw new error and do failed to create PayPal order, or else I'm just going to return the order ID. Okay, so this will be our create order, and then we are going to do on approve, and on approve we are going to do async. We'll do data actions, and I'm going to do const capture data, and this will be await capture PayPal order, and you're going to pass the data data, sorry what, this will be data. So we're going to data dot order ID, and here I'm going to check if the capture data is true. So I'm going to create now my final order. So do handle final order creation, and I'm going to pass the capture data here. Else, for now let's alert that failed to capture PayPal order, and let's do the same here also. Let's show a alert here and see what is happening. And then I'm going to copy this from his okay, I think we need to throw this only. Then we're going to copy this, and I'll create this, and I'm going to just do here log that handle final order creation is called. We are getting some error here. Let's see what is happening. Okay, so we'll get the data. For now let's give any here, and then we are going to change it. Okay, first I'll see if this is getting called or not. This is very important. Okay, so we'll go here, let's go to network, and I'll give a proper email first. Okay, so Arcjet validation is successful, and I'm going to click. So get 200, and we are getting awesome. This is no error is there, and you can see we are getting this called or not, right? So let's see. So getting create and ID. Okay, ID we are already getting. Then I think it will work. Awesome. ID we are getting. So then I think this is fine. So now we can create or handle final order creation, right? So this we can create. So for that, so we are going to do, let's remove this. So first we'll take a try, we'll do a catch, and here I'll simply just do like log error, and then we are going to do let's do a toast title. I'm going to display there is some error while processing final order, and let's give a variant as destructive. Now in the try we are going to create our order data, right? So look const order data. So first we need the user ID, which will be our user, so we can get our user from. So let's go here and take const use auth store, and we'll be getting our user. So we can simply do user.id. Then we are going to get address ID. So this will be selected address. Then we are going to get the items, which will be cart items with details dot map. So this will be item, and here we are going to pass the product ID. So this will be item dot product ID. We are going to get the product name, which will be item dot product dot name. Then we are going to get product category, which will be item dot product dot category. Then we are going to get quantity, which will be item dot quantity. We are going to get size, which will be item dot size. We are going to get color, which will be item dot color, and also we are going to get price, which will be item dot product dot price. Okay, so this is done. So after this we are going to also pass coupon ID. So this will be if applied coupon dot ID. Then we are going to pass total, and also we are going to pass the payment method. So payment method will be credit card, right, because we are only having credit card for now, as const. Then we are going to have the payment status, which will be completed, as const. And also we are going to have the payment ID, which will be this data that we are having dot ID. So this all the value we need. Now after this we are going to just create, so look const create final order, which will be await create final order response. Let's see, we are having that create final order. Okay, so these we are going to get, so look create final order, and here we are going to pass the order data that we have created. And here I'm going to do if create final order response is true, so I'm going to clear the cart. Okay, and to clear the cart, what we are going to do, from this we are going to call this clear cart method. So I'm going to await clear cart, and then I'm going to do router dot push and go to account, else we are going to render this. Okay, right, so I think this is done. Okay, but okay, let's see what we are getting here. Is it comfortable? Okay, so we need to actually give a check like if not equal to user ID, not equal to user, right? So we are going to simply do toast, and we need to do title, and I'll do user not authenticated, right? And then you're also going to return. That's it. Then we're getting some error. Okay, this is not required. Remove this, and I think this is done now. So let's save this. Let's see what is happening. Okay, so refresh this page. Now let's give the email, proceed to buy. So we are getting this. Now I'm going to go to network. Let's click. So create PayPal order is actually completed. So let's give some dummy credit card number. Let's copy this, give some random value, select zip code. I'll select this one, and let's select this number. Okay, and let's see what is happening. I'll just do pay. Okay, create final order. There is some problem, so we see what is the problem here. Something will be wrong here maybe. Okay, we're not able to see any order. Unexpected error occurred. Okay, let's see what is the problem there. So let's go to the create final order and log this error here, right? We are going to log this, and I'm going to do create final order. So let's save this, and we're going to refresh this once again. I think again we need to refresh. I think the backend server is running. Okay, so now let's give email one more time. Let's click on proceed to buy. Okay, so these we got. Let's click here. Create PayPal order is actually successful. Now let's give the email first, and let's copy this. Okay, let's give some value. Copy, paste, copy, and then we'll paste it here. Now let's see what is happening. Okay, so now let's go here. Cannot read property of undefined reading map. So create final order. Alright, so I almost spent 10 to 15 minutes to try to find where is the problem. See if the problem is like very silly. So in the use order store, right, if you see when we are creating final order, we are passing this order data inside object. So you need to actually directly pass it. So this is the only problem. So now let's save it, and now it should work actually. Okay, so here let's do one thing. Let's refresh this page. Okay, and now let's go to here, and I'm going to add my email. Proceed to buy. Okay, so this is successful. So now you're getting this. So now let's create. So it's successful, and now I'm going to add my email first. Let's go here and add a card. Let's add some name. Zip code I'll copy and paste. Let's copy this, and now let's see if this is working or not, right? So let's save. So capture should be successful, and this is going to the order history page. Awesome, but we are not getting the clear API, so it is not found. API/cart/clear is not found. This is interesting, but this would work, right? Or maybe I have given some wrong. Okay, let's go to the cart. Clear cart. This is the problem, man. Okay, so these we need to again. We need to do all of this again once again. Wow, man. Okay, so let's do one thing. Let's go to use cart store. Let's see what we are doing in clearing, right? See, we are using clear, so we need to do clear cart. Okay, no issue. So what anyway, it's going to the order history. That means all the things is working fine. So create final order is also successful. See, you can see it's actually created. So payment ID is also there, everything is there. And if I go to this and let's go to order, you can see there is a one order, but the problem is that the cart item are still there, right? So what we can do, simply for now I'll manually delete this one, because anyway we're doing development, right? So issue will occur, and that is very normal. If the issue is not coming, then that means that will be a problem. So what I'll do, let's do one thing. go to cart. Okay, we don't have anything, but let's go to cart item. I think it's getting cleared. Oh, it's already cleared, because I believe the reason why it's getting cleared, we are doing this one from one more place, right? So where we are doing create final order, that time also we are deleting this. Okay, this is fine, but I also still needs to check one more time. Let's go to products, add only this product, select this small, let's do 5, add to cart, go, let's do proceed. Now I'll give my email, let's do proceed to buy. Okay, let's copy this, click, let's add the card number, okay, let's add a zip code, let's add the email, and let's do pay 625. Let's see what is happening. So it's going to this page, and this is also cleared. Now you can also, definitely we are going to show some kind of loader, but that we are going to do later, but it's working absolutely fine. And if you go to this, let's go to order, we should be getting 2 order now. Okay, 2 order with that for that particular user. And if you go to user, and you'll be getting 2 order here. Awesome. So this is working fine. So now first let's render the order history here, and also the same orders we are going to render in the admin side, and after that we are going to improve some of the UI. Okay, alright, so now let's render all the orders here. Okay, so for that what I'll do, right, in this use order store, let's add some more state here. So what I'll do, right, I'll add some let's add user orders, so which will be order. Okay, and then what I'm going to do here, so for now I'm just going to do user orders, which will be empty, and then I'm going to do set user orders. Okay, and these will simply return promise void, and then I'm just going to do set user orders, and this one I'm going to just do where we are fetching the list of get user by user ID. Okay, and here I'm just going to do let's do, okay, so in that case I think we don't need this one. We are just going to remove this set user orders. Okay, so a lot of things I'm getting confused. Okay, let's remove this, and then we are just going to do it where we are doing this get users orders by user ID, and here I'm just going to do user orders, and this will be response dot data. Okay, if you want to return it's okay, but I think we no need to return. This is done. So now what we can do, simply you can go to the account page. So let's go to account page, and here what I'll do, right, I'll simply do const, we'll do use order store, so I'm going to get user orders, and we'll do get orders by user ID. And now what I'll do, simply I'll just call it here. Okay, and then let's log these user orders, save these, and let's see what you're getting. So you're getting array of 2. Okay, so the data you are getting. So just now what we need to do, just need to map it, and then we are going to render. So here I'll just remove this, and let's take this, I'll copy this, paste it here, and this will be my order history. And inside this, so here, okay, let's do one thing, let's take it inside a card, so it will look nice. So we'll do card, and inside this I'm going to take a card content. I'll take a class name padding of 6, and inside this I'm going to first take it, and then I'll do user orders dot length. This is equal to 0, so I'm just going to render h1, and I'll do you haven't placed an order yet. Okay, now let's take a class name, so I'll do text to Excel and font bold. Now after this, what I want to do, so here I just need to do a div, and inside this I'm going to take a class name. I'll do overflow x auto, and inside this I want to take a table, and then here I'm going to take a table header. Okay, and then I'm going to do a table row, and inside this I'm going to take a table head, so I'll do table head, and let's do this on as order. Copy this, and I'm going to do this on as date. Then we can also render the status. Also let's render the total. So let's render this 4, and let's see how this is looking. So then after this we are going to take a table body, and then I'm going to just do user orders dot map. So I'll do order, and here we are going to render a table row, and let's first take the key, which will be order dot id, and inside this I'm going to render a table cell, and let's render the order dot id, and class name I'm going to do font medium. So let's save this. First let's see what we are getting. Okay, and also we'll see what else we are having, so based on that we can render, right? Let's go to console. So we are rendering the id. We are also, let's render the status. We are rendering payment method. Also if you want you can also render the items also, right? That how many items. Okay, let's render the items length also. So copy this, paste it here, and let's do this on items. So this is done. So after that I'll take one more table cell. So next we are having the date. So for date I will simply do new date. We'll do order dot created at dot to local date string. So this is done. So after this we are going to render how many orders we are having. So we'll do table cell, and we'll do like order dot items dot length, and then we'll do these items, these many items. All right, and we'll check here. We'll do if order dot item dot length is greater than 1, we'll do items, or we'll do item. Then we are having, after items we are going to have the status and the total. So we'll take one more table cell, and inside these I will render a batch, and here what I'm going to render. Okay, let's close this, and then I will do order dot status dot char at of 0 dot to uppercase plus we'll do order dot status dot slice of 1. Save this. So you're getting pending, and here what I need to do, I'll add a class name, and I'm going to do get status color of order dot status. So I'm going to create this method. So let's create it here. And here status will be, so we are going to give this one as pending, or it will be, so how many status we are having? We are having pending, then we are having processing, or we are having shipped, and then we are having delivered, right? And for get status color, let's give some status color here. So I'm going to do switch, let's do status, so I'll do pending. So for pending I want to let's say return, let's return bg blue 500 maybe, and let's copy this and I'm going to paste it. Alright, then we are having processing. So for processing we are going to do bg, let's do yellow, copy and paste it 2 more times. So we're having shipped. So for shipped I'm going to do bg, let's do purple, and then we're having delivered. So for this one I'll do green, okay, and default I'll just return gray. Now let's save it and see what you're getting. You can see it's updated, right? So now we are also going to render the total. So total also you need to render. So for that what you can do, you can just go there and add one more table cell, right? So copy this and then paste it here and just render order dot total dot to fixed of 2, and let's give a dollar here. Now let's go to products and I'm going to add this product. Go to cut, proceed to checkout, and let's give my email. Okay, so we are getting this. So now let's click here. So it's rendered. Now let's copy this. Okay, select some state, we'll select some models. Let's see here. Let's copy this. And then I'm going to just copy from here, paste it, and let's add a Gmail and see if this is working or not. So to pay, see, it's updated and you're getting the result and it's working absolutely fine. If you refresh this page, you will be getting this one. You can also render the loader. So for example, you can add let's go to is loading, right? So you can just render something like if it is loading, return null. Save it, and now let's see, refresh this. So I believe you are getting this one because of this. So what we can do, right, let's go to use order store, and we can also make this one as true by default. So refresh this, right? And this is working fine. Alright, so now the only thing that is left, and that is we need to render all the orders in the admin view, and then we are going to update the status, and that status would update here also. Alright, so now we will start working on the orders page for the admin view. Okay, so now let's go here, and then we'll go to our let's go to app, and then we'll be having super admin and then orders page. Okay, and now let's close everything else. So first I'm going to convert this one to use client, and here let's remove this. First I'm going to take a div, let's take a class name. So let's do padding of 6 space y of 6. Inside this we are going to take one more div, we'll take a class name, we'll do flex item center justify between, and inside this I'm going to take a h1, and let's do this one as orders list. Okay, orders list, take a class name, let's do text to Excel and font as semi bold. Alright, after this what we are going to do, right, so we will take one more div, and let's take a class name, do bg as white rounded large, and we'll do a shadow. And here what I'm going to do, we can render all of this, or let's do one thing, let's keep this one simple. We just let me refresh this page first. Below this let's render, or let's go to the products page, let's see how the UI is looking there. We can copy some of the things. So you can see it's taking 15 seconds to compile this page. I'm not sure, this is very weird. Okay, this is okay, but let's go here and use the same thing. So I'll go here and let's do one thing, let's use some table. Let's remove this part, this is not required. We'll take a table. Inside this let's take a table header, and inside this I'm going to take table row, and then I'm going to take table head. Now let's take the similar things that we have done in the previous part. So let's go to account page, and let's do one thing. Okay, so inside this let's do this one as order ID, and let's copy this, and let's do one created at. After this I'm going to do also customer, so let's do the customer. Then after this let's render total. Okay, so total I'm going to render. Also let's render the payment status, because this is important, right? Then only admin will be able to understand whether the payment is successful or not. Then I'm going to do let's do items, and let's do order status, and let's do action. Alright, now after this table header let's take table body. Now we are going to render all of this, but before that we need to first get the okay, we are getting this one, awesome. So let's go to our use order store. Now remember we have done for the user orders, right? So let's do this one as admin orders. Let's add one more, we'll do admin orders. Okay, which will be here I'm going to do order of this, and now we are doing for get all orders, something like that, right? So we'll do update order status get all orders. So here I'm going to do simple that okay, another thing we need to do, and that is, let's go to the top and then do admin orders will be empty. And now I'm going to just go here, get all orders, and let's do admin orders will be response dot data. So let's save this. And now what I can do, simply I'll copy this. Let's go to this page and I'll simply get it here. So I'll do const get from use order store and get all orders and then admin orders. And if I now log these admin orders, let's see what we are getting in this page. Save this. And let's go here. Okay, let's refresh this. Okay, I can see we are getting empty array, and the reason is very simple, because we need to also call this, right? So we'll just take a use effect, and here I'm just going to pass the get all orders and just call get all orders. Save this, and we are getting 3 orders. Okay, and you can see you are getting all of these. User is also, you are getting user ID, user name, and all the thing. Awesome. So now everything is done. So now what you can do, simply, so let's do one thing. Let's take, first I'll take one thing, right? If the admin orders dot length is equal to 0, so let's take a table row. Okay, and then I'm going to just render a table cell. We'll do table cell, and inside this I'm going to do no orders found. And here let's take, I will do a column span. So let's see, we are having 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. I'll give a 8, and class name I'm going to do text center. Alright, and then or else, so we are going to simply map it. So I'll just do orders, we'll do admin orders dot map. Sorry, I'm doing in the wrong place, I believe. This is MD, oh no, this is correct. So we'll do admin orders dot map. So we'll do order, and here what I'm going to do, simply, so I'll do a table row. So we'll do table row, and inside this, first let's take a key which will be order dot id, and here I'm going to take a table cell, and let's render the order dot id, and here I'm going to simply do class name. So we'll do font as medium. So let's see how this is looking, and based on that we're going to change. So you're getting order id. Okay, let's make this one as semi bold. After this we need to render created at. So created at will be getting from the created at property, right? So if you go there will be a created at property, right? So these we can simply get it from here. I think instead of rewriting, just copy this and then just paste it here. So getting this, a customer will be getting, will do table cell. So here inside these I'm just going to do order dot user dot, okay, another thing we need to do, and that is, let's go here. So I'm adding user order item, and then what is the interface that I'm using admin orders for order, right? So here actually we need to add one more, which will be for admin order. So here I'm going to do one more for admin order, and here if you notice we need to also pass user also need to pass here. So here I'm going to pass a user. So here we are going to have ID, name, and email, both will be string. So do ID name and email. So this is one more thing we need to do, and this admin order will use as a type here. Okay, so now we are going to will be getting dot user dot name. So let's save it. So we're getting name here. Then we are having the total. So total I think we'll be getting from, so total we are having directly total. So let's copy this, paste it. So we'll do order dot total dot to fixed of 2. Then we are having the payment status items. Copy one more time. So we'll do order dot payment status and order dot items dot length, and I think we have used this one here also, right? So we'll copy this and paste it here. So we have completed. Payment status is also we are getting completed. Now for payment status we can also use some color and everything badge, but that is okay for now. And then we are having order status. So we'll do order status. We'll copy this, paste it. Now let's import this, and we can use the color from here, get status color, and then we can paste it here. Save it. So we're getting pending, and now in the actions, in the action we are going to render the select. So now I'm going to take one more table cell, and inside this let's take a select, and then I'm going to just take, let's take a default value. So default value will be order dot status, and here I'm going to also pass let's take on value change, which will give me value, and here I'm going to pass handle status update, and we are going to pass the order dot id, and I'm going to do value. Okay, now this value will be as order status. Now this order status will be, so here let's do one thing, let's take a type. So you have order status, so this will be either pending, processing. I think we have added in some place. So you have this one, right? Okay, so let's copy here and then we'll paste it, and then just pass it as value as order status. Now let's create this handle status update. So do const handle status update, which will be async, and here I'm going to get the order ID, which will be string, comma, I'm also going to get new status, which is our order status type. That's it. Now inside this select, now we are going to render all the options. I'll do select trigger. Let's give a class name. I'll do width of 180. Let's do 160 px. Now inside this I'm going to take a select value, and I'll do placeholder, and I'll do update status. Now inside this I'm going to do select content, and I'll do select item, and let's do pending. Copy this, paste it 4 times, and this will be processing, this will be shipped, and this will be delivered. Okay, and then pass the value. So I'll copy from here, so I'll do pending, copy this, copy processing, then we are having shipped, and then at the end we are having the delivered. Save this and let's see what we are getting. Okay, so you're getting this. Awesome. So you're getting pending, and now what I need to do, so I'll go here this method, and then just simply we'll do const. Also we already have the method, right? So you already have that method, right? Update order status, remember we are using, so that method you can do. And now what I'll do, simply I'll do const result, and this will be update order status, and this will receive the order ID, which is my order ID, and then it will receive also new status, which will be new status. That's it. And now this result will be able to get it here and see what you're getting. So I'll do const result, and let's go here and let's see what we are returning from the new update order status. So we are updating this, and we are doing this and returning true. So we can simply check if the result is true. Okay, so let's do one thing. So here we are doing the current order, whatever blah blah, and we are checking these. We can also do this in that case. Okay, instead of doing here, let's do we are doing admin orders. Okay, and I'll do admin orders. No, we need to do state dot admin orders dot map. Okay, and then we are going to do item. So I'll do if item dot id is equal to this order id. So in that case I will simply do, so we'll first destructure the item, and then I'm going to do the status will be the status that we are having, or else this will be item. Okay, so we are mapping this, and then we are checking that if current ID with that same ID, so you're getting the item, or else it will be the items. So in that case you can just simply pass this, will do await this, and see what is happening. Save this. Now I'll go to network, refresh this page. My net is slow. So now let's do, okay, let me refresh this one more time, see why it's very slow. So now we'll go here, let's make this one to processing, see what is happening. It's changed to processing. Refresh this page, and it's getting changed to processing. Let's make this one to shipped. And also we can go here, and now I'll do const, and we'll get from use toast, and let's make this one as toast, and I'll do like, so we'll do toast title, and I'll do status updated successfully. That's it. Now if you go here, let's update this one to shipped, so we're getting this. And now let's go here, refresh this page, and I'll go to my account. See, both are updated, right? And now let's update this one to delivered, and now let's refresh this here. It's delivered. Alright, so now with this we have completed all of this. Now I'll just go through all the things and see if anything is left. The only thing that we should do, and that is actually we need to, now these all the improvements you need to do it. For example, let's say if there are any items is not present in the cart, you are going to make the button disabled. Similarly, those things you need to do in the checkout page. I'm just showing you how to do all of these improvements. You need to do it. Now only one thing I need to improve, and that is in the checkout page I need to show some kind of loader until unless the order place is completed. So let's quickly complete that, and after that our whole project will be completed. Alright, so now let's finish that part. Okay, so let's go to products, and before that I'll go to this use order store, right, and I'll add some more properties. So let's add a ease payment processing, and this will be boolean, and here I will add one more, and I'll use payment processing will be false. Now where we are doing the capture, right, if you see capture PayPal order, so first I'm going to do ease payment processing will be true. Copy this, and here I'm going to make this one as false, and let's do these also false here if it is false. And then we are going to do the same thing for the final order. So ease payment processing will be true, and here this will be false, and this also will be false. Save this. So now I'll go to checkout content, and then I'm going to get this ease payment processing, and then let's go here at the end, and I'll do if ease payment processing is true. So I want to return a skeleton, and let's give a class name. We'll do width as full, let's do height as 600 px, and let's go here and let's do rounded XL. So we'll do rounded XL. Inside this I'll take a div, I'll do a class name height of full, I'll do flex, justify center, item center, and here I'll take h1, and I'll do payment processing payment, and then I'll do please wait. Let's give a class name, I'll do text 3XL and font bold. Now let's save this, and I think this should work. So let's go to this product, let's add this, go to cart, proceed, and now let's give a email. Okay, so you're getting this. So now let's click here, let's go, and then first I'll paste this email here, copy this card, 1 2 3 John Doe, give some name, let's give some city, copy some fake zip code and phone number, and let's do pay. See, we are getting processing payment, and now this should go to this page. Alright, so now with this we have completed all of this, and this is all about the part 2. I think we have covered most of the things. If possible, if I want to add some more features, I'll upload a part 3, but for now this is the end. And also don't forget to check the link that I've given in the description. With this, I'll see you in my next video. Till then, good luck and peace.